Section 31 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 30, Close of the Hannibalic War, Chapters 14 through 20. Chapter 14, Sophonisba's Death. This was the language of a man animated not only by hatred towards an enemy, but also by the sting of hopeless love, knowing as he did that the woman he loved was in the house of his rival. Scipio was deeply distressed at what he heard. Proof of the charges was found in the hurrying on of the nuptials, almost amid the clash of arms, without consulting or even waiting for Laelius. Massinissa had acted with such precipitancy that the very first day he saw his prisoner he married her, and the rites were actually performed before the tutelary deities of his enemy's house. This conduct appeared all the more shocking to Scipio, because when he himself was in Spain, young as he was, no captive girl had ever moved him by her beauty. Whilst he was thinking all this over, Laelius and Massinissa appeared. He extended the same gracious and friendly welcome to both, and in the presence of a large number of his officers, addressed them in most laudatory terms. Then he took Massinissa quietly aside, and spoke to him as follows: "I think, Massinissa, that you must have seen some good qualities in me when you went to Spain to establish friendly relations with me, and also when, afterwards, you trusted yourself and all your fortunes to me in Africa. Now, among all the virtues which attracted you, there is none upon which I pride myself so much as upon my continence and the control of my passions. I wish, Massinissa, that you would add these to the other noble features of your own character. At our time of life we are not, believe me, so much in danger from armed foes as from the seductive pleasures which tempt us on every side. The man who has curbed and subjugated these by his self-control has won for himself greater glory and a greater victory than we have won over Syphax. The courage and energy you have displayed in my absence I have gladly dwelt upon and gratefully remember. The rest of your conduct I prefer that you should reflect upon when alone, rather than that I should make you blush by alluding to it. Syphax has been defeated and made prisoner under the auspices of the people of Rome, and this being so, his wife, his kingdom, his territory, his towns with all their inhabitants, whatever in short Syphax possessed, belong now to Rome as the spoils of war. Even if his wife were not a Carthaginian, if we did not know that her father is in command of the enemy's forces, it would still be our duty to send her with her husband to Rome, and leave it to the Senate and people to decide the fate of one who is alleged to have estranged our ally and precipitated him in arms against us. Conquer your feelings and be on your guard against letting one vice mar the many good qualities you possess, and sullying the grace of all your services by a fault which is out of all proportion to its cause." Chapter 15. On hearing this, Massinissa blushed furiously, and even shed tears. He said that he would comply with the general's wishes, and begged him to take into consideration, as far as he could, the pledge he had rashly given, for he had promised that he would not let her pass into anyone's power. Then he left the headquarters tent, and retired to his own in a state of distraction. Dismissing all his attendants, he remained there some time, giving vent to continual sighs and groans, which were quite audible to those outside. At last, with a deep groan, he called one of his slaves, in whom he placed complete confidence, and who had in his keeping the poison which kings usually have in reserve against the vicissitudes of fortune. After mixing it in a cup, he told him to take it to Sophonisba, and at the same time tell her that Massinissa would have gladly fulfilled the first promise that he made to his wife, but as those who have the power were depriving him of the right to do so, he was fulfilling the second, that she should not fall into the hands of the Romans alive. The thought of her father, her country, and the 2 kings who had wedded her would decide her how to act. When the servant came with the poison and the message to Sophonisba, she said, "I accept this wedding gift, no unwelcome one if my husband can do nothing more for his wife. But tell him that I should have died more happily had not my marriage bed stood so near my grave." The high spirit of these words was sustained by the fearless way in which, without the slightest sign of trepidation, she drank the potion. When the news reached Scipio, he was afraid that the young man, wild with grief, would take some still more desperate step, so he at once sent for him, and tried to console him, at the same time gently censuring him for having atoned for one act of madness by committing another, and making the affair more tragic than it need have been. The next day, with the view of diverting his thoughts, Scipio mounted the tribunal and ordered the assembly to be sounded. Addressing Massinissa as king, and eulogizing him in the highest possible terms, he presented him with a golden crown, curule chair, an ivory scepter, and also with a purple-bordered toga, and a tunic embroidered with palms. He enhanced the value of these gifts by informing him that the Romans considered no honor more splendid than that of a triumph, and that no more magnificent insignia were borne by triumphing generals than those which the Roman people deemed Massinissa, alone of all foreigners worthy to possess. Laelius was the next to be commended. He was presented with a golden crown. Other soldiers received rewards according to their services. The honors which had been conferred on the king went far to assuage his grief, and he was encouraged to hope for the speedy possession of the whole of Numidia, now that Syphax was out of the way. Chapter 16. Overtures for Peace. Laelius was sent in charge of Syphax and the other prisoners to Rome, and envoys from Massinissa accompanied him. Scipio returned to his camp at Taenita, and completed the fortifications which he had commenced. The rejoicing of the Carthaginians over the temporary success of their naval attack was short-lived and evanescent, for when they heard of the capture of Syphax, on whom they had rested their hopes almost more than on Hasdrubal and his army, they completely lost heart. The war party could no longer gain a hearing, and the Senate sent the 30 seniors to Scipio to sue for peace. This body was the most august council in their state, and controlled to a very large extent even the Senate itself. When they reached the headquarters tent in the Roman camp, they made a profound obeisance and prostrated themselves, a practice, I believe, which they brought with them from their original home. Their language corresponded to their abject posture. They made no excuse for themselves, but threw the responsibility for the war on Hannibal and his supporters. They craved pardon for a city which had been twice ruined by the recklessness of its citizens, and could only be preserved in safety by the goodwill of its enemy. What Rome sought, they pleaded, was the homage and submission of the vanquished, not their annihilation. They professed themselves ready to execute any commands which he chose to give. Scipio replied that he had come to Africa in the hope, a hope which his successes had confirmed, of taking back to Rome a complete victory, and not merely proposals for peace. Still, though victory was almost within his grasp, he would not refuse to grant terms of peace, that all nations might know that Rome was actuated by the spirit of justice, whether she was undertaking a war or putting an end to one. He stated the terms of peace, which were the surrender of all prisoners, deserters, and refugees, the withdrawal of the armies from Italy and Gaul, the abandonment of all action in Spain, the evacuation of all the islands lying between Italy and Africa, and the surrender of their entire navy, with the exception of 20 vessels. They were also to provide 500,000 pecks of wheat and 300,000 of barley, but the actual amount of the money indemnity is doubtful. In some authors I find 5,000 talents, in others 5,000 pounds of silver mentioned. Some only say that double pay for the troops was demanded. You will be allowed, he added, 3 days to consider whether you will agree to peace on these terms. If you decide to do so, arrange an armistice with me, and send envoys to the Senate in Rome. The Carthaginians were then dismissed. As their object was to gain time to allow of Hannibal's sailing across to Africa, they resolved that no conditions of peace should be rejected, and accordingly they sent delegates to conclude an armistice with Scipio, and a deputation was also sent to Rome to sue for peace, the latter taking with them a few prisoners and deserters for the sake of appearance, in order that peace might more be readily granted. Chapter 17. The Senate and Massinissa. Several days previously, Laelius arrived in Rome with Syphax and the Numidian prisoners. He made a report to the Senate of all that had been done in Africa, and there were great rejoicings at the present position of affairs, and sanguine hopes for the future. After discussing the matter, the Senate decided that Syphax should be interned at Alba, and that Laelius should stay in Rome until the Carthaginian delegates arrived. A 4 days' thanksgiving was ordered. On the adjournment of the House, Publius Aelius the praetor forthwith convened a meeting of the assembly, and mounted the rostrum, accompanied by Gaius Laelius. When the people heard that the armies of Carthage had been routed, a far-famed king defeated and made prisoner, and a victorious progress made throughout Numidia, they could no longer restrain their feelings, and expressed their unbounded joy in shouts and other demonstrations of delight. Seeing the people in this mood, the praetor at once gave orders for the sacristans to throw open the holy places throughout the city, in order that the people might have the whole day for going round the shrines to offer up their adoration and thanksgivings to the gods. The next day he introduced Massinissa's envoys to the Senate. They first of all congratulated the Senate upon Scipio's successes in Africa, and then expressed thanks on behalf of Massinissa for Scipio's action in not only conferring upon him the title of king, but also in giving practical effect to it by restoring to him his ancestral dominion, where, now that Syphax was disposed of, he would, if the Senate so decided, reign free from all fear of opposition. He was grateful for the way in which Scipio had spoken of him before his officers, and for the splendid insignia with which he had been honored, and which he had done his best to prove himself worthy of, and would continue to do so. They petitioned the Senate to confirm by a formal decree the royal title, and the other favors and dignities which Scipio had conferred upon him. And as an additional boon, Massinissa begged, if he was not asking too much, that they would release the Numidian prisoners who were under guard in Rome. That, he considered, would increase his prestige with his subjects. The reply given to the envoys was to the effect that the Senate congratulated the king as much as themselves upon the successes in Africa. Scipio had acted rightly and in perfect order in recognizing Massinissa as king, and the senators warmly approved of all he had done to meet Massinissa's wishes. They passed a decree that the presents which the envoys were to take to the king should comprise 2 purple cloaks with a golden clasp on each, and 2 tunics embroidered with the laticlave, 2 richly caparisoned horses, and a set of equestrian armor with cuirasses for each. 2 tents and military furniture, such as the consuls are usually provided with. The praetor received instructions to see that these things were sent to the king. The envoys each received presents to the value of 5,000 aces, and each member of their suite to the value of 1,000 aces. Besides these, 2 suits of apparel were given to each of the envoys, and 1 to each of their suite, and also to each of the Numidian prisoners who were to be restored to the king. During their stay in Rome, a house was placed at their disposal, and they were treated as guests of the state. Chapter 18. The Campaign in Gaul. Mago wounded. During this summer, Publius Quintilius Varus, the praetor, and Marcus Cornelius, the proconsul, fought a regular engagement with Mago. The praetor's legions formed the fighting line. Cornelius kept his in reserve, but rode to the front and took command of one wing, the praetor leading the other, and both of them exhorted the soldiers to make a furious charge on the enemy. When they failed to make any impression upon them, Quintilius said to Cornelius, "As you see, the battle is progressing too slowly. The enemy, finding themselves offering an unhoped-for resistance, have steeled themselves against fear. There is danger of this fear passing into audacity. We must let loose a hurricane of cavalry against them, if we want to shake them and make them give ground. Either, then, you must keep up the fighting at the front, and I will bring the cavalry into action, or I will remain here and direct the operations of the first line, while you launch the cavalry of the 4 legions against the enemy." The proconsul left it to the praetor to decide what he would do. Quintilius accordingly, accompanied by his son Marcus, an enterprising and energetic youth, rode off to the cavalry, ordered them to mount, and sent them at once against the enemy. The effect of their charge was heightened by the battle shout of the legions, and the hostile lines would not have stood their ground had not Mago, at the first movement of the cavalry, promptly brought his elephants into action. The appearance of these animals, their trumpeting and smell, so terrified the horses as to render the assistance of the cavalry futile. When engaged at close quarters, and able to use sword and lance, the Roman cavalryman was the better fighter, but when carried away by a frightened horse, he was a better target for the Numidian darts. As for the infantry, the 12th Legion had lost a large proportion of their men, and were holding their ground more to avoid the disgrace of retreat than from any hope of offering effectual resistance. Nor would they have held it any longer if the 13th Legion, which was in reserve, had not been brought up, and taken part in the doubtful conflict. To oppose this fresh legion, Mago brought up his reserves also. These were Gauls, and the Hastati of the 11th Legion had not much trouble in putting them to rout. They then closed up and attacked the elephants, who were creating confusion in the Roman infantry ranks. Showering their darts upon them as they crowded together, and hardly ever failing to hit, they drove them all back upon the Carthaginian lines, after 4 had fallen, severely wounded. At last the enemy began to give ground, and the whole of the Roman infantry, when they saw the elephants turning against their own side, rushed forward to increase the confusion and panic. As long as Mago kept his station in front, his men retreated slowly and in good order. But when they saw him fall, seriously wounded, and carried almost fainting from the field, there was a general flight. The losses of the enemy amounted to 5,000 men, and 22 standards were taken. The victory was a far from bloodless one for the Romans. They lost 2,300 men in the praetor's army, mostly from the 12th Legion, and amongst them 2 military tribunes, Marcus Casconius and Marcus Mavius. The 13th Legion, the last to take part in the action, also had its losses. Gaius Helvius, a military tribune, fell whilst restoring the battle, and 22 members of the cavalry corps, belonging to distinguished families, together with some of the centurions, were trampled to death by the elephants. The battle would have lasted longer had not Mago's wound given the Romans the victory. Chapter 19. Mago's death. Mago withdrew during the night, and marching as rapidly as his wound would allow, reached that part of the Ligurian coast which is inhabited by the Ingoni. Here he was met by the deputation from Carthage, which had landed a few days previously at Genoa. They informed him that he must sail for Africa at the earliest possible moment. His brother Hannibal, to whom similar instructions had been given, was on the point of doing so. Carthage was not in a position to retain her hold upon Gaul and Italy. The commands of the Senate and the dangers threatening his country decided Mago's course, and moreover there was the risk of an attack from the victorious enemy if he delayed, and also of the desertion of the Ligurians, who, seeing Italy abandoned by the Carthaginians, would go over to those in whose power they would ultimately be. He hoped, too, that a sea voyage would be less trying to his wound than the jolting of the march had been, and that everything would contribute to his recovery. He embarked his men and set sail, but he had not cleared Sardinia when he died of his wound. Some of his ships, which had parted company with the rest when out at sea, were captured by the Roman fleet, which was lying off Sardinia. Such was the course of events in the Alpine districts of Italy. The consul Gaius Servilius had done nothing worth recording in Etruria, nor after his departure for Gaul. In the latter country he had rescued his father Gaius Servilius, and also Gaius Lutatius, after 16 years of servitude, the result of their capture by the Boii at Tanetum. With his father on one side of him and Lutatius on the other, he returned to Rome, honored more on personal than public grounds. A measure was proposed to the people relieving him from penalties for having illegally acted as tribune of the plebes and plebeian aedile, while his father, who had filled a curial chair, was, unknown to him, still alive. When the bill of indemnity was passed, he returned to his province. The consul Gnaeus Servilius in Bruttium received the surrender of several places, now that they saw that the Punic war was drawing to a close. Amongst these were Consentia, Aufugium, Berge, Bersidiae, Auriculum, Lymphaeum, Argentanum, and Clampetia. He also fought a battle with Hannibal in the neighborhood of Croto, of which no clear account exists. According to Valerius Antius, 5,000 of the enemy were killed, but either this is an unblushing fiction, or its omission in the Annalists shows great carelessness. At all events, nothing further was done by Hannibal in Italy, for the delegation summoning him to Africa happened to arrive from Carthage about the same time as the one to Mago. Chapter 20. Hannibal evacuates Italy. It is said that he gnashed his teeth, groaned, and almost shed tears when he heard what the delegates had to say. After they had delivered their instructions, he exclaimed, "The men who tried to drag me back by cutting off my supplies of men and money are now recalling me, not by crooked means, but plainly and openly. So you see, it is not the Roman people who have been so often routed and cut to pieces that have vanquished Hannibal, but the Carthaginian Senate by their detraction and envy. It is not Scipio who will pride himself and exult over the disgrace of my return, so much as Hanno, who has crushed my house, since he could do it in no other way, beneath the ruins for Carthage. He had divined what would happen, and had got his ships ready in anticipation. The unserviceable portion of his troops he got rid of by distributing them ostensibly as garrisons amongst the few towns which, more out of fear than loyalty, still adhered to him. The main strength of his army he transported to Africa. Many who were natives of Italy refused to follow him, and withdrew into the temple of Juno Lacinia, a shrine which up to that day had remained inviolate. There, actually within the sacred precinct, they were foully murdered. Seldom, according to the accounts, has anyone left his native country to go into exile in such gloomy sorrow as Hannibal manifested when quitting the country of his foes. It is stated that he often looked back to the shores of Italy, accusing gods and men, and even cursing himself for not having led his soldiers, reeking with blood, from the victorious field of Cannae straight to Rome. Scipio, he said, who, whilst consul, had never seen a Carthaginian in Italy, had dared to go to Africa, whereas he, who had slain 100,000 men at Thrasymene and at Cannae, had wasted his strength round Casilinum and Cumae and Nola. Amid these accusations and regrets, he was borne away from his long occupation of Italy. End of section 31. Section 32 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 30, Close of the Hannibalic War. Chapters 21 through 27. Chapter 21. The Carthaginian Ambassadors in Rome. The news of Mago's departure reached Rome at the same time as that of Hannibal. The joy with which the intelligence of this twofold relief was received was, however, chastened by the fact that their generals had, through lack of either courage or strength, failed to detain them, though they had received express instructions from the Senate to that effect. There was also a feeling of anxiety as to what the issue would be, now that the whole brunt of the war fell upon one army and one commander. Just at this time a commission arrived from Saguntum, bringing some Carthaginians who had landed in Spain for the purpose of hiring auxiliaries, and whom they had captured together with the money they had brought. 250 pounds of silver and 800 pounds of gold were deposited in the vestibule of the Senate house. After the men had been handed over and thrown into prison, the gold and silver was returned to the Saguntines. A vote of thanks was accorded to them. They were presented with gifts, and also provided with ships in which to return to Spain. Following upon this incident, some of the senior senators reminded the House of a great omission. Men, they said, are much more alive to their misfortunes than to the good things that come to them. We remember what panic and terror we felt when Hannibal descended upon Italy, what defeats and mourning followed. The enemy's camp was visible from the city. What prayers we, one and all, put up! How often in our councils have we heard the plaint of men lifting up their hands to heaven, and asking whether the day would ever come when they would see Italy freed from an enemy's presence and flourishing in peace and prosperity. At last, after 16 years of war, the gods have granted us this boon, and yet there are none who ask that thanks should be offered to them. Men do not receive even a present blessing with grateful hearts, much less are they likely to remember past benefits. A general shout arose from all parts of the house, calling upon the praetor Publius Aelius to submit a motion. It was decreed that a 5 days' thanksgiving should be offered at all the shrines, and 120 full-grown victims sacrificed. Laelius had by this time left Rome with Massinisa's envoys. On tidings being received that the Carthaginian peace deputation had been seen at Puteoli, and would come on from there by land, it was decided to recall Laelius, in order that he might be present at the interview. Quintus Fulvius Gilo, one of Scipio's staff officers, conducted the Carthaginians to Rome. As they were forbidden to enter the city, they were domiciled in a country house belonging to the state, and an audience of the Senate was granted them in the temple of Bellona. Chapter 22. Their speech to the Senate was much the same as the one they had made to Scipio. They disclaimed any responsibility for the war on the part of the government, and threw the entire blame on Hannibal. He had no orders from their Senate to cross the Ebro, much less the Alps. It was on his own authority that he had made war, not only on Rome, but even on Saguntum. Anyone who took a just view would recognize that the treaty with Rome remained unbroken to that day. Their instructions accordingly were simply that they should ask to be allowed to continue on the same terms of peace as those which had been settled on the last occasion with Gaius Lutatius. In accordance with the traditional usage, the praetor gave anyone who wished permission to interrogate the envoys, and the senior members who had taken part in arranging the former treaties put various questions. The envoys, who were almost all young men, said that they had no recollection of what happened. Then loud protests broke out from all parts of the house. The senators declared that it was an instance of Punic treachery. Men were selected to ask for a renewal of the old treaty, who did not even remember its terms. Chapter 23. The envoys were then ordered to withdraw, and the senators were asked for their opinions. Marcus Livius advised that, as the consul Gaius Servilius was the nearest, he should be summoned to Rome, in order that he might be present during the debate. No more important subject could be discussed than the one before them, and it did not seem to him compatible with the dignity of the Roman people that the discussion should take place in the absence of both the consuls. Quintus Metellus, who had been consul 3 years previously, and had also been dictator, gave it as his opinion that as Publius Scipio, after destroying their armies and devastating their land, had driven the enemy to the necessity of suing for peace, there was no one in the world who could form a truer judgment as to their real intention in opening negotiations than the man who was at that moment carrying the war up to the gates of Carthage. In his opinion, they ought to take Scipio's advice, and no other, as to whether the offer of peace ought to be accepted or rejected. Marcus Valerius Laevinus, who had filled 2 consulships, declared that they had come as spies and not as envoys, and he urged that they should be ordered to leave Italy and escorted by a guard to their ships, and that written instructions should be sent to Scipio not to relax hostilities. Laelius and Fulvius supported this proposal, and stated that Scipio thought that the only hope of peace lay in Mago and Hannibal not being recalled, but the Carthaginians would adopt every subterfuge whilst waiting for their generals and their armies, and would then continue the war, ignoring treaties however recent, and in defiance of all the gods. These statements led the Senate to adopt Laevinius's proposal. The envoys were dismissed with no prospect of peace, and the curtest of replies. Chapter 24. Incidents in Italy. The consul Gnaeus Servilius, fully persuaded that the credit of restoring peace in Italy was due to him, and that it was he who had driven Hannibal out of the country, followed the Carthaginian commander to Sicily, intending to sail from there to Africa. When this became known in Rome, the Senate decided that the praetor should write to him and inform him that the Senate thought it right that he should remain in Italy. The praetor said that Servilius would pay no attention to a letter from him, and on this it was resolved to appoint Publius Sulpicius dictator, and he, by virtue of his superior authority, recalled the consul to Italy. The dictator spent the remainder of the year in visiting, accompanied by Marcus Servilius, his master of the horse, the different cities of Italy which had fallen away from Rome during the war, and holding an inquiry in each case. The Carthaginians break the truce. During the armistice, 100 transports carrying supplies, and escorted by 20 warships, were dispatched from Sardinia by Lentulus the praetor, and reached Africa without any damage either from the enemy or from storms. Gnaeus Octavius sailed from Sicily with 200 transports and 30 warships, but was not equally fortunate. He had a favorable voyage until he was almost within sight of Africa, when he was becalmed. Then a southwesterly wind sprang up, which scattered his ships in all directions. Thanks to the extraordinary efforts of the rowers against the adverse waves, Octavius succeeded in making the promontory of Apollo. The greater part of the transports were driven to Agimuras, an island which forms a breakwater to the bay on which Carthage is situated, and about 30 miles distant from the city. Others were carried up to the city itself as far as the Aquae Calidae, hot springs. All this was visible from Carthage, and a crowd gathered from all parts of the city in the Forum. The magistrates convened the Senate. The people who were in the vestibule of the Senate house protested against so much booty being allowed to slip out of their hands and out of their sight. Some objected that this would be a breach of faith whilst peace negotiations were going on. Others were for respecting the truce, which had not yet expired. The popular assembly was so mixed up with the Senate that they almost formed one body, and they unanimously decided that Hasdrubal should proceed to Aegimurum with 50 ships of war, and pick up the Roman ships which were scattered along the coast or in the harbors. Those transports which had been abandoned by their crews at Aegimurum were towed to Carthage, and subsequently others were brought in from Aquae Calidae. Chapter 25. The envoys had not yet come back from Rome, and it was not known whether the Senate had decided for peace or for war. What did most to arouse Scipio's indignation was the fact that all hopes of peace were destroyed, and all respect for the truce flouted by the very men who had asked for a truce and were suing for peace. He at once sent Lucius Baebius, Marcus Servilius, and Lucius Fabius to Carthage to protest. As they were in danger of ill treatment from the mob, and saw that they might be prevented from returning, they requested the magistrates who had protected them from violence to send ships to escort them. 2 triremes were supplied to them, and when they reached the mouth of the Bagradas, from which the Roman camp was visible, the ships returned to Carthage. The Carthaginian fleet was lying off Utica, and whether it was in consequence of a secret message from Carthage, or whether Hanno, who was in command, acted on his own responsibility without the connivance of his government, in any case 3 quadriremes from the fleet made a sudden attack upon the Roman cancareme as it was rounding the promontory. They were, however, unable to ram it owing to its superior speed, and its greater height prevented any attempt to board it. As long as the missiles lasted, the cancareme made a brilliant defense, but when these failed, nothing could have saved it but the nearness of the land, and the numbers of men who had come down from the camp to the shore to watch. The rowers drove the ships on to the beach with their utmost strength. The vessel was wrecked, but the passengers escaped uninjured. Thus, by one misdeed after another, all doubt was removed as to the truce having been broken when Laelius and the Carthaginians arrived on their return from Rome. Scipio informed them that in spite of the fact that the Carthaginians had broken not only the truce which they had pledged themselves to observe, but even the law of nations in their treatment of the envoys, he should himself take no action in their case which would be inconsistent with the traditional maxims of Rome or contrary to his own principles. He then dismissed them and prepared to resume operations. Hannibal was now nearing the land, and he ordered a sailor to climb the mast and find out what part of the country they were making for. The man reported that they were heading for a ruined sepulchre. Hannibal, regarding it as an evil omen, ordered the pilot to sail past the place, and brought up the fleet at Leptis, where he disembarked his force. Chapter 26. Summary of events during the year. The above described events all happened during this year, the subsequent ones belonging to the year following, when Marcus Servilius, the master of the horse, and Tiberius Claudius Nero were the consuls. Towards the close of the year, a deputation came from the Greek cities in alliance with us to complain that their country had been devastated, and the envoys who had been sent to demand redress were not allowed to approach Philip. They also brought information that 4,000 men under Sopater had sailed for Africa to assist the Carthaginians, Taking a considerable sum of money with them, the Senate decided to send to Philip and inform him that they regarded these proceedings as a violation of the treaty. Gaius Terentius Varro, Gaius Mamilius, and Marcus Aurelius were entrusted with this mission, and they were furnished with 3 cankaremes. The year was rendered memorable by an enormous fire, in which the houses on the Clivus Publicius were burnt to the ground, and also by a great flood. Food, however, was extremely cheap, for not only was the whole of Italy open, now that it was left in peace, but a great quantity of corn had been sent from Spain, which the curial aediles, Marcus Valerius Falto and Marcus Fabius Buteo, distributed to the people ward by ward at 4 aces the peck. The death occurred this year of Quintus Fabius Maximus at a very advanced age, if it be true, as some authorities assert, that he had been augur for 62 years. He was a man who deserved the great surname he bore, even if he had been the first to bear it. He surpassed his father in his distinctions, and equaled his grandfather Rullus. Rullus had won more victories and fought greater battles, but his grandson had Hannibal for an opponent, and that made up for everything. He was held to be cautious rather than energetic, and though it may be a question whether he was naturally slow in action, or whether he adopted these tactics as especially suitable to the character of the war, nothing is more certain than that, as Aeneas says, one man by his slowness restored the state. He had been both augur and pontifex. His son Quintus Fabius Maximus succeeded him as augur, Servius Sulpicius Galba as pontifex. The Roman and the plebeian games were celebrated by the aediles Marcus Sextius Sabinus and Gnaeus Tremellius Flaccus, the former for 1 day, the latter were repeated for 3 days. These 2 aediles were elected praetors, together with Gaius Livius Salinitar and Gaius Aurelius Cotta. Authorities are divided as to who presided over the elections, whether the consul Gaius Servilius did so, or whether, owing to his being detained in Etruria by the conspiracy trials which the Senate had ordered him to conduct, he named a dictator to preside. Chapter 27. Distribution of the commands. In the beginning of the following year, the consuls Marcus Servilius and Tiberius Claudius convened the Senate in the Capitol to decide the allocation of the provinces. As they both wanted Africa, they were anxious to ballot for that province and for Italy. Mainly, however, owing to the efforts of Quintus Metellus, nothing was decided about Africa. The consuls were instructed to arrange with the tribunes of the plebes for a vote of the people, to be taken as to whom they wished to conduct the war in Africa. The tribes were unanimously in favor of Publius Scipio. In spite of this, the Senate decreed that the 2 consuls should ballot, and Africa was drawn by Tiberius Claudius, who was to take across a fleet of 50 vessels, all cankaremes, and exercise the same powers as Scipio. Etruria fell to Marcus Servilius. Gaius Servilius, who had held that province, had his command extended in case the Senate should require his presence in Rome. The praetors were distributed as follows. Marcus Sextius received Gaul, and Publius Quintilius Varus was to hand over 2 legions which he had there. Gaius Livius was to hold Bruttium with the 2 legions which Publius Sempronius had commanded there the year before. Gnaeus Tremellius was sent to Sicily, and took over the 2 legions from Publius Vilius Tapulus, the praetor of the previous year. Villius, in the capacity of propraetor, was furnished with 20 warships and 1,000 men for the protection of the Sicilian coast. Marcus Pomponius was to send 1,500 men to Rome in the 20 remaining ships. The city jurisdiction passed into the hands of Gaius Aurelius Cotta. The other commands were unchanged. 16 legions were considered sufficient this year for the defense of the dominion of Rome. In order that all things might be undertaken and carried out with the favor of the gods, it was decided that before the consuls took the field, they should celebrate the games and offer the sacrifices which Titus Manlius, the dictator, had vowed during the consulship of Marcus Claudius Marcellus and Titus Quinctius, if the republic should maintain its position unimpaired for 5 years. The games were celebrated in the circus, the celebration lasting 4 days, and the victims vowed to the several deities were duly sacrificed. End of section 32. Section 33 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 30, Close of the Hannibalic War. Chapters 28 through 34. Chapter 28. State of feeling in Rome and Carthage. All through this time there was a growing tension of feeling. Hopes and fears alike were becoming stronger. Men could not make up their minds whether they had more to rejoice over in the fact that at the end of 16 years Hannibal had finally evacuated Italy and left the unchallenged possession of it to Rome, or more to fear from his having landed in Africa with his military strength unimpaired. The seat of danger, they said, is changed, but not the danger itself. Quintus Fabius, who has just died, foretold how great the struggle would be when he declared in oracular tones that Hannibal would be a more formidable foe in his own country than he had been on alien soil. Scipio has not to do with Syphax, whose subjects are undisciplined barbarians, and whose army was generally led by Statorius, who was little more than a camp menial, nor with Syphax's elusive father-in-law Hasdrubal, nor with a half-armed mob of peasants hastily collected from the fields. It is Hannibal whom he has to meet, who was all but born in the headquarters of his father, that bravest of generals, reared and brought up in the midst of arms, a soldier while still a boy, and when hardly out of his teens in high command. He has passed the prime of his manhood in victory after victory, and has filled Spain and Gaul and Italy, from the Alps to the Southern Sea, with memorials of mighty deeds. The men he is leading are his contemporaries in arms, steeled by innumerable hardships, such as it is hardly credible that men can have gone through, bespattered times without number with Roman blood, laden with spoils stripped from the bodies, not of common soldiers only, but even of commanders in chief. Scipio will meet many on the field of battle who, with their own hands, have slain the praetors, the commanders, the consuls of Rome, and who are now decorated with mural and Valerian wreaths, after roaming at will through the camps and cities of Rome which they captured. All the fasces borne before Roman magistrates today are not so many in number as those which Hannibal might have had borne before him, taken on the field of battle when the commander-in-chief was slain. By dwelling on such gloomy prognostications, they increased their fears and anxieties. And there was another ground for apprehension. They had been accustomed to seeing war going on, first in one part of Italy and then in another, without much hope of its being soon brought to a close. Now, however, all thoughts were turned on Scipio and Hannibal. They seemed as though purposely pitted against each other for a final and decisive struggle. Even those who felt the greatest confidence in Scipio, and entertained the strongest hopes that he would be victorious, became more nervous and anxious as they realized that the fateful hour was approaching. The Carthaginians were in a very similar mood. When they thought of Hannibal and the greatness of the deeds he had done, they regretted that they had sued for peace. But when they reflected that they had been twice worsted in the open field, that Syphax was a prisoner, that they had been driven out of Spain and then out of Italy, and that all this was the result of one man's resolute courage, and that man Scipio, they dreaded him as though he had been destined from his birth to be their ruin. Chapter 29. Hannibal in Africa. His interview with Scipio. Hannibal had reached Hadrumetum, where he remained a few days for his men to recover from the effects of the voyage, when breathless couriers announced that all the country round Carthage was occupied by Roman arms. He at once hurried by forced marches to Zama. Zama is a 5 days' march from Carthage. The scouts whom he had sent forward to reconnoiter were captured by the Roman outposts and conducted to Scipio. Scipio placed them in charge of the military tribunes, and gave orders for them to be taken round the camp, where they were to look at everything they wished to see without fear. After asking them whether they had examined all to their satisfaction, he sent them back with an escort to Hannibal. The report they gave was anything but pleasant hearing for him, for, as it happened, Massinissa had on that very day come in with a force of 6,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry. What gave him most uneasiness was the confidence of the enemy, which he saw too clearly was not without good grounds. So, although he had been the cause of the war, though his arrival had upset the truce and diminished the hope of any peace being arranged, he still thought that he would be in a better position to obtain terms if he were to ask for peace while his strength was still unbroken than after a defeat. Accordingly, he sent a request to Scipio to grant him an interview. Whether he did this on his own initiative or in obedience to the orders of his government, I am unable to say definitely. Valerius Antius says that he was defeated by Scipio in the first battle with a loss of 12,000 killed and 1,700 taken prisoners, and that after this he went in company with 10 delegates to Scipio's camp. However this may be, Scipio did not refuse the proposed interview, and by common agreement the two commanders advanced their camps towards each other, that they might meet more easily. Scipio took up his position not far from the city of Narragara, on ground which, in addition to other advantages, afforded a supply of water within range of missiles from the Roman lines. Hannibal selected some rising ground about 4 miles away, a safe and advantageous position, except that water had to be obtained from a distance. A spot was selected midway between the camps, which, to prevent any possibility of treachery, afforded a view on all sides. Chapter 30. When their respective escorts had withdrawn to an equal distance, the two leaders advanced to meet each other, each accompanied by an interpreter, the greatest commanders not only of their own age, but of all who are recorded in history before their day, the peers of the most famous kings and commanders that the world had seen. For a few moments they gazed upon one another in silent admiration. Hannibal was the first to speak. "If," he said, "destiny has so willed it that I, who was the first to make war on Rome, and who have so often had the final victory almost within my grasp, should now be the first to come to ask for peace, I congratulate myself that fate has appointed you, above all others, as the one from whom I am to ask it. Amongst your many brilliant distinctions, this will not be your smallest title to fame, that Hannibal, to whom the gods have given the victory over so many Roman generals, has yielded to you, that it has fallen to your lot to put an end to a war which has been more memorable for your defeats than for ours. This is indeed the irony of fortune, that after taking up arms when your father was consul, and having him for my opponent in my first battle, it should be his son to whom I come unarmed to ask for peace. It would have been far better had the gods endowed our fathers with such a disposition that you would have been contented with the sovereignty of Italy, whilst we were contented with Africa. As it is, even for you, Sicily and Sardinia are no adequate compensation for the loss of so many fleets, so many armies, and so many splendid generals. But it is easier to regret the past than to repair it. We coveted what belonged to others. Consequently, we had to fight for our own possessions. Not only has war assailed you in Italy and us in Africa, but you have seen the arms and standards of an enemy almost within your gates and on your walls, while we hear in Carthage the murmur of the Roman camp. So the thing which we detest most of all, which you would have wished for before everything, has actually come about. The question of peace is raised when your fortunes are in the ascendant. We who are most concerned in securing peace are the ones to propose it, and we have full powers to treat. Whatever we do here, our governments will ratify. All we need is a temper to discuss things calmly. As far as I am concerned, coming back to a country which I left as a boy, years and a checkered experience of good and evil fortune have so disillusioned me that I prefer to take reason rather than fortune as my guide. As for you, your youth and unbroken success will make you, I fear, impatient of peaceful counsels. It is not easy for the man whom fortune never deceives to reflect on the uncertainties and accidents of life. What I was at Thrasymene and at Cannae, that you are today. You were hardly old enough to bear arms when you were placed in high command, and in all your enterprises, even the most daring, fortune has never played you false. You avenged the deaths of your father and your uncle, and that disaster to your house became the occasion of your winning a glorious reputation for courage and filial piety. You recovered the lost provinces of Spain after driving 4 Carthaginian armies out of the country. Then you were elected consul, and whilst your predecessors had hardly spirit enough to protect Italy, you crossed over to Africa, and after destroying 2 armies and capturing and burning 2 camps within an hour, taking the powerful monarch Syphax prisoner, and robbing his dominions and ours of numerous cities, you have at last dragged me away from Italy, after I had kept my hold upon it for 16 years. It is quite possible that in your present mood you should prefer victory to an equitable peace. I, too, know the ambition which aims at what is great rather than at what is expedient. On me, too, a fortune such as yours once shone. But if in the midst of success the gods should also give us wisdom, we ought to reflect not only on what has happened in the past, but also upon what may happen in the future. To take only one instance, I myself am a sufficient example of the fickleness of fortune. Only the other day I had placed my camp between your city and the Anio, and was advancing my standards against the walls of Rome. Here you see me bereaved of my two brothers, brave soldiers and brilliant generals as they were, in front of the walls of my native place, which is all but invested, and begging on behalf of my city that it may be spared the fate with which I have threatened yours. The greater a man's good fortune, the less ought he to count upon it. Success attends you, and has deserted us, and this will make peace all the more splendid to you who grant it. To us who ask for it, it is a stern necessity rather than an honorable surrender. Peace once established is a better and safer thing than hoping for victory. That is in your hands. This is in the hands of the gods. Do not expose so many years' good fortune to the hazard of a single hour. You think of your own strength, but think too of the part which fortune plays, and the even chances of battle. On both sides there will be swords and men to use them. Nowhere does the event less answer expectation than in war. Victory will not add so much to the glory which you can now win by granting peace, as defeat will take away from it. The chances of a single hour can annihilate all the honors you have gained, and all you can hope for. If you cement a peace, Publius Cornelius, you are master of all; otherwise you will have to accept whatever fortune the gods send you. Marcus Attilius Regulus on this very soil would have afforded an almost unique instance of the success which waits on merit, had he in the hour of victory granted peace to our fathers when they asked for it. But as he would set no bounds to his prosperity, nor curb his elation at his good fortune, the height to which he aspired only made his fall the more terrible. It is for him who grants peace, not for him who seeks it, to name the terms. But perhaps it may not be presumptuous in us to assess our own penalty. We consent to everything remaining yours for which we went to war: Sicily, Sardinia, Spain, and all the islands that lie between Africa and Italy. We Carthaginians, confined within the shores of Africa, are content, since such is the will of the gods, to see you ruling all outside our frontiers by sea and land as your dominions. I am bound to admit that the lack of sincerity lately shown in the request for peace, and in the non-observance of the truce, justified your suspicions as to the good faith of Carthage. But, Scipio, the loyal observance of peace depends largely upon the character of those through whom it is sought. I hear that your Senate have sometimes even refused to grant it, because the ambassadors were not of sufficient rank. Now it is Hannibal who seeks it, and I should not ask for it if I did not believe it to be advantageous to us, and because I believe it to be so, I shall keep it inviolate. As I was responsible for beginning the war, and as I conducted it in a way which no one found fault with until the gods were jealous of my success, so I shall do my utmost to prevent anyone from being discontented with the peace which I shall have been the means of procuring. Chapter 31. To these arguments the Roman commander made the following reply: I was quite aware, Hannibal, that it was the hope of your arrival that led the Carthaginians to break the truce and cloud all prospect of peace. In fact, you yourself admit as much, since you are eliminating from the terms formerly proposed all that has not already been long in our power. However, as you are anxious that your countrymen should realize what a great relief you are bringing them, I must make it in my care that they shall not have the conditions they formerly agreed to struck out today as a reward for their perfidy. You do not deserve to have the old proposals still open, and yet you are seeking to profit by dishonesty. Our fathers were not the aggressors in the war for Sicily, nor were we the aggressors in Spain. But the dangers which threatened our Mamertine allies in the one case, and the destruction of Saguntum in the other, made our case a righteous one, and justified our arms. That you provoked the war in each case, you yourself admit, and the gods bear witness to the fact. They guided the former war to a just and righteous issue, and they are doing and will do the same with this one. As for myself, I do not forget what weak creatures we men are. I do not ignore the influence which fortune exercises, and the countless accidents to which all our doings are liable. Had you of your own free will evacuated Italy and embarked your army before I sailed for Africa, and then come with proposals for peace, I admit that I should have acted in a high-handed and arbitrary spirit if I had rejected them. But now that I have dragged you to Africa like a reluctant and tricky defendant, I am not bound to show you the slightest consideration. So then, if in addition to the terms on which peace might have been concluded previously, there is the further condition of an indemnity for the attack on our transports and the ill treatment of our envoys during the armistice, I shall have something to lay before the councils. If you consider this unacceptable, then prepare for war, as you have been unable to endure peace. Thus no understanding was arrived at, and the commanders rejoined their armies. They reported that the discussion had been fruitless, that the matter must be decided by arms, and the result left to the gods. Chapter 32. The Battle of Zama. On their return to their camps, the commanders-in-chief each issued an order of the day to their troops. They were to get their arms ready and brace up their courage for a final and decisive struggle. If success attended them, they would be victors not for a day only, but for all time. They would know before the next day closed whether Rome or Carthage was to give laws to the nations. For not Africa and Italy only, the whole world will be the prize of victory. Great as is the prize, the peril in case of defeat will be as great. For no escape lay open to the Romans in a strange and unknown land, and Carthage was making her last effort. If that failed, her destruction was imminent. On the morrow they went out to battle, the two most brilliant generals, and the two strongest armies that the two most powerful nations possessed, to crown on that day the many honors they had won, or forever lose them. The soldiers were filled with alternate hopes and fears as they gazed at their own and then at the opposing lines, and measured their comparative strength with the eye rather than the mind, cheerful and despondent in turn. The encouragement which they could not give to themselves, their generals gave them in their exhortations. The Carthaginian reminded his men of their 16 years' successes on Italian soil, of all the Roman generals who had fallen, and all the armies that had been destroyed. And as he came to each soldier who had distinguished himself in any battle, he recounted his gallant deeds. Scipio recalled the conquest of Spain and the recent battles in Africa, and showed up the enemy's confession of weakness, since their fears compelled them to sue for peace, and their innate faithlessness prevented them from abiding by it. He turned to his own purpose the conference with Hannibal, which, being private, allowed free scope for invention. He drew an omen, and declared that the gods had vouchsafed the same auspices to them as those under which their fathers fought at the Aegates. The end of the war and of their labors, he assured them, had come. The spoils of Carthage were in their hands, and the return home to their wives and children and household gods. He spoke with uplifted head, and a face so radiant that you might suppose he had already won the victory. Chapter 33. Then he drew up his men, the Hastati in front, behind them the Principes, the Triarii closing the rear. He did not form the cohorts in line before their respective standards, but placed a considerable interval between the maniples in order that there might be space for the enemy elephants to be driven through without breaking the ranks. Laelius, who had been one of his staff officers, and was now by special appointment of the Senate acting as quaestor, was in command of the Italian cavalry on the left wing, Massinissa and his Numidians being posted on the right. The Velites, the light infantry of those days, were stationed at the head of the lanes between the columns of maniples, with instructions to retire when the elephants charged, and shelter themselves behind the lines of maniples, or else run to the right and left behind the standards, and so allow the monsters to rush on to meet the darts from both sides. To make his line look more menacing, Hannibal posted his elephants in front. He had 80 altogether, a larger number than he had ever brought into action before. Behind them were the auxiliaries, Ligurians and Gauls, with an admixture of Balearics and Moors. The second line was made up of Carthaginians and Africans together with a legion of Macedonians. A short distance behind these were posted his Italian troops in reserve. These were mainly Bruttians, who had followed him from Italy more from the compulsion of necessity than of their own free will. Like Scipio, Hannibal covered his flanks with his cavalry, the Carthaginians on the right, the Numidians on the left. Different words of encouragement were required in an army composed of such diverse elements, where the soldiers had nothing in common, neither language nor custom, nor laws, nor arms, nor dress, nor even the motive which brought them into the ranks. To the auxiliaries he held out the attraction of the pay which they would receive, and the far greater inducement of the booty they would secure. In the case of the Gauls, he appealed to their instinctive and peculiar hatred of the Romans. The Ligurians, drawn from wild mountain fastnesses, were told to look upon the fruitful plains of Italy as the rewards of victory. The Moors and Numidians were threatened by the prospect of being under the unbridled tyranny of Massinissa. Each nationality was swayed by its hopes or fears. The Carthaginians had placed before their eyes their city walls, their homes, their fathers' sepulchres, their wives and children, the alternative of either slavery and destruction or the empire of the world. There was no middle course. They had either everything to hope for or everything to fear. Whilst the commander-in-chief was thus addressing the Carthaginians, and the officers of the various nationalities were conveying his words to their own people, and to the aliens mingled with them, mostly through interpreters, the trumpets and horns of the Romans were sounded, and such a clangor arose that the elephants, mostly those in front of the left wing, turned upon the Moors and Numidians behind them. Massinissa had no difficulty in turning this disorder into flight, and so clearing the Carthaginian left of its cavalry. A few of the animals, however, showed no fear, and were urged forward upon the ranks of Velites, amongst whom, in spite of the many wounds they received, they did considerable execution. The Velites, to avoid being trampled to death, sprang back to the maniples, and thus allowed a path for the elephants, from both sides of which they rained their darts on the beasts. The leading maniples also kept up a fusillade of missiles, until these animals too were driven out of the Roman lines on to their own side, and put the Carthaginian cavalry, who were covering the right flank, to fight. When Laelius saw the enemy's horse in confusion, he at once took advantage of it. Chapter 34. When the infantry lines closed, the Carthaginians were exposed on both flanks, owing to the flight of the cavalry, and were losing both confidence and strength. Other circumstances, too, seemingly trivial in themselves, but of considerable importance in battle, gave the Romans an advantage. Their cheers formed one united shout, and were therefore fuller and more intimidating. Those of the enemy, uttered in many languages, were only dissonant cries. The Romans kept their foothold as they fought, and pressed the enemy by the sheer weight of their arms and bodies. On the other side there was much more agility and nimbleness of foot than actual fighting strength. As a consequence, the Romans made the enemy give ground in their very first charge. Then, pushing them back with their shields and elbows, and moving forward onto the ground from which they had dislodged them, they made a considerable advance, as though meeting with no resistance. When those in the rear became aware of the forward movement, they too pressed on those in front, thereby considerably increasing the weight of the thrust. This retirement on the part of the enemy's auxiliaries was not checked by the Africans and Carthaginians, who formed the second line. In fact, so far were they from supporting them that they too fell back, fearing lest the enemy, after overcoming the obstinate resistance of the first line, should reach them. On this, the auxiliaries suddenly broke and turned tail. Some took refuge within the second line. Others, not allowed to do so, began to cut down those who refused to admit them after refusing to support them. There were now two battles going on. The Carthaginians had to fight with the enemy, and at the same time with their own troops. Still, they would not admit these maddened fugitives within their ranks. They closed up and drove them to the wings and out beyond the fighting ground, fearing lest their fresh and unweakened lines should be demoralized by the intrusion of panic-struck and wounded men. The ground where the auxiliaries had been stationed had become blocked with such heaps of bodies and arms that it was almost more difficult to cross it than it had been to make way through the masses of the enemy. The Hastati, who formed the first line, followed up the enemy, each man advancing as best he could over the heaps of bodies and arms and the slippery, blood-stained ground, until the standards and maniples were all in confusion. Even the standards of the Principes began to sway to and fro when they saw how irregular the line in front had become. As soon as Scipio observed this, he ordered the call to be sounded for the Hastati to retire, and after withdrawing the wounded to the rear, He brought up the Principes and Triarii to the wings, in order that the Hastati in the center might be supported and protected on both flanks. Thus the battle began entirely afresh, as the Romans had at last got to their real enemies, who were a match for them in their arms, their experience, and their military reputation, and who had as much to hope for and to fear as themselves. The Romans, however, had the superiority in numbers and in confidence, since their cavalry had already routed the elephants, and they were fighting with the enemy's second line after defeating his first. End of section 33. Section 34 of the History of Rome by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 30, Close of the Hannibalic War, chapters 35 through 41. Chapter 35. Laelius and Massinissa, who had followed up the defeated cavalry a considerable distance, now returned from the pursuit at the right moment, and attacked the enemy in the rear. This at last decided the action. The enemy were routed. Many were surrounded and killed in action. Those who dispersed in flight over the open country were killed by the cavalry, who were in possession of every part. Above 20,000 of the Carthaginians and their allies perished on that day, and almost as many were made prisoners. 132 standards were secured, and 11 elephants. The victors lost 1,500 men. Hannibal escaped in the melee with a few horsemen, and fled to Hadrumetum. Before quitting the field, he had done everything possible in the battle itself, and in the preparation for it. Scipio himself acknowledged, and all experienced soldiers agreed, that Hannibal had shown singular skill in the disposition of his troops. He placed his elephants in front, so that their irregular charge and irresistible force might make it impossible for the Romans to keep their ranks and maintain the order of their formation, in which their strength and confidence mainly lay. Then he posted the mercenaries in front of his Carthaginians, in order that this motley force, drawn from all nations, held together not by a spirit of loyalty, but by their pay, might not find it easy to run away. Having to sustain the first onset, they might wear down the impetuosity of the enemy, and if they did nothing else, they might blunt his sword by their wounds. Then came the Carthaginian and African troops, the mainstay of his hopes. They were equal in all respects to their adversaries, and even had the advantage inasmuch as they would come fresh into action against a foe weakened by wounds and fatigue. As to the Italian troops, he had his doubts as to whether they would turn out friends or foes, and withdrew them consequently into the rearmost line. After giving this final proof of his great abilities, Hannibal fled, as has been stated, to Hadrumetum. From here he was summoned to Carthage, to which city he returned 36 years after he had left it as a boy. He told the Senate frankly that he had lost not a battle merely, but the whole war, and that their only chance of safety lay in obtaining peace. Chapter 36. Peace Negotiations. From the battlefield, Scipio proceeded at once to storm the enemy's camp, where an immense quantity of plunder was secured. He then returned to his ships, having received intelligence that Publius Lentulus had arrived off Utica with 50 warships and 100 transports, loaded with supplies of every kind. Laelius was sent to carry the news of the victory to Scipio, who, thinking that the panic in Carthage ought to be increased by threatening the city on all sides, ordered Octavius to march the legions thither overland, while he himself sailed from Utica with his old fleet, strengthened by the division which Lentulus had brought, and steered for the harbor of Carthage. As he was approaching it, he was met by a vessel hung with bands of white wool and branches of olive. In it there were the 10 foremost men of the state, who, on Hannibal's advice, had been sent as an embassy to sue for peace. As soon as they were near the stern of the general's vessel, they held up the suppliant emblems, and made imploring appeals to Scipio for his pity and protection. The only answer vouchsafed them was that they were to go to Tunis, as Scipio was about to move his army to that place. Keeping on his course, he entered the harbor of Carthage in order to survey the situation of the city, not so much for the purpose of acquiring information as of discouraging the enemy. He then sailed back to Utica, and recalled Octavius thither also. As the latter was on his way to Tunis, he was informed that Vermina, the son of Syphax, was coming to the aid of the Carthaginians, with a force consisting mainly of cavalry. Octavius attacked the Numidians whilst on the march, with a portion of his infantry and the whole of his cavalry. The action took place on December 17th, and soon ended in the utter rout of the Numidians. As they were completely surrounded by the Roman cavalry, all avenues of escape were closed. 15,000 were killed, and 1,200 taken prisoners. 1,500 horses were also secured, and 72 standards. The prince himself escaped with a few horsemen. The Romans then reoccupied their old position at Tunis, and here an embassy consisting of 30 delegates had an interview with Scipio. Though they adopted a much humbler tone than on the previous occasion, as indeed their desperate condition demanded, they were listened to with much less sympathy on account of their recent breach of faith. At first the council of war, moved by a righteous indignation, were in favor of the complete destruction of Carthage. When, however, they reflected on the greatness of the task, and the length of time which the investment of so strong and well fortified a city would occupy, they felt considerable hesitation. Scipio himself, too, was afraid that his successor might come and claim the glory of terminating the war, after the way had been prepared for it by another man's toils and dangers. So there was a unanimous verdict in favor of peace being made. Chapter 37. The next day the envoys were again summoned before the council, and severely taken to task for their want of truth and honesty, and they were admonished to lay to heart the lesson taught by their numerous defeats, and to believe in the power of the gods and the sanctity of oaths. The conditions of peace were then stated to them. They were to be a free state, living under their own laws. All the cities, all the territory, and all the frontiers that they had held before the war, they were to continue to hold, and the Romans would, on that day, cease from all further depredations. They were to restore to the Romans all the deserters, refugees, and prisoners, to deliver up their warships, retaining only 10 triremes, and all their trained elephants, at the same time undertaking not to train any more. They were not to make war either within or beyond the frontiers of Africa without the permission of Rome. They were to restore all his possessions to Massinissa, and make a treaty with him. Pending the return of the envoys from Rome, they were to supply corn, and pay to the auxiliaries in the Roman army. They were also to pay a war indemnity of 10,000 talents of silver, the payment to be in equal annual installments extending over 50 years. 100 hostages were to be handed over, to be selected by Scipio between the ages of 14 and 30 years. Finally, he undertook to grant them an armistice if the transports which had been seized during the previous truce were restored, with all that they contained. Otherwise there would be no armistice, nor any hopes of peace. When the envoys brought these terms back and laid them before the assembly, Gisco came forward and protested against any proposals for peace. The populace, alike opposed to peace and incapable of war, were giving him a favorable hearing, when Hannibal, indignant at such arguments being urged at such a crisis, seized him and dragged him by main force off the platform. This was an unusual sight in a free community, and the people were loud in their disapproval. The soldier, taken aback by the free expression of opinion on the part of his fellow citizens, said, "I left you when I was 9 years old, and now, after 36 years' absence, I have returned. The art of war, which I have been taught from my boyhood, first as a private soldier, and then in high command, I think I am fairly well acquainted with. The rules and laws and customs of civic life and of the forum I must learn from you." After this apology for his inexperience, he discussed the terms of peace, and showed that they were not unreasonable, and that their acceptance was a necessity. The greatest difficulty of all concerned the transports seized during the armistice, for nothing was to be found but the ships themselves, and any investigation would be difficult, as those who would be charged were the opponents of peace. It was decided that the ships should be restored, and that in any case search should be made for the crews. It was left to Scipio to put a value on whatever else was missing, and the Carthaginians were to pay the amount in cash. According to some writers, Hannibal went down to the coast straight from the battlefield, and going on board a ship which was in readiness, set sail immediately for the court of King Antiochus, and when Scipio insisted before all else upon his surrender, he was told that Hannibal was not in Africa. Chapter 38. After the return of the envoys to Scipio, the quaestors received instructions to make an inventory from the public registers of all the government property in the transports, and all the private property was to be notified by the owners. 25,000 pounds of silver were required to be paid down as an equivalent for the pecuniary value, and a 3 months' armistice granted to the Carthaginians. A further stipulation was made that as long as the armistice was in force, they should not send envoys to any place but Rome, and if any envoys came to Carthage, they were not to allow them to leave until the Roman commander had been informed of the object of their visit. The Carthaginians' envoys were accompanied to Rome by Lucius Vettorius Philo, Marcus Marcius Rella, and Lucius Scipio, the commander-in-chief's brother. During this time, the supplies which arrived from Sicily and Sardinia made provisions so cheap that the traders left the corn for the sailors in return for its freight. Events in Rome and Italy. The first news of the resumption of hostilities by Carthage created considerable uneasiness in Rome. Tiberius Claudius was ordered to take a fleet without loss of time to Sicily, and from there to Africa. The other consul was ordered to remain in the city until the position of affairs in Africa was definitely known. Tiberius Claudius was extremely slow in getting his fleet ready and putting out to sea, for the Senate had decided that Scipio rather than he, though consul, should be empowered to fix the terms on which peace should be granted. The general alarm at the tidings from Africa was increased by rumors of various portents. At Cumae the sun's disk was seen to diminish in size, and there was a shower of stones. In the district of Veliturnum the ground subsided, and immense caverns were formed, in which trees were swallowed up. At Aricia the forum and the shops round it were struck by lightning, as were also portions of the walls of Frusino and one of the gates. There was also a shower of stones on the Palatine. The latter portent was expiated, according to the traditional usage, by continuous prayer and sacrifice for 9 days, the others by sacrifice of full-grown victims. In the middle of all these troubles there was an extraordinarily heavy rainfall, which was also regarded as supernatural. The Tiber rose so high that the circus was flooded, and arrangements were made to celebrate the games of Apollo outside the Colline Gate at the temple of Venus Erycina. On the actual day, however, the sky suddenly cleared, and the procession which had started for the Colline Gate was recalled and conducted to the circus, as it was announced that the water had subsided. The return of the solemn spectacle to its proper place added to the public joy, and also to the number of spectators. Chapter 39. At last the consul took his departure from the city. He was, however, caught in a violent storm between the ports of Cosa and Lauritum, and was in the greatest danger, but he succeeded in making the harbor of Populonia, where he remained at anchor till the tempest wore itself out. From there he sailed to Elba, then on to Corsica, and from there to Sardinia. Here, whilst rounding the Montes Insani, he was caught in a much more violent storm, and off a much more dangerous coast. His fleet was scattered. Many of his vessels were dismantled and sprang leaks. Some were totally wrecked. With this fleet thus tempest-tossed and shattered, he found shelter at Corellis. Whilst he was repairing his ships here, winter overtook him. His year of office expired, and as he received no extension of command, he brought his fleet back to Rome in a private capacity. Before leaving for his province, Marcus Servilius named Gaius Servilius dictator, in order to avoid being recalled to conduct the elections. The dictator appointed Publius Aelius Paetus master of the horse. In spite of various dates being fixed for the elections, the weather prevented them from being held. Consequently, when the magistrates went out of office on March 14th, no new ones had been appointed, and the Republic was without any curial magistrates. The Pontifex Titus Manlius Torquatus died this year, and his place was filled by Gaius Sulpicius Galba. The Roman games were celebrated 3 times by the curial aediles Lucius Licinus Lucullus and Quintus Fulvius. Some of the secretaries and messengers of the aediles were found guilty on the evidence of witnesses of abstracting money from the aedile's chest, and Lucullus was seriously compromised in the matter. The plebeian aediles, Publius Aelius Tubero and Lucius Laetorius, were found to have been irregularly appointed and resigned office. Before this happened, however, they had celebrated the plebeian games and the festival of Jupiter, and had also placed in the Capitol 3 statues made out of the silver paid in fines. The dictator and the master of the horse were authorized by the Senate to celebrate the games in honor of Ceres. Chapter 40. The elections and assignment of the commands. On the arrival of the Roman commissioners from Africa, simultaneously with that of the Carthaginians, the Senate met at the temple of Bellona. Lucius Vittorius Philo reported that Carthage had made her last effort. A battle had been fought with Hannibal, and an end had at last been put to this disastrous war. This announcement was received by the senators with huge delight, and Vittorius reported a further success, though comparatively an unimportant one, namely the defeat of Vermina, the son of Syphax. He was ordered to go to the assembly and make the people sharers in the good news. Amidst universal congratulations, all the temples in the city were thrown open, and public thanksgivings were ordered for 3 days. The envoys from Carthage and those from Philip, who had also arrived, requested an audience of the Senate. The dictator, at the instance of the Senate, informed them that the new consuls would grant them one. The elections were then held, and Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus and Publius Aelius Paetus were made consuls. The praetors elected were Marcus Junius Pennus, to whom the city jurisdiction was allotted, Marcus Valerius Falto, to whom Bruttium fell, Marcus Fabius Buteo, who received Sardinia, and Publius Aelius Tubero, to whom the ballot gave Sicily. As to the consuls' provinces, it was agreed that nothing should be done until Philip's envoys and those from Carthage had obtained an audience. No sooner was one war at an end than there was the prospect of another commencing. The consul Gnaeus Lentulus was keenly desirous of obtaining Africa as his province. If the war should continue, he looked forward to an easy victory. If it were coming to an end, he was anxious to have the glory of terminating so great a struggle. He gave out that he would not allow any business to be transacted until Africa had been decreed to him as his province. His colleague, being a moderate and sensible man, gave way. He saw that to attempt to wrest Scipio's glory from him would be not only unjust but hopeless. 2 of the tribunes of the plebs, Quintus Minucius Thermus and Manlius Acilius Glabrio, declared that Gnaeus Cornelius was attempting to do what Tiberius Claudius had failed to do, and that after the Senate had authorized the question of the supreme command in Africa to be referred to the assembly, the 35 tribes had unanimously decreed it to Scipio. After numerous debates both in the Senate and in the assembly, it was finally settled to leave the matter to the Senate. It was arranged that the senators should vote on oath, and their decision was that the consuls should come to a mutual understanding, or, failing that, should resort to the ballot, as to which of them should have Italy, and which should take command of the fleet of 50 vessels. The one to whom the fleet was assigned was to sail to Sicily, and if it proved impossible to make peace with Carthage, he was to proceed to Africa. The consul was to act by sea. Scipio, retaining his full powers, was to conduct the campaign on land. If the terms of peace were agreed upon, the tribunes of the plebs were to ask the people whether it was their will that peace should be granted by the consul or by Scipio. And also, if the victorious army was to be brought away from Africa, they were to decide who should bring it. Should the people resolve that peace was to be concluded through Scipio, and that he was also to bring the army back, then the consul was not to sail for Africa. The other consul, who had Italy for his province, was to take over 2 legions from the praetor Marcus Sextius. Chapter 41. The military arrangements for the year. Scipio received an extension of his command, and retained the armies he had in Africa. The 2 legions in Bruttium, which had been under Gaius Livius, were transferred to the praetor Marcus Valerius Falto, and the 2 legions in Sicily, under Gnaeus Tremellius, were to be taken over by the praetor Publius Aelius. The legion in Sardinia, commanded by the propraetor Publius Lentulus, was assigned to Marcus Fabius. Marcus Servilius, the consul of the previous year, was continued in command of his 2 legions in Etruria. With regard to Spain, Lucius Cornelius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidnus had been there for some years, and the consuls were to arrange with the tribunes to ask the assembly to decide who should command in Spain. The general appointed was to form 1 legion of Romans out of the 2 armies and 15 cohorts of Latin allies, with which to hold the province, and Lucius Cornelius and Lucius Manlius were to bring the old soldiers home. Whichever consul received Africa as his province was to select 50 ships out of the 2 fleets, i.e., the one which Gnaeus Octavius was commanding in African waters, and the one with which Publius Villius was guarding the Sicilian seaboard. Publius Scipio was to keep the 40 warships which he had. Should the consul wish Gnaeus Octavius to continue in command of his fleet, he would take rank as propraetor. If he gave the command to Laelius, then Octavius was to leave for Rome, and bring back the ships which the consul did not want. 10 warships were also assigned to Marcus Fabius for Sardinia. In addition to the above-mentioned troops, the consuls were ordered to raise 2 city legions, so that there might be 14 legions and 100 ships of war at the disposal of the Republic for the year. End of section 34. Section 35 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 30, The End of the Hannibalic War. Chapters 42 through 45. Chapter 42. Reception of the embassies by the Senate. Then the admission of the embassies from Philip and the Carthaginians was discussed. It was decided that the Macedonians should be introduced first. Their address dealt with various points. They began by disclaiming all responsibility for the depredations on the friendly countries of which the Roman envoys had complained to the king. Then they themselves brought charges against the allies of Rome, and a much more serious one against Marcus Aurelius, one of the 3 envoys, who they said had stayed behind, and after raising a body of troops, commenced hostilities against them in violation of treaty rights, and fought several engagements with their commanders. They ended with a demand that the Macedonians with their general Sopater, who had served as mercenaries under Hannibal, and were then prisoners in chains, should be restored to them. In reply, Marcus Furius, who had been sent from Macedonia by Aurelius to represent him, pointed out that Aurelius had certainly been left behind, but it was for the purpose of preventing the allies of Rome from being driven to secede to the king in consequence of the injuries and depredations from which they were suffering. He had not overstepped their frontiers. He had made it his business to see that no hordes of plunderers crossed those frontiers with impunity. Sopater, who was one of the purple-clad nobles who stood near the throne and was related to the monarch, had recently been sent to Africa to assist Hannibal and Carthage with money, and also with a force of 4,000 Macedonians. On being questioned as to these matters, the Macedonians gave unsatisfactory and evasive replies, and consequently the answer they received from the Senate was anything but favorable. They were told that their king was looking for war, and if he went on as he was doing, he would very soon find it. He had been guilty of a 2-fold breach of treaty. for he had committed wanton aggression on the allies of Rome by hostile arms, and he had also aided the enemies of Rome with men and money. Scipio was acting rightly and legitimately in treating those taken in arms against Rome as enemies, and keeping them in chains. Marcus Aurelius also was acting in the interests of the state, and the Senate thanked him for it when he afforded armed protection to the allies of Rome, since treaty rights were powerless for their defense. With this stern reply, the Macedonian envoys were dismissed. Then the Carthaginians were called in. As soon as their age and rank were recognized, for they were quite the foremost men in the state, the senators remarked that now it was really a question of peace. Conspicuous amongst them all was Hasdrubal, on whom his countrymen had bestowed the sobriquet of Haedus. He had always been an advocate of peace and an opponent of the Barcine party. This gave his words additional weight when he disavowed all responsibility for the war on behalf of his government, and fastened it on a few ambitious and grasping individuals. His speech was discursive and eloquent. He repudiated some of the charges. Others he admitted, lest unabashed denials of established facts might lead to less consideration being shown. He warned the senators to use their good fortune in a spirit of moderation and self-restraint. If, he continued, the Carthaginians had listened to Hanno and myself, and had been willing to take advantage of their opportunity, they would have dictated the terms of peace, which now they are seeking from you. Seldom are good fortune and good sense granted to men at the same time. What makes Rome invincible is the fact that her people do not lose their sound judgment in the hour of prosperity. And indeed, it would be a matter for surprise were it otherwise, for those to whom good fortune is a novelty go mad with unrestrained delight, because they are unused to it. But to you Romans, the joy of victory is a usual, I might almost say a commonplace experience. It is by clemency towards the conquered, more than by conquest itself, that you have extended your dominion. The others spoke in language more calculated to evoke compassion. They reminded their audience of the powerful and influential position from which Carthage had fallen. Those, they said, who lately held almost the whole world subject to their arms, had nothing now left to them but their city walls. Confined within these, they saw nothing on land or sea which owned their sway. Even their city and their hearths and homes they would only keep if the Roman people were willing to spare them. If not, they lost everything. As it became evident that the senators were moved with compassion, one of them, exasperated by the perfidy of the Carthaginians, is said to have called out, "By what gods will you swear to observe the treaty, since you have been false to those by whom you swore before?" "By the same as before," Hasdrubal replied, "since they visit their wrath on those who violate treaties." Chapter 43. Peace concluded. Whilst all were in favor of peace, the consul Gnaeus Lentulus, who was in command of the fleet, prevented the House from passing any resolution. Thereupon 2 tribunes of the plebs, Manius Acilius and Quintus Minucius, at once brought the questions before the people. Was it their will and pleasure that the Senate should pass a decree for the conclusion of peace with Carthage? Who was to grant the peace, and who was to bring away the army from Africa? On the question of peace, all the tribes voted in the affirmative. They also made an order that Scipio should grant the peace and bring the army home. In pursuance of this decision, the Senate decreed that Publius Scipio should, in agreement with the 10 commissioners, make peace with the people of Carthage on such terms as he thought right. On this the Carthaginians expressed their thanks to the senators, and begged that they might be allowed to enter the city, and converse with their fellow countrymen who were detained as state prisoners. These were members of the nobility, some of them their own friends and relations, and others there were for whom they had messages from their friends at home. When this was arranged, they made a further request that they might be allowed to ransom any of the prisoners whom they wished. They were told to furnish the names, and they gave in about 200. The Senate then passed a resolution that a commission should be appointed to take back to Publius Scipio in Africa 200 of the prisoners whom the Carthaginians had selected, and to inform him that if peace were established, he was to restore them to the Carthaginians without ransom. When the Fetials received orders to proceed to Africa for the purpose of striking the treaty, they requested the Senate to define the procedure. The Senate accordingly decided upon this formula: the Fetials shall take with them their own flints and their own herbs. When a Roman praetor orders them to strike the treaty, they shall demand the sacred herbs from him. The herbs given to the Fetials are usually taken from the citadel. The Carthaginian envoys were at length dismissed and returned to Scipio. They concluded peace with him on the terms mentioned above, and delivered up their warships, their elephants, the deserters and refugees, and 4,000 prisoners, including Quintus Terentius Caleo, a senator. Scipio ordered the ships to be taken out to sea and burnt. Some authorities state that there were 500 vessels, comprising every class propelled by oars. The sight of all these vessels suddenly bursting into flames caused as much grief to the people as if Carthage itself were burning. The deserters were dealt with much more severely than the fugitives. Those belonging to the Latin contingents were beheaded. The Romans were crucified. Chapter 44. The last time peace was concluded with Carthage was in the consulship of Quintus Lutatius and Aulus Manlius 40 years previously. 23 years afterwards the war began in the consulship of Publius Cornelius and Tiberius Sempronius. It ended in the consulship of Gnaeus Cornelius and Publius Aelius Paetus 17 years later. Tradition tells of a remark which Scipio is said to have frequently made, to the effect that it was owing to the jealous ambition of Tiberius Claudius, and afterwards to that of Gnaeus Cornelius, that the war did not end with the destruction of Carthage. Hannibal's rebuke to the Carthaginian Senate. Carthage found a difficulty in meeting the first installment of the war indemnity, as her treasury was exhausted. There was lamentation and weeping in the Senate, and in the middle of it all Hannibal is said to have been seen smiling. Hasdrubal Haedus rebuked him for his mirth amid the nation's tears. "If," Hannibal replied, "you could discern my inmost thoughts as plainly as you can tell the expression of my countenance, you would easily discover that this laughter which you find fault with does not proceed from a merry heart, but from one almost demented with misery. All the same, it is very far from being so ill-timed as those foolish and misplaced tears of yours. The proper time to weep was when we were deprived of our arms, when our ships were burnt, when we were interdicted from all war beyond our frontiers. That is the wound that will prove fatal. There is not the slightest reason for supposing that the Romans are consulting your peace and quietness. No great state can remain quiet. If it has no enemy abroad, it finds one at home. just as excessively strong men, whilst seemingly safe from outside mischief, fall victims to the burden of their own strength. Of course, we only feel public calamities so far as they affect us personally, and nothing in them gives us a sharper pang than the loss of money. When the spoils of victory were being dragged away from Carthage, when you saw yourselves left naked and defenseless amidst an Africa in arms, nobody uttered a groan. Now, because you have to contribute to the indemnity from your private fortunes, you lament as loudly as though you were present at your country's funeral. I greatly fear that you will very soon find that it is the least of your misfortunes which you are shedding tears over today. Such was the way in which Hannibal spoke to the Carthaginians. Scipio's departure from Africa. Scipio summoned his troops to assembly, and in the presence of the whole army rewarded Massinissa by adding to his ancestral realm the town of Cirta, and the other cities and districts which had belonged to the dominion of Syphax, and had passed under the rule of Rome. Gnaeus Octavius received instructions to take the fleet to Sicily, and hand it over to the consul Gnaeus Cornelius. Scipio told the Carthaginian envoys to start for Rome, in order that the arrangements he had made in consultation with the 10 commissioners might receive the sanction of the Senate and the formal order of the people. Chapter 45. As peace was now established on land and sea, Scipio embarked his army and sailed to Lilybaeum. From there he sent the greater part of his army on in the ships, whilst he himself travelled through Italy. The country was rejoicing quite as much over the restoration of peace as over the victory he had won, and he made his way to Rome through multitudes who poured out from the cities to do him honor, and crowds of peasants who blocked the roads in the country districts. The triumphal procession in which he rode into the city was the most brilliant that had ever been seen. The weight of silver which he brought into the treasury amounted to 123,000 pounds. Out of the booty he distributed 40 aces to each soldier. Syphax had died shortly before at Tibur, whither he had been transferred from Alba. But his removal, if it detracted from the interest of the spectacle, in no way dimmed the glory of the triumphing general. His death, however, provided another spectacle, for he received a public funeral. Polybius, an authority of considerable weight, says that this king was led in the procession. Quintus Terentius Cullio marched behind Scipio, wearing the cap of liberty, and in all his afterlife honored, as was meet, the author of his freedom. As to the sobriquet of Africanus, whether it was conferred upon him by the devotion of his soldiers, or by the popular breath, or whether, as in the recent instances of Sylla the Fortunate and Pompey the Great, it originated in the flattery of his friends, I cannot say for certain. At all events, he was the first commander-in-chief who was ennobled by the name of the people he had conquered. Since his time, men who have won far smaller victories have, in imitation of him, left splendid inscriptions on their busts and illustrious names to their families. End of section 35. Section 36 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 31, Rome and Macedon, Chapters 1 through 6. Chapter 1. I, too, feel as much relief in having reached the end of the Punic War as if I had taken a personal part in its toils and dangers. It ill befits one who has had the courage to promise a complete history of Rome, to find the separate sections of such an extensive work fatiguing. But when I consider that the 63 years from the beginning of the first Punic War to the end of the second take up as many books as the 487 years from the foundation of the city to the consulship of Appius Claudius, under whom the first Punic War commenced, I see that I am like people who are tempted by the shallow water along the beach to wade out to sea. The further I progress, the greater the depth, as though it were a bottomless sea into which I am carried. I imagined that as I completed one part after another, the task before me would diminish. As it is, it almost becomes greater. Renewal of hostilities with Macedonia. The peace with Carthage was very soon followed by war with Macedonia. There is no comparison between them as regards the critical nature of the contest, or the personality of the commander, or the fighting quality of the troops. But the Macedonian war was, if anything, more noteworthy, owing to the brilliant reputation of the former kings, the ancient fame of the nation, and the vast extent of its dominion, when it held sway over a large part of Europe, and a still larger part of Asia. The war with Philip, which had commenced some 10 years previously, had been suspended for the last 3 years, and both the war and its cessation were due to the action of the Aetolians. The peace with Carthage now left the Romans free. They were angry with Philip for his attacking the Aetolians and the other friendly states in Greece, while he was nominally at peace with Rome, and also for his having given assistance in both men and money to Hannibal and Carthage. He had ravaged the Athenian territory and driven the inhabitants into the city, and it was their request for help which decided the Romans to recommence the war. Chapter 2. Just about the same time, envoys arrived from King Attalus, and also from Rhodes, with the information that Philip was trying to gain the states of Asia Minor. The reply made to both deputations was that the situation in Asia was engaging the attention of the Senate. The question of war with Macedonia was referred to the consuls, who were at the time in their respective provinces. In the meanwhile, Gaius Claudius Nero, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, and Publius Sempronius Tuditanus were sent on a mission to Ptolemy, king of Egypt, to announce the final defeat of Hannibal and the Carthaginians, and to thank the king for having remained a staunch friend to Rome at a critical time, when even her nearest allies deserted her. They were further to request him, in case Philip's aggressions compelled them to declare war against him, that he would maintain his old friendly attitude towards the Romans. Roman defeat in Cisalpine Gaul. During this period, Publius Aelius, the consul who was commanding in Gaul, learnt that the Boii, prior to his arrival, had been raiding the territories of friendly tribes. He hastily raised a force of 2 legions in view of this disturbance, and strengthened it with 4 cohorts from his own army. This force, thus hurriedly collected, he entrusted to Gaius Ampius, a prefect of allies, and ordered him to march through the canton of Umbria, called Sapinia, and invade the country of the Boii. He himself marched over the mountains by an open road. Ampius crossed the enemy's frontier, and after devastating his country without meeting any resistance, he selected a position at the fortified post of Mutilum as a suitable place for cutting the corn which was now ripe. He commenced the task without previously examining the neighborhood, or posting armed parties in sufficient strength to protect the foragers, who had laid aside their weapons and were intent on their work. Suddenly he and his foragers were surprised by the Gauls, who appeared on all sides. The panic and disorder extended to the men on guard. 7,000 men who were dispersed through the cornfields were killed, amongst them Gaius Ampius himself. The rest fled to the camp. The following night, the soldiers, as they had no regular commander, decided to act for themselves, and leaving most of their possessions behind, made their way through almost impassable forests to the consul. Beyond ravaging the Boean country and making a league with the Ligurian Ingoni, the consul did nothing worth mentioning in his province before his return to Rome. Chapter 3. Preparations for the war with Philip. At the first meeting of the Senate after his return, there was a general demand that the action of Philip and the grievances of the friendly states should take precedence of all other business. The question was at once put in a crowded house, and a decree was made that the consul Publius Aelius should send the man whom he thought best, with full command to take over the fleet which Gnaeus Octavius was bringing back from Africa, and proceed to Macedonia. He selected Marcus Valerius Laevinus, who was sent with the rank of propraetor. Laevinus took 38 of Octavius's ships, which were lying at anchor off Vibo, and with these he sailed for Macedonia. He was met by Marcus Aurelius, who gave him details about the strength of the land and sea forces which the king had got together, and the extent to which he was securing armed assistance, not only from the cities on the mainland, but also from the islands in the Aegean, partly by his own personal influence, partly through his agents. Aurelius pointed out that the Romans would have to display far greater energy in the prosecution of this war, or else Philip, encouraged by their slackness, would venture on the same enterprise which Pyrrhus, whose kingdom was considerably smaller, had ventured on before. It was decided that Aurelius should send this information in a dispatch to the consuls and the Senate. Chapter 4. Allotment of land for time-expired soldiers. Towards the close of the year, the question was brought up as to the holdings which were to be assigned to the veteran soldiers who had served with Scipio in Africa. The Senate decreed that Marcus Junius, the city praetor, should, at his discretion, appoint 10 commissioners for the purpose of measuring and allotting that portion of the Samnite and Apulian territory which had become state domain. The commissioners were Publius Servilius, Quintus Caecilius Marcellus, the 2 Servilii, Gaius and Marcus, who were known as the twins, the 2 Hostilii Catones, Lucius and Aulus, Publius Villius Tabulus, Marcus Fulvius Flaccus, Publius Aelius Paetus, and Titus Quinctius Flaminius. The elections for the year. The elections were conducted by the consul Publius Aelius. The consuls elect were Publius Sulpicius Galba and Gaius Aurelius Cotta. The new praetors were Quintus Minucius Rufus, Lucius Furius Purpurio, Quintus Fulvius Gilo, and Gaius Sergius Plancus. The Roman scenic games were celebrated this year with unusual splendor by the curule aediles, Lucius Valerius Flaccus and Titus Quinctius Flaminius, and were repeated for a second day. They also distributed to the people with strict impartiality, and to the general satisfaction, a vast quantity of corn, which Scipio had sent from Africa. It was sold at 4 aces the modius. The plebeian games were also exhibited on 3 separate occasions by the aediles, Lucius Apustius Fullo, and Quintus Minucius Rufus. The latter, after serving his aedileship, was one of the newly elected praetors. The festival of Jupiter was also celebrated. Chapter 5. In the 551st year from the foundation of the city, during the consulship of Publius Sulpicius Galba and Gaius Aurelius, and within a few months of the conclusion of peace with Carthage, the war with King Philip began. On March 15th, the day on which the consuls entered office, Publius Sulpicius made this the first business before the Senate. A decree was made that the consuls should sacrifice full-grown victims to those deities whom they might decide upon, and should offer up the following prayer: May the will and purpose of the Senate and people of Rome, as regards the Commonwealth and the entrance upon a new war, have a prosperous and happy issue, both for the Roman people and for the Latin allies. After the sacrifice and prayer, the consuls were to consult the Senate as to the policy to be pursued and the allocation of provinces. Just at this time, the war spirit was stimulated by the receipt of the dispatches from Marcus Aurelius and Marcus Valerius Laevinus, as well as by a fresh embassy from Athens, which announced that the king was nearing their frontiers and would soon be master of their territory, and of their city as well, if Rome did not come to the rescue. The consuls reported the due performance of the sacrifices, and the declaration of the augurs that the gods had listened to their prayer, for the victims had given favorable omens, and portended victory, triumph, and an enlargement of the dominion of Rome. Then the dispatches from Valerius and Aurelius were read, and an audience given to the Athenian envoys. A resolution was passed by the Senate that thanks be given to their allies for remaining loyal in spite of continual attempts to seduce them, and even when threatened with a siege. With regard to giving active assistance, the Senate deferred a definite answer until the consuls had balloted for their provinces, and the one to whom the Macedonian province fell had submitted to the people the question of declaring war against Philip of Macedon. Chapter 6. This province fell to Publius Sulpicius, and he gave notice that he should propose to the assembly that, owing to the lawless actions and armed attacks committed against the allies of Rome, it is the will and order of the Roman people that war be proclaimed against Philip, king of Macedonia, and against his people, the Macedonians. The other consul, Aurelius, received Italy for his province. Then the praetors balloted for their respective commands. Gaius Sergius Plancus drew the city, Quintus Fulvius Gilo Sicily, Quintus Minucius Rufus Bruttium, and Lucius Furius Gaul. The proposed declaration of war against Macedonia was almost unanimously rejected at the first meeting of the assembly. The length and exhausting demands of the late war had made men weary of fighting, and they shrank from incurring further toils and dangers. One of the tribunes of the plebes, Quintus Baebius, too, had adopted the old plan of abusing the patricians for perpetually sowing the seeds of fresh wars, to prevent the plebeians from ever enjoying any rest. The patricians were extremely angry, and the tribune was bitterly attacked in the Senate. Each of the senators in turn urging the consul to call another meeting of the assembly, to consider the proposal afresh, and at the same time to rebuke the people for their want of spirit, and show them what loss and disgrace would be entailed by the postponement of that war. End of section 36. Section 37 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 31, Rome and Macedon. Chapters 7 through 13. Chapter 7. The assembly was duly convened in the Campus Martius, and before the question was put to the vote, the consul addressed the centuries in the following terms. You seem to be unaware, Quirites, that what you have to decide is not whether you will have peace or war. Philip will not leave you any option as to that. He is preparing war on an enormous scale, both by land and sea. The only question is whether you will transport the legions into Macedonia, or wait for the enemy in Italy. You have learnt by experience, if not before, at all events in the late Punic War, what a difference it makes which you decide upon. When Saguntum was besieged, and our allies were imploring us for help, who doubts that if we had sent prompt assistance, as our fathers did to the Mamertines, we should have confined within the borders of Spain that war which, most disastrously for ourselves, we allowed through procrastination to enter Italy? Why, this very Philip had entered into an agreement with Hannibal through his agents and in his dispatches that he would invade Italy, and there is not the smallest doubt that we kept him in Macedonia by sending Laevinus with a fleet to take the offensive against him. Are we hesitating to do now what we did then, when we had Hannibal for our enemy in Italy, now that Hannibal has been driven out of Italy and out of Carthage, and Carthage itself is completely vanquished? If we allow the king to make proof of our slackness by storming Athens, as we allowed Hannibal to do by storming Saguntum, it will not be in 5 months, the time Hannibal took from Saguntum, but in 5 days after he sails from Corinth, that he will set foot in Italy. Perhaps you do not put Philip on a par with Hannibal, or consider the Macedonians equal to the Carthaginians. At all events, you will consider him the equal of Pyrrhus. Equal, do I say? How greatly the one man surpasses the other! How superior is the one nation to the other! Epirus always has been and is today a very small accession to the kingdom of Macedonia. The whole of the Peloponnese is under the sway of Philip, not excepting even Argos, famous for the death of Pyrrhus, quite as much as for its ancient glory. Now compare our position. Consider the flourishing state of Italy, when all those generals and armies were safe and sound, which have been since swept away by the Punic War. And yet, when Pyrrhus attacked it, he shook it to its foundations, and all but reached Rome itself in his victorious career. Not only did the Tarentines revolt from us, and the whole of that coastal district of Italy called Magna Graecia, which you would naturally suppose would follow a leader of the same language and nationality as themselves, but the Lucanians, the Bruttians, and the Samnites did the same. Do you suppose that if Philip landed in Italy, these nations would remain quiet and true to us? They showed their loyalty, I suppose, in the Punic War. No, those nations will never fail to revolt from us, unless there is no longer anyone to whom they can revolt. If you had thought it too much to go to Africa, you would have had Hannibal and his Carthaginians in Italy today. Let Macedonia rather than Italy be the seat of war. Let it be the enemy's cities and fields that are devastated with fire and sword. We have learnt by this time that our arms are more potent and more successful abroad than they are at home. Go to the Pole with the help of the gods, and confirm the decision of the Senate. It is not your consul only who urges you to take this course. The immortal gods also bid you do it. For when I was offering up the sacrifices and praying that this war might end happily for the Senate, for myself, for you, for our allies and Latin confederates, for our fleets and armies, the gods vouchsafed every cheering and happy omen. Chapter 8. After this speech they separated for the voting. The result was in favor of the consul's proposal. They resolved on war. Thereupon the consuls, acting on a resolution of the Senate, ordered special prayers and supplications for 3 days. And at all the shrines intercessions were offered up, that the war which the Roman people had ordered against Philip might have a happy and prosperous issue. The Fetials were consulted by the consul as to whether it was necessary for the declaration of war to be conveyed personally to King Philip, or whether it would be sufficient if it were published in one of his frontier garrison towns. They declared that either mode of procedure would be correct. The Senate left it to the consul to select at his discretion one of them, not being a member of the Senate, to make the declaration of war. The next business was the formation of the armies for the consuls and praetors. The consuls were ordered to disband the old armies, and each of them to raise 2 fresh legions. As the conduct of the new war, which was felt to be a very serious one, was entrusted to Sulpicius, he was allowed to re-enlist as volunteers as many as he could out of the army, which Publius Scipio had brought back from Africa, but on no account to compel any of the veterans to join against his will. The consuls were to give to each of the praetors, Lucius Furius Purpurio and Quintus Minucius Rufus, 5,000 men from the Latin contingents as an army of occupation for their provinces, the one in Gaul, the other in Bruttium. Quintus Fulvius Gallo also was ordered to select men belonging to the Latin and allied contingents from the army which the consul Publius Aelius had commanded, beginning with those who had seen the shortest service, until he had made up a force of 5,000 men. This army was for the defense of Sicily. Marcus Valerius Falto, who had had Campania for his province during the previous year, was to make a similar selection from the army in Sardinia, which province he was to take charge of as propraetor. The consuls received instructions to raise 2 legions in the city as a reserve to be sent wherever there was need for their services, as many of the Italian nationalities had taken the side of Carthage in the late war, and were seething with anger. Chapter 9. In the midst of these preparations for war, a deputation came from King Ptolemy to bring information that the Athenians had sought his aid against Philip. Although both states were allies of Rome, the king would not, so the deputies stated, send either fleet or army to Greece to protect or attack anyone without the consent of Rome. If the Romans were at liberty to defend their allies, he should remain quietly in his kingdom. If, on the other hand, the Romans preferred to remain inactive, he would himself send such assistance as would easily protect the Athenians against Philip. The Senate passed a vote of thanks to the king, and assured the deputation that it was the intention of the Roman people to protect their allies. If the need arose, they would point it out to the king, and they were fully aware that the resources of his kingdom would prove a steady and loyal support for their commonwealth. To each of the deputies the Senate presented 5,000 aces. While the consuls were raising troops and preparing for war, the citizens were occupied with religious observances, especially those which were usual when a fresh war began. The special intercessions and prayers at all the shrines had been duly offered, but that nothing might be omitted, the consul to whom Macedonia was allotted was authorized to vow games in honor of Jupiter and an offering to his temple. This matter was delayed through the action of the Pontifex Maximus Licinius, who laid it down that no vow ought to be made unless the sum required to discharge it was paid, because the money so appropriated could not be used in connection with the war, and ought to be at once set apart and not mixed up with other money. Unless this were done, the vow could not be duly discharged. Although the pontiff's authority and the reasons he gave had great weight, the consul was instructed to refer the question to the whole pontifical college, as to whether a vow could be properly undertaken when the expense incurred was left uncertain. The pontiffs declared that it could, and would be made with even greater propriety under these conditions. The consul recited the words of the vow after the Pontifex Maximus in the same form in which vows to be discharged after an interval of 5 years were usually recited, the exception being that the Senate was to determine the cost of its fulfillment at the time when it was discharged. Up to this time, when the games and offerings were vowed, a definite sum had always been named. This was the first instance where the cost was not fixed at the time. Chapter 10. A Gaulish Outbreak. Whilst all men's minds were turned to the Macedonian war, rumors suddenly arose of an outbreak of the Gauls, the last thing that was apprehended. The Insubres and Cenomani, in conjunction with the Boii, who had induced the Celines and Ilvates and the other Ligurian tribes to join them, had taken up arms under Hamilcar, a Carthaginian general, who had held a command in Hasdrubal's army and had remained in the country. They had stormed and sacked Placentia, and in their blind rage had destroyed most of the city by fire, hardly 2,000 men being left amid the smoking ruins. Thence, crossing the Po, they advanced with the intention of sacking Cremona. Hearing of the disaster which had overtaken their neighbors, the townsmen had time to close their gates and man their walls, so that they might, at all events, be able to stand a siege, and sent a message to the Roman praetor before the final assault. Lucius Furius Purpurio was in charge of that province at the time, and acting under the resolution of the Senate, had disbanded his army, retaining only 5,000 from the Latin and allied contingents. With this force he was encamped in the neighborhood of Ariminum. In a dispatch to the Senate he described the serious condition of his province. Of the 2 military colonies which had weathered the terrible storm of the Punic War, one was taken and destroyed by the enemy, and the other was being attacked. His own army could not render assistance to the colonists in their distress, unless he was willing to expose his 5,000 allied troops to be massacred by the 40,000 of the enemy. That number was under arms, and by incurring such a fatal disaster himself, raise the courage of the enemy, who were exulting over the destruction of a Roman colony. Chapter 11. After the dispatch had been read, the Senate decreed that the consul, Gaius Aurelius, should order his army to muster at Ariminum, on the day which he had previously fixed for their muster in Etruria. If the state of public affairs allowed, He was to go in person to suppress the disturbance. Otherwise he was to send instructions to Lucius Furius requesting him, as soon as the legions reached him, to send his 5,000 of the allied contingent to replace them in Etruria, and then raise the siege of Cremona. Commissioners sent to Africa. The Senate also decided to send a mission to Carthage and to Massinissa in Numidia. Their instructions for Carthage were to inform the government that Hamilcar, one of their citizens who had come with either Hasdrubal's or Mago's army, had been left behind, and in defiance of the treaty had persuaded the Gauls and Ligurians to take up arms against Rome. If they wished to remain at peace, they must recall him and surrender him to the Romans. The commissioners were also to announce that the deserters had not all been given up. A great many of them were stated to be openly walking about in Carthage. It was the duty of the authorities to find them out and arrest them in order that they might be handed over in accordance with the treaty. These were their instructions for Carthage. To Massinissa they were to convey the Senate's congratulations on his having recovered his ancestral kingdom, and still more upon his having extended it by the annexation of the richest portion of Syphax's dominions. They were also to inform him that a war had been undertaken against Philip, in consequence of his having lent the Carthaginians active assistance, and when Italy was wrapped in the flames of war, he had inflicted injuries on the allies of Rome. She was thus compelled to send ships and armies to Greece, and by thus dividing her forces, Philip was primarily the cause of the delay in sending an expedition to Africa. The commissioners were further to request Massinissa to assist in that war by sending a contingent of Numidian horse. Some splendid presents were placed in their charge for the king: gold and silver vases, a purple robe, a tunica palmata, together with an ivory scepter; also a toga praetexta, together with a curule chair. They were instructed to assure him that if he required anything for the security and extension of his kingdom, and would intimate what he wanted, the Roman people would do their utmost to meet his wishes in return for the services he had rendered. A deputation from Syphax's son Vermina also appeared before the Senate. They made excuses for his mistakes on the ground of his youth, and threw all the blame on the faithlessness of the Carthaginians. Massinissa had once been the enemy, and had now become the friend of Rome. Vermina, too, they said, would make every effort not to be outdone in friendly offices to Rome, either by Massinissa or by anyone else. They ended by petitioning the Senate to confer on him the title of King, Ally, and Friend. The reply which the deputation received was to the effect that Syphax his father had suddenly, without any reason, become an enemy to the people of Rome, after being their ally and friend, and that Vermina himself had commenced his military education by an attack on the Romans. He must therefore sue for peace before he could have any title to be styled King, Ally, and Friend. The Roman people were accustomed to confer that honorable distinction in return for great services which kings have rendered to them. The Roman envoys would shortly be in Africa, and the Senate would empower them to grant peace to Vermina on certain conditions, providing that he left the fixing of those conditions absolutely to the Roman people. If he wanted anything added or cancelled or altered in the terms, he must make a fresh appeal to the Senate. The men who were sent to conduct these negotiations were Gaius Terentius Varro, Septimus Lucretius, and Gnaeus Octavius, and they had each a cankereme placed at their disposal. Chapter 12. Questions touching religion. A dispatch was read in the house from Quintus Minucius, the praetor commanding in Bruttium, in which he stated that money had been stolen by night from the treasury of Proserpine at Locri, and there was no clue to the perpetrators of the crime. The Senate were extremely angry at finding that acts of sacrilege were still going on, and that not even the example of Flaminius, notorious alike for the guilt and the punishment which so swiftly followed, acted in any way as a deterrent. Gaius Aurelius was instructed to write to the praetor and tell him that the Senate wished an enquiry to be made into the circumstances of the robbery on the same lines as the one which the praetor Marcus Pomponius had conducted 3 years previously. Whatever money was discovered was to be replaced, and the deficit made up, and should it be thought necessary, expiatory sacrifices were to be offered in accordance with the instructions of the pontiffs on the previous occasions. Their anxiety to atone for the violation of the temple was made all the keener by the simultaneous announcements of portents from numerous localities. In Lucania it was alleged that the heavens had been on fire. At Privernum the sun had been glowing red through the hull of a cloudless day. At the temple of Juno Sospita in Lanuvium a terrible noise was heard in the night. Numerous monstrous births were also reported. Amongst the Sabines a child was born of doubtful sex. Another similar case was discovered, where the child was already 16 years old. At Frusino a lamb was yeaned with a head like a pig. At Sinuessa a pig was littered with a human head, and on the public domain land in Lucania a foal appeared with 5 feet. These were all regarded as horrid and monstrous products of a nature which had gone astray to produce strange and hybrid growths. The hermaphrodites were looked upon as of especially evil omen, and were ordered to be at once carried out to sea, just as quite recently in the consulships of Gaius Claudius and Marcus Nero similar ill-omened births had been disposed of. At the same time, the Senate ordered the decemvirs to consult the sacred books about this portent. Following the instructions found there, they ordered the same ceremonies to be observed as on the occasion of its last appearance. A hymn was to be sung through the city by 3 choirs, each consisting of 9 maidens, and a gift was to be carried to Queen Juno. The consul Gaius Aurelius saw that the instructions of the keepers of the sacred books were carried out. The hymn in our fathers' days was composed by Livius, on this occasion by Publius Licinius Tegula. Chapter 13. The Public Finances. When all the acts of expiation had been duly performed, and the sacrilege at Locri had been investigated by Quintus Minucius, and the money, recovered from the sale of the goods of the guilty persons, had been replaced in the treasury, the consuls were now anxious to start for their provinces, but a delay arose. A number of persons had lent money to the state during the consulship of Marcus Valerius and Marcus Claudius, and the repayment of the 3rd installment was due this year. The consuls informed them that the money in the treasury would hardly meet the cost of the new war, which would have to be carried on with a large fleet and large armies, and that there was no means of paying them for the present. They appealed to the Senate and pleaded that if the state chose to use the money which was lent for the Punic War to defray the cost of the Macedonian War also, and one war arose out of another, it would simply mean that their money would be confiscated in return for the service they had rendered, as though it had really been an injury. The Senate acknowledged that they had a grievance. The creditors' demands were just, but the state was unable to meet its liabilities, and the Senate decided upon a course which was fair to both sides and of practical utility. Many of the applicants had stated that there was land everywhere for sale, and they wanted to become purchasers. The Senate accordingly made a decree that they should have the option of taking any part of the public domain land within 50 miles of the city. The consuls would value the land and impose a nominal tax of 1 as per jugerum, as acknowledgment of its being public land, and when the state could pay its debts, any of them who wished to have his money rather than the land could have it, and restore the land to the people. They gladly accepted these terms, and the land thus occupied was called Triantabulus, because it was given in lieu of a third part of their loan. End of section 37. Section 38 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 31, Rome and Macedon, chapters 14 through 20. Chapter 14, Philip's activity in Greece, commencement of the war. After the recital of the customary prayers in the capital, Publius Sulpicius was invested by his lictors with the paludamentum and left the city for Brundisium. Here he incorporated into his legions the veterans who had volunteered out of the African army, and also selected the vessels out of the fleet under Gnaeus Cornelius. Then he set sail, and the next day he landed in Greece. Here he was met by an embassy from Athens, who begged him to raise the siege which that city was undergoing. Gaius Claudius Cento was at once dispatched thither with 20 warships and 1,000 men. The king was not personally directing the siege. He was just then attacking Abydos, after trying his strength in naval encounters with the Rhodians and with Attalus, and in neither battle had he been successful. But his was not a nature to accept defeat quietly, and now that he had leagued himself with Antiochus, king of Syria, he was more determined on war than ever. They had agreed to divide the rich kingdom of Egypt between them, and on hearing of the death of Ptolemy, they both prepared to attack it. The Athenians, who retained nothing of their ancient greatness but their pride, had become involved in hostilities with Philip through a quite unimportant incident. During the celebration of the Eleusinian mysteries, 2 young Acarnanians, who had not been initiated, entered the temple of Ceres with the rest of the crowd, quite unaware of the sacrilegious nature of their action. They were betrayed by the silly questions which they asked, and were brought before the temple authorities. Though it was quite evident that they had sinned in ignorance, they were put to death as though guilty of a horrible crime. The Acarnanians reported this hostile and barbarous act to Philip, and obtained his consent to their making war on Athens, supported by a Macedonian contingent. Their army began by laying the land of Attica waste with fire and sword, after which they returned to Acarnania with plunder of every description. So far there was only anger and exasperation on both sides. Subsequently, by a decree of the citizens, Athens made a formal declaration of war. For when King Attalus and the Rhodians, who were following up Philip in his retreat to Macedonia, had reached Aegina, The king sailed across to the Piraeus for the purpose of renewing and confirming his alliance with the Athenians. The whole body of the citizens came out to meet him with their wives and children. The priests in their sacred robes received him as he entered the city. Even the gods themselves were almost summoned from their shrines to welcome him. Chapter 15. The people were at once summoned to an assembly, in order that the king might lay his wishes before them. It was, however, thought to be more in accordance with his dignity that he should put what he wanted into writing, rather than let his blushes be called up by having to recount his services to the city, or his modesty be shocked by the fulsome flattery of the applauding crowd. Accordingly, he drew up a written statement, which was read in the assembly, in which he enumerated the benefits he had conferred on their city, and described his contest with Philip, and urged them in conclusion to take their part in the war while they had him and the Rhodians, and now especially the Romans, to support them. If they hung back now, they would never have such an opportunity again. Then the envoys from Rhodes were heard. They had quite lately done a good turn for the Athenians, for they had recaptured and sent back to Athens 4 Athenian warships, which the Macedonians had taken. War against Philip was unanimously decided upon. Extraordinary honors were paid to King Attalus, and also to the Rhodians. A proposal was carried to add to the old 10 tribes a new one to be called the Attalus tribe. The people of Rhodes were presented with a golden crown in recognition of their bravery, and the full citizenship was granted to them, just as they had previously granted it to the Athenians. After this, Attalus rejoined his fleet at Aegina, and the Rhodians sailed to Sia, and from there made their way home through the Cyclades. All the islands joined them, with the exception of Andros, Paros, and Sithnos, which were held by Macedonian garrisons. Attalus had sent messengers to Aetolia, and was waiting for the envoys who were coming from there. Their non-arrival kept him inactive for some time. He could not induce the Aetolians to take up arms. They were only too glad to remain at peace with Philip on any terms. But had he, in conjunction with the Rhodians, vigorously opposed Philip, they might have won the glorious title of liberators of Greece. Instead of this, they allowed him to cross the Hellespont a second time, and seize an excellent position in Thrace, where he could concentrate his forces, and thus they gave fresh life to the war, and surrendered the glory of bringing it to a close to the Romans. Chapter 16. Philip's successes in Thrace and on the Hellespont. Philip showed a more kingly spirit. Though he had not held his own against Attalus and the Rhodians, he was not alarmed even at the prospect of a war with Rome. Philocles, one of his generals, was sent with a force of 2,000 infantry and 200 cavalry to ravage the lands of the Athenians, and Heraclides was placed in charge of the fleet, with instructions to sail for Maronea. Philip himself marched thither overland with 2,000 men in light marching order, and took the place at the first assault. Aeneas gave him a good deal of trouble, but he finally effected its capture through the treachery of Calamedes, who was holding the place for Ptolemy. Cypsela, Doriscos, and Ceraeum were taken in rapid succession, and he then advanced to the Chersonese, where Elias and Alopecanesus voluntarily surrendered. Callipolis and Maditos fell through treachery, together with some other unimportant fortified places. The people of Abydos would not even admit his envoys, and closed their gates against the king. The siege of this place detained Philip for a considerable time, and if Attalus and the Rhodians had shown the smallest energy, they might have saved the place. Attalus sent only 300 men to assist in the defense, and the Rhodians dispatched 1 quadrireme out of their fleet, which was lying at anchor off Tenedos. Later on, when they could hardly hold out any longer, Attalus himself sailed to Tenedos, and after raising their hopes by his approach, did not afford his allies any assistance either by land or sea. Chapter 17. The Abyssines, in the first instance, placed engines all along their walls, and in this way not only prevented any approach by land, but also made the anchorage of the hostile ships unsafe. When, however, a portion of the wall was battered into ruins, and the enemy's mines had been carried up to an inner wall, which the defenders had hastily constructed, they sent envoys to the king to arrange terms for the surrender of the city. They proposed that the Rhodian quadrireme, with its crew, and the contingent which Attalus had sent, should be allowed to depart, and that the inhabitants should be permitted to leave the city with simply the clothes they were wearing. Philip replied that there was not the slightest hope of peace unless they surrendered unconditionally. When this reply was brought back, it created such an outburst of indignation and rage that the citizens formed the same frenzied resolution as the Saguntines had done in former years. They gave orders for all the matrons to be shut up in the temple of Diana, the freeborn boys and girls, even infants with their nurses, to be collected in the gymnasium, all gold and silver to be taken to the forum, all costly apparel to be placed on board the vessels from Rhodes and Cyzicus, which were lying in the harbor, and altars set up in the middle of the city, round which the priests were to be assembled with victims for sacrifice. Here a body of men, selected for the purpose, took an oath dictated to them by the priests to carry out the desperate measure which had been decided upon. As soon as they saw that their comrades who were fighting in front of the leveled wall were all killed, they were to put the wives and children to death, throw the gold and silver and the apparel on board the ships into the sea, and set fire wherever they possibly could to all the public buildings and private houses, and the most horrible curses were invoked on them if they broke their oath. Following them, all the men of military age solemnly swore that none should leave the battle alive except as victor. So faithful were they to their oath, and with such desperation did they fight, that before night could put an end to the battle, Philip withdrew from the conflict, appalled by their frenzied courage. The leading citizens, to whom the more cruel part had been assigned, finding that there were only a few survivors, and they, wounded and exhausted, sent the priests, wearing supplicatory fillets, as soon as it was light, to Philip, to make a surrender of the city. Chapter 18. Before the surrender actually took place, the Roman envoys who had been sent to Alexandria heard of the siege of Abydos, and the youngest of the three, Marcus Aemilius, went, at the suggestion of his colleagues, to Philip. He remonstrated against the war that had been made on Attalus and the Rhodians, and especially against the attack on Abydos. On the king replying that Attalus and the Rhodians had been the aggressors, he asked, were the people of Abydos also the first to take up arms? To one who seldom heard the truth, this language seemed too bold to address to a king. Your youth, your good looks, and above all, the fact of your being a Roman, make you too venturesome. It is my wish that you should remember treaty obligations and keep the peace with me. But if you begin the attack, I too am quite ready to fight, and you will find the kingdom and name of Macedon no less renowned in war than those of Rome." After dismissing thus the envoy, Philip took possession of the gold and silver which had been collected, but he lost all chance of making prisoners. For such a madness fell on the people that they believed that all who had met their death in battle had been suddenly betrayed, and they accused one another of perjury, especially the priests, for they were surrendering to the enemy those whom they had devoted to death. Seized by one sudden impulse, they all rushed off to kill their wives and children, and then they inflicted death upon themselves in every possible form. The king was utterly astounded at this outburst of madness, and called off his men from the assault, telling them that he would allow the people of Abydos 3 days in which to die. During this interval the vanquished wrought more horrors upon themselves than the victors would have done, however infuriated they might have been. Not a single man fell into the hands of the enemy alive, save those for whom chains, or some other cause beyond their control, made death impossible. After leaving a force in occupation of Abydos, Philip returned to his kingdom. As the destruction of Saguntum strengthened Hannibal's resolve to war against Rome, so the fall of Abydos encouraged Philip to do the same. On his way he was met by couriers who announced that the consul was now in Epirus, and was wintering his troops in Apollonia, and his naval force at Corcyra. Chapter 19. The Legation to Africa. The envoys who had been sent to Africa to report the action of Hamilcar in assuming the leadership of the Gauls were informed by the Carthaginian government that they could do nothing more than sentence him to banishment and confiscate his property. All the refugees and deserters whom, after careful search, they had been able to discover had been given up, and they intended to send envoys to Rome to give satisfactory assurances on this point. They sent 200,000 modii of wheat to Rome, and a similar amount to the army in Macedonia. From Carthage the legates proceeded to Numidia to visit the 2 kings. The presents destined for Massinissa were given to him, and the message delivered from the Senate. He offered to furnish 2,000 horse, but only 1,000 were accepted, and he personally superintended their embarkation. With them he sent to Macedonia 2,000,000 modii of wheat, and the same quantity of barley. The third mission was to Vermina. He came to meet them at the frontier of his kingdom, and left it to them to put in writing what conditions of peace they wanted, assuring them that any peace with Rome he should look upon as fair and advantageous. The terms were handed to him, and he was instructed to send commissioners to Rome to obtain their ratification. Chapter 20. Lucius Cornelius Lentulus. About this time Lucius Cornelius Lentulus returned from Spain, where he had been acting as proconsul. After giving a report of the successful operations which he had conducted there for several years, he asked to be allowed to enter the city in triumph. The Senate were of opinion that his services quite deserved a triumph, but they reminded him that there was no precedent for a general who had not been dictator or consul or praetor enjoying a triumph, and he had held his command in Spain as proconsul, not as consul or praetor. However, they went so far as to allow him to enter the city in ovation, in spite of the opposition of Tiberius Sempronius Longus, one of the tribunes of the plebs, who said that there was no precedent or customary authority for that any more than for the other. In the end he gave way before the unanimous feeling of the Senate, and after they had passed their resolution, Lentulus enjoyed his ovation. 43,000 pounds of silver and 2,450 pounds of gold, captured from the enemy, were carried in the procession. Out of the spoil he distributed 120 aces to each of his men. End of section 38. Section 39 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 31, Rome and Macedon, chapters 21 through 27. Chapter 21, Defeat of the Gauls. By this time the consular army in Gaul had been transferred from Arretium to Ariminum, and the 5,000 men of the Latin contingent had moved from Gaul into Etruria. Lucius Furius accordingly left Ariminum, and hastened by forced marches to Cremona, which the Gauls were at the time besieging. He fixed his camp 1.5 miles distant from the enemy, and would have had a chance of winning a brilliant victory if he had led his men straight from their march against the Gaulish camp. The Gauls were scattered over the fields in all directions, and the camp had been left insufficiently guarded. But he was afraid that his men would be too much fatigued after their rapid march, and the shouts of the Gauls recalled their comrades, who, leaving the plunder which they had gathered behind, ran back to their camp. The next day they marched out to battle. The Romans were not slow in accepting the challenge, but they had hardly time to complete their formation, so rapidly did the enemy come on. Furius had formed the allied troops into 2 divisions, and the right division was stationed in the first line, the 2 Roman legions forming the reserve. Marcus Furius was in command of this division. Marcus Caecilius commanded the legions, and Lucius Valerius Flaccus the cavalry. These were all staff officers. The praetor kept 2 of his staff with him, Gaius Laetorius and Publius Tinitius, to assist him in surveying the field, and meeting any sudden attempt of the enemy. At first the Gauls brought their whole strength to bear in one direction, hoping to be able to overwhelm the right wing and smash it up. Failing in this, they endeavored to work round the flanks and envelop the enemy's line, which, considering their numbers and the fewness of their opponents, seemed an easy task. When the praetor saw this maneuver, he extended his front by bringing up the 2 legions in reserve to the right and left of the allied troops, and he also vowed a temple to Diovis in case he routed the enemy that day. He then ordered Lucius Valerius to launch the Roman cavalry against one wing of the Gauls, and the allied cavalry against the other, to check the enveloping movement. As soon as he saw that the Gauls had weakened their center by diverting troops to the wings, he ordered his infantry to advance in close order at the charge and break through the opposing ranks. This was decisive. The wings were repulsed by the cavalry, and the center by the infantry. As they were being cut down in all parts of the field, the Gauls turned, and in wild flight sought shelter in their camp. The cavalry followed in hot pursuit, and the infantry soon came up and attacked the camp. Not 6,000 men succeeded in making their escape. More than 35,000 were killed or made prisoners. 70 standards were taken together with 200 Gaulish carts loaded with spoil. The Carthaginian general Hamilcar fell in that battle, as well as 3 Gaulish nobles who were in command. 2,000 men whom the Gauls had taken at Placentia were set at liberty and restored to their homes. Chapter 22. It was a great victory, and caused great joy in Rome. When the dispatch arrived, a 3 days' thanksgiving was decreed. The Romans and allies lost 2,000 men, mostly belonging to the right division, against which the enormous mass of the enemy made their first attack. Although the praetor had practically brought the war to a close, the consul Gaius Aurelius, after finishing the necessary business in Rome, proceeded to Gaul, and took over the victorious army from the praetor. Events in Greece. The other consul reached his province quite late in the autumn, and wintered in the neighborhood of Apollonia. As stated above, Gaius Claudius was sent to Athens with 20 triremes out of the fleet which was laid up at Corcyra. When they entered the Piraeus, they brought great comfort and hope to their allies, who were now in a state of great despondency. The depredations committed on their fields by the troops at Corinth, who came through Megara, now ceased, and the pirates from Chalcis, who had infested the sea and harried the maritime districts of Athens, no longer ventured beyond Sunium, and in fact would not trust themselves outside the Euripus. In addition to the Roman ships, there were 3 quadriremes from Rhodes, and 3 Athenian undecked vessels, which had been fitted out to protect their coast. As a chance of an important success offered itself to Gaius Claudius, he thought that it would be sufficient for the present if this fleet protected the city and territory of Athens. Chapter 23. Some refugees from Chalcis, who had been expelled by the king's adherents, reported that the place could be seized without any serious resistance. For as there was no enemy to be feared in the neighborhood, the Macedonians were strolling about everywhere, and the townsmen, trusting to the Macedonians for protection, made no attempt to guard the city. On this information, Gaius Claudius proceeded to Chalcis, and although he reached Sunium early enough to allow of his entering the Strait of Euboea the same day, he kept his fleet at anchor till nightfall, that his approach might not be observed. As soon as it was dark, he sailed on over a calm sea, and reached Chalcis a little before dawn. He selected the least populous part of the city for his attempt, and finding the guards at some points asleep, and other places without any guard at all, he directed a small body of soldiers to place their scaling ladders against the nearest tower, which was taken with the wall on either side of it. Then they advanced along the wall to where the buildings were numerous, killing the guards on their way, till they reached the gate, which they broke down, and so admitted the main body of troops. Dispersing in all directions, they filled the city with tumult, and to add to the confusion, the buildings round the Forum were set on fire. They burnt the king's granaries and the arsenal with an immense number of military engines and artillery. This was followed by an indiscriminate slaughter of those who offered resistance and those who tried to escape, and at last every man capable of bearing arms was either killed or put to flight. Amongst the former was Sopater, an Acarnanian, the commandant of the garrison. All the plunder was collected in the Forum, and then placed on board the ships. The jail, too, was broken open by the Rhodians, and the prisoners of war, whom Philip had immured there as being the safest place of custody, were released. After the statues of the king had been thrown down and mutilated, the signal for embarkation was given, and they sailed back to the Piraeus. Had there been a sufficient force of Roman soldiery to allow of Chalcis being occupied without interfering with the protection of Athens, Chalcis and the Europus would have been wrested from the king, a most important success at the very outset of the war. For the Europus is the key to Greece by sea, as the pass of Thermopylae is by land. Chapter 24. Philip was in Demetrius at the time. When the disaster that had overtaken a friendly city was announced to him, he determined, as he was too late to save it, to do the next best thing and avenge it. With a force of 5,000 infantry in light marching order and 300 cavalry, he went almost at a run to Chalcis, not for a moment doubting that he would be able to take the Romans by surprise. Finding that there was nothing to see but the uninviting spectacle of a smoking and ruined city, in which hardly enough men were left to bury the victims of the war, he hurried away at the same speed, and crossing the Europus by the bridge, marched through Boeotia to Athens, thinking that as he had shown as much enterprise as the Romans, he would have the same success. And he would have had if a scout had not observed the king's army on the march from a watchtower. This man was what the Greeks call a hemerodromos, because these men cover enormous distances in a single day, and running on in advance, he reached Athens at midnight. Here there was the same somnolence and negligence which had brought about the loss of Chalcis a few days before. Roused by the breathless messenger, the Athenian commander-in-chief and Dioxippus, the prefect of the cohort of mercenaries, mustered their soldiers in the forum, and ordered the trumpets to sound the alarm from the citadel, so that all might know that the enemy was at hand. There was a general rush to the gates and the walls. Some hours later, though considerably before daybreak, Philip approached the city. When he saw the numerous lights and heard the noise of men hurrying to and fro in the inevitable confusion, he halted his force and ordered them to lie down and rest. As his attempt at a surprise had failed, he prepared for an open assault, and made his advance on the side of the Dipylon. This gate, placed as a mouth to the city, is considerably larger and wider than the rest, and the road on both sides of it is broad, so that the townsmen were able to form their line right up to it from the forum, whilst the road beyond it, stretching for about a mile as far as the academy, allowed plenty of room for the infantry and cavalry of the enemy. After forming their line inside the gate, the Athenians, together with the detachment which Attalus had left, and Dioxippus's cohort, sallied forth. As soon as he saw them, Philip thought he had them in his power, and would be able to satisfy his long-cherished desire for their destruction. For there was not one of the Greek states that he was more furious against than he was against Athens. After exhorting his men to keep their eyes on him as they fought, and to remember that where the king was, there the standards and the fighting line ought to be, he put spurs to his horse, animated not only by raging anger, but also by a love of ostentation. He thought it a splendid thing to be seen fighting by the immense crowd who thronged the walls to view the spectacle. Galloping forward in front of his lines, with a few horsemen, he charged into the middle of the enemy, and created as much alarm amongst them as he inspired his own men with enthusiasm. Many he wounded at close quarters, others by the missiles he flung, and he drove them back to their gate, where he inflicted greater losses as they crowded through the confined space. Recklessly as he pursued them, he was still able to draw off in safety, because those who were on the turrets of the gate forbore to throw their javelins for fear of hitting their own comrades, who were mixed up with the enemy. After this, the Athenians kept within their walls, and Philip, after giving the signal for retirement, fixed his camp at Cynosarges, where there was a temple of Hercules, and a gymnasium with a grove round it. But Cynosarges and the Lyceum, and every sacred and delightful place round the city, was burnt. Not only were buildings destroyed, but even the tombs. Nothing belonging to either gods or men was spared in his uncontrollable fury. Chapter 25. The following day the closed gates were suddenly thrown open to admit a body of troops sent by Attalus and the Romans from the Piraeus. The king now removed his camp to a distance of about 3 miles from the city. From there he marched to Eleusis in the hope of securing by a coup de main the temple of the fort which surrounded it, and protected it on all sides. When, however, he found that the defenders were quite on the alert, and that the fleet was on its way from the Piraeus to render assistance, he abandoned his project and marched to Megara, and then straight to Corinth. On learning that the council of the Achaeans was sitting at Argos, he made his appearance in the assembly quite unexpectedly. They were at the time discussing the question of war with Nabis, tyrant of the Lacedaemonians. When the supreme command was transferred from Philopoemen to Cycliades, who was by no means his equal as a general, Nabis, finding that the Achaeans had dismissed their mercenaries, resumed hostilities, and after devastating his neighbors' fields, was now threatening their cities. To oppose this enemy, the council were deliberating as to what proportion of troops should be furnished by each state. Philip promised to relieve them from all anxiety so far as Nabis and the Lacedaemonians were concerned. He would not only protect the soil of his allies from their ravages, but he would at once roll back all the terror of war upon Laconia itself by marching his army thither. When these words were greeted with loud applause, he went on to say, "If, however, your interests are to be protected by my arms, it is only fair that my own should not be left undefended. Furnish me then, if you approve, with such a force as shall suffice to garrison Aureus, Chalcis, and Corinth, so that with all safe in my rear, I may make war upon Nabis and the Lacedaemonians free from misgivings." The Achaeans were not slow to detect his motive in making such a generous promise, and offering aid against the Lacedaemonians. They saw that his real aim was to draw the fighting strength of the Achaeans out of the Peloponnese as hostages, and so bind the nation to a war with Rome. Cycliades, seeing that further argument would be irrelevant, simply observed that the laws of the Achaeans did not allow discussion on any matters other than those which the council had been convened to consider. After a decree had been passed for raising an army to act against Nabis, he dismissed the council over which he had presided with courage and independence. Before that day he had been looked upon as a strong supporter of the king. Philip, whose high hopes were thus suddenly dashed, succeeded in enlisting a few volunteers, after which he returned to Corinth, and from there to Attica. Chapter 26. During the time that Philip was in Achaia, Philocles, one of his generals, started from Euboea with 2,000 Thracians and Macedonians, for the purpose of ravaging the Athenian territory. He crossed the forest of Cithaeron in the neighborhood of Eleusis, and there he divided his forces. Half were sent forward to harry and plunder the fields in all directions. The other half he concealed in a position suitable for an ambuscade, so that if an attack were made from the fort at Eleusis upon his plunderers, he might take the assailants by surprise. His ruse, however, was detected, so he recalled the scattered pillagers, and made a regular attack upon the fort. After a fruitless attempt, in which many of his men were wounded, he retired and joined forces with Philip, who was on his way from Achaia. The king himself made an attempt on the same fort, but the arrival of the Roman ships from the Piraeus, and the presence of a reinforcement which had been thrown into the place, compelled him to abandon the undertaking. He then sent Philocles with a part of his army to Athens, and with the rest he proceeded to the Piraeus, in order that while Philocles kept the Athenians within their city, by approaching the walls and threatening an assault, he might seize the opportunity of storming the Piraeus whilst it was left with a feeble guard. But the assault on the Piraeus proved to be quite as difficult as the one on Eleusis, as practically the same troops defended both. Leaving the Piraeus, he hurried up to Athens. Here a force of infantry and cavalry from the city attacked him within the dilapidated long walls which connect the Piraeus with Athens, and he was repulsed. Seeing that any attempt on the city was hopeless, he divided his army with Philocles, and set himself to complete the devastation of the country. His former work of destruction had been confined mainly to the sepulchres round the city. Now he determined to leave nothing free from profanation, and gave orders for the temples which the people had consecrated in every deme to be destroyed and set on fire. The land of Attica was famous for that class of building, as well as for the abundance of native marble, and the genius of its architects, and therefore it afforded abundant material for this destructive fury. He was not satisfied with overthrowing the temples with their statues. He even ordered the blocks of stone to be broken in pieces, lest, if they retained their shape, they might form imposing ruins. When there was nothing left on which his rage, still insatiate, could wreak itself, he left the enemy's territories for Boeotia, and did nothing more worth mentioning in Greece. Chapter 27. The Consul's Successful Campaign. The consul Sulpicius was at the time encamped by the river Apsus, in a position lying between Apollonia and Dyrrachium. He recalled Lucius Apustius, and sent him with a portion of his force to ravage the enemy's frontiers. After devastating the borders of Macedon, and capturing at the first assault the fortified posts of Corregum, Gerunium, and Orgesus, Apustius came to Antipatria, a place situated in a gorge between two mountain ranges. He first invited the chief men of the city to a conference, and tried to persuade them to trust themselves to the Romans. Confident in the size of their city, its fortifications, and its strong position, they treated his overtures with contempt. He then resorted to force, and carried the place by assault. After putting the adult males to death, and allowing the soldiers to appropriate all the plunder, he leveled the walls and burnt the city. Fear of similar treatment brought about the surrender of Caudrion, a fairly strong and fortified town, without offering any resistance. A detachment was left there to garrison the place, and Cnidus, a name better known as that of a city in Asia, was taken by storm. As Apustius was on his way back to the consul with a considerable amount of plunder, He was attacked during his passage of the river by Athenagoras, one of the king's prefects, and his rear was thrown into confusion. On hearing the shouting and tumult, he galloped back, made his men face about and throw their kits into the center of the column, and formed his line. The king's soldiers did not stand the charge of the Romans. Many were killed and more taken prisoners. Apustius brought back his army safely to the consul, and was at once sent off to rejoin the fleet. End of section 39. Section 40 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 31, Rome and Macedon, chapters 28 to 34. Chapter 28. As the commencement of the war was marked by this successful expedition, various princes and leading men from the countries bordering on Macedonia visited the Roman camp, amongst them Pleuratus, the son of Sclerdoladus, Amynander, king of the Athemanians, and Bato, the son of Longarus, who represented the Dardanians. Longarus had been warring on his own account with Demetrius, Philip's father. In reply to their offers of help, the consul said that he would avail himself of the services of the Dardanians and of Pleuratus when he led his army into Macedonia. With Amynander he arranged that he should induce the Aetolians to take part in the war. Envoys from Attalus had also come, and he instructed them to ask the king to meet the Roman fleet at Aegina, where it was wintering, and in conjunction with it to harass Philip as he had previously done by naval operations. Emissaries were also sent to the Rhodians, urging them to take their share in the war. Philip, who had now arrived in Macedonia, showed no less energy in making preparations for the war. His son Perseus, a mere boy, to whom he had assigned some members of his council to direct and advise him, was sent to hold the pass which leads to Pelagonia. Sciathos and Peparethos, cities of some importance, were destroyed, that they might not enrich the hostile fleet with plunder. He sent envoys to the Aetolians to prevent that people, excited at the arrival of the Romans, from breaking faith with him. Chapter 29. Discussion in the Aetolian Council. The meeting of the Aetolian League, which they call the Pan-Aetolium, was to be held on a certain day. The king's envoys hastened their journey in order to be in time for it, and Lucius Furius Purpurio was also present as representing the consul, as was also a deputation from Athens. The Macedonians were allowed to speak first, as the treaty with them was the latest that had been made. They said that as no new circumstances had arisen, they had nothing new to urge in support of the existing treaty. The Aetolians, having learnt by experience how little they had to gain by alliance with the Romans, had made peace with Philip, and they were bound to keep it now that it was made. "Would you prefer," asked one of the envoys, "to copy the unscrupulousness, or shall I call it the levity, of the Romans? When your ambassadors were in Rome, the reply they received was, 'Why do you come to us, Aetolians, after you have made peace with Philip without our consent?' And now the very same men insist upon your joining them in war against Philip. Formerly they pretended that they had taken up arms against him on your account and for your protection. Now they forbid you to be at peace with Philip. In the first Punic War they went to Sicily, ostensibly to help Messana; in the second, to deliver Syracuse from Carthaginian tyranny and restore her freedom. Now Messana and Syracuse, and in fact the whole of Sicily, are tributary to them. They have reduced the island to a province in which they exercise absolute power of life and death. You imagine, I suppose, that the Sicilians enjoy the same rights as you, and that as you hold your council at Naupactus under your own laws, presided over by magistrates of your own choice, and with full power of forming alliances or declaring war as you please, so it is with the councils which meet in the cities of Sicily, in Syracuse or Messana or Lilybaeum. No, a Roman governor manages their meetings. It is at his summons that they have to assemble. They see him issuing his edicts from his lofty tribunal like a despot, and surrounded by his lictors. Their backs are threatened with the rod, their necks with the axe, and every year they have a different master allotted them. Nor ought they, nor can they wonder at this when they see the cities of Italy, such as Rhegium, Tarentum, and Capua, lying prostrate beneath the same tyranny, to say nothing of those close to Rome, out of whose ruin she has grown to greatness. Capua does indeed survive as the sepulchre and memorial of the Campanian nation. The people themselves are either dead and buried, or else cast forth as exiles. It is a headless and limbless city, without a senate, without plebes, without magistrates, an unnatural portent in the land. To leave it as a habitation for men was an act of greater cruelty than its utter destruction would have been. If men of an alien race, separated from you more widely by language, customs, and laws than by intervening sea and land, obtain a hold here, it is folly and madness to hope that anything will remain as it is now. You think that Philip's sovereignty is a danger to your liberty. It was your own doing that he took up arms against you, and his sole aim was to have a settled peace with you. All that he asks today is that you will keep that peace unbroken. Once make foreign legions familiar with these shores and bow your necks to the yoke, then you will seek in vain and too late for Philip's support as your ally. You will have the Romans for your masters. Aetolians, Acarnanians, Macedonians are united and disunited by slight and purely temporary causes. With foreigners and barbarians, all Greeks ever have been and ever will be at war. For they are our enemies by nature, and nature is unchanging. Their hostility is not due to causes which vary from day to day. But I will end where I began. 3 years ago you decided on this very spot to make peace with Philip. You are the same men that you were then. He is the same that he was. The Romans who were opposed to it then are just those who want to upset it now. Fortune has altered nothing. I do not see why you should alter your minds. Chapter 30. The Macedonians were followed, at the instance of the Romans, by the Athenians, who, after the shocking way they had been treated, had every justification for protesting against Philip's barbarous cruelty. They mourned over the piteous devastation and pillaging of their fields, but it was not because they had suffered hostile treatment from an enemy that they complained. There were certain rights of war which could be justly exercised, and therefore must be justly submitted to. The burning of crops, the destruction of dwellings, the carrying off of men and cattle as plunder, cause suffering to those who endure them, but are not felt to be an indignity. What they did complain of was that the man who called the Romans foreigners and barbarians had so completely outraged all law, human and divine, that in his first ravages he made impious war upon the infernal deities, and in his subsequent ones he defied the powers above. All these sepulchres and monuments within their borders were destroyed, the dead in all their graves laid bare, their bones no longer covered by the earth. There were shrines which their ancestors, in the day when they dwelt in separate demes, had consecrated in their little fortified posts and villages, and which, even when they had been enrolled as citizens of one city, they did not abandon or neglect. All these temples Philip had enveloped in sacrilegious flames. The images of their gods, blackened, burnt, mutilated, were lying among the prostrate pillars of their temples. What he had made the land of Attica, once so fair in its beauty and its wealth, such, if he were allowed, would he make Aetolia and the whole of Greece. Even Athens itself would have been similarly disfigured, if the Romans had not come to the rescue, for the same impious rage was driving him to attack the gods who dwell in the city, Minerva the protectress of the citadel, the Ceres of Eleusis, and the Jupiter and Minerva of the Piraeus. But he had been repulsed by force of arms not only from their temples, but even from the walls of the city, and had turned his savage fury against those shrines whose sanctity was their only protection. They closed with an earnest appeal to the Aetolians that they would, out of compassion to the Athenians, take part in the war, under the leadership of the immortal gods and of the Romans, who, next to the gods, possessed the greatest power and might. Chapter 31. Then the Roman legate spoke as follows: The Macedonians, and then the Athenians, have compelled me to alter entirely the address I was going to make. I came to protest against Philip's wrongful action against all those cities of our allies, but the Macedonians, by the charges they have brought against Rome, have made me a defendant rather than an accuser. The Athenians, again, by their recital of his impious and inhuman crimes against the gods above and those below, have left nothing more for me or for anyone else to bring up against him. Consider that the same things have been said by the inhabitants of Chios and Abydos, by the Aeneans, the Maronites, the Thasians, by the natives of Paros and Samos, of Larissa and Messene, and by the people over there in Achaia, and that those upon whom he was able to inflict most injury have made the gravest and most serious charges. As to those actions which he has brought up against us as crimes, I frankly admit that if they do not deserve praise, they cannot be defended. He mentioned as instances Rhegium, Capua, and Syracuse. In the case of Rhegium, the inhabitants themselves begged us during the war with Pyrrhus to send a legion for their protection, and the soldiers, forming a criminal conspiracy, took forcible possession of the town which they were sent to defend. Did we therefore approve their action? Did we not, on the contrary, take military measures against the criminals? And when we had them within our power, did we not compel them to make satisfaction to our allies by scourgings and executions? And then did we not restore to the Rhegians their city, their lands, and all their possessions, together with their liberty and their laws? As to Syracuse, when it was oppressed by foreign tyrants, a still greater indignity, we came to its help, and spent 3 weary years in making attacks by sea and land upon its almost impregnable fortifications. And though the Syracusans themselves would rather have remained under that servile tyranny than let their city be taken by us, we captured it, and the same arms which effected its capture won and secured its freedom. At the same time, we do not deny that Sicily is one of our provinces, and the communities which took the side of the Carthaginians, and in full sympathy with them, urged war against us, are now tributary, and pay us the tenth of all their produce. We do not deny this. On the contrary, we, with you and the whole world, know that each has been treated in accordance with its deserts. It was the same with Capua. Do you suppose that we regret the punishment meted out to the Capuans, a punishment which they themselves cannot make a ground of complaint? It was on their behalf that we remained at war with the Samnites for nearly 70 years, during which time we suffered severe defeats. We were united with them by treaty, then by intermarriage, and at last by common citizenship. And yet these men were the first of all the Italian nationalities to take advantage of our difficulties and revolt to Hannibal after massacring our garrison, and then, in revenge for our besieging them, sent him to attack Rome. If neither their city nor a single inhabitant had survived, who could feel any indignation at their fate, or charge us with having adopted harsher measures than they deserved? Those whom a consciousness of guilt drove to suicide were more numerous than those who were punished by us. And though we deprived the survivors of their city and territory, we gave them land and a place to dwell in. The city itself had not injured us, and we left it standing uninjured. So much so that anyone who sees it today would find no trace of its having been stormed and captured. But why do I speak of Capua, when even to conquered Carthage we have given peace and liberty? The danger is rather that, by showing too much leniency to the conquered, we should incite them all the more to try the fortune of war against us. So much in defense of our conduct. With respect to the charges against Philip, the bloodshed in his own family, the murders of his kinsmen and friends, his lust almost more inhuman than his cruelty, you who live nearest to Macedonia know most about them. As regards you Aetolians, it was on your behalf that we undertook war against him. You made peace with him without any reference to us. Perhaps you will say that as we were fully occupied with the Punic War, you were compelled to accept terms of peace from the man whose power was at that time in the ascendant, to which we should reply that it was only after you had laid aside hostilities that we too abandoned them, as greater matters claimed our attention. Now, however, that through the favor of the gods the Punic War is over, we have thrown our whole strength on Macedonia, and the opportunity offers itself for you to regain our friendship and support, unless indeed you prefer to perish with Philip rather than conquer with the Romans. Chapter 32. At the conclusion of this speech, the unanimous feeling was in favor of the Romans. Democritus, the chief magistrate of the Aetolians, who was currently reported to have been bribed by the king, refused to support either side. In a matter of such serious consequence, he said, nothing is so fatal to wise counsels as doing things in a hurry. This is followed by quick repentance, which, however, is too late, and quite unavailing. Decisions hastily and precipitately formed cannot be recalled, nor can the mischief be undone. He thought that an interval ought to be allowed for mature deliberation, and the time could be fixed there and then. As they were forbidden by law to discuss questions of peace and war anywhere but in the Pan-Aetolian Council, they ought at once to pass a decree exempting the chief magistrate from all penalties, if he summoned a council when he thought the time had come to submit the question of peace and war, and the decrees of that council should have the same force and validity as though they had been passed in a regular pan-Aetolian council. After the matter was adjourned, the envoys were dismissed, and Democritus said that the decision come to was in the highest degree favorable to the nation, for whichever side had the better fortune in the war, that side they would be able to join. Such were the proceedings in the Pan-Aetolian Council. Chapter 33. Sulpicius's operations against Philip. Philip was making vigorous preparations both by land and sea. He concentrated his naval strength at Demetrius in Thessaly, as he expected that Attalus and the Roman fleet would move from Aegina at the beginning of the spring. Heraclides was continued in command of the fleet and coastline. The gathering of his land forces he conducted in person, encouraged by the belief that he had deprived the Romans of two important auxiliaries, the Aetolians on the one side and the Dardanians on the other, as the pass at Pelagonia was closed by his son Perseus. By this time the consul was not preparing for war, but actually engaged in it. He led his army through the country of the Deseretii, and the corn which they had brought from their winter quarters they were carrying with them untouched, as the fields through which they marched supplied all that they wanted. Some of the towns and villages on his route surrendered voluntarily, others through fear. Some were taken by storm, others were found to be abandoned, the inhabitants having fled to the neighboring mountains. He formed a standing camp at Lynsus, near the river Bivas, and from there he sent parties to collect corn from the granaries of the Deseretii. Philip saw that there was consternation everywhere, and that the population were in a state of panic, but he did not know what part the consul was making for, and accordingly he sent a cavalry detachment to reconnoiter and find out in what direction the enemy were marching. The consul was equally in the dark. He knew that the king had moved out of his winter quarters, but was ignorant of his whereabouts, so he too sent out cavalry to reconnoiter. After each party had wandered for a considerable time along unknown roads amongst the Daceretii, they at last took the same road. When the noise of men and horses was heard in the distance, they both became aware that an enemy was approaching. So before they came in sight of one another, they put their horses and weapons in readiness, and as soon as they saw their enemy, they charged. They were not unfairly matched in numbers and courage, for each corps consisted of picked men, and for some hours they kept up an even fight, until the exhaustion of men and horses put a stop to the battle, without either side gaining the victory. 40 of the Macedonians fell, and 35 of the Romans. Neither side gained any information as to the whereabouts of their opponent's camp, which they could carry back either to the consul or to the king. This information was ultimately conveyed by deserters, a class of persons whom want of principle renders useful in all wars for finding out things about the enemy. Chapter 34. With a view of doing more to win the affections of his men, and make them more ready to meet danger on his behalf, Philip paid special attention to the burial of the men who had fallen in the cavalry action, and ordered the bodies to be brought into camp, that all might see the honor paid to the dead. But nothing is so uncertain or so difficult to gauge as the temper of a mass of people. The very thing which was expected to make them keener to face any conflict only inspired them with hesitancy and fear. Philip's men had been accustomed to fighting with Greeks and Illyrians, and had only seen wounds inflicted by javelins and arrows, and in rare instances by lances. But when they saw bodies dismembered with the Spanish sword, arms cut off from the shoulder, heads struck off from the trunk, bowels exposed, and other horrible wounds, they recognized the style of weapon and the kind of man against whom they had to fight, and a shudder of horror ran through the ranks. Even the king himself felt apprehensive, though he had not yet met the Romans in a pitched battle, and in order to augment his forces, he recalled his son and the troops who were stationed in the Pelargonian Pass, thus leaving the road open to Pleuretus and the Dardanians for the invasion of Macedonia. He now advanced against the enemy with an army of 20,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry, and came to a hill near Athicus, where he strongly entrenched himself about a mile from the Roman camp. It is said that as he looked down on it and gazed with admiration on the appearance of the camp as a whole, and its various sections marked off by the rows of tents, and the roads crossing each other, he exclaimed, "No one can possibly take that for a camp of barbarians." For 2 whole days the king and the consul kept their respective armies in camp, each waiting for the other to attack. On the 3rd day the Roman general led out his whole force to battle. End of section 40. Section 41 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 31, Rome and Macedon. Chapters 35 through 41. Chapter 35. The king, however, was afraid of hazarding a general engagement so soon, and contented himself with sending forward a detachment of 400 Trallians, an Illyrian tribe, as we have explained above, and 300 Cretan infantry, with an equal number of cavalry under Athenagoras, one of the nobles of his court, to challenge the enemy's cavalry. The Romans, whose main line was about half a mile distant, sent forward their velites and about 2 squadrons of cavalry, so that the number of their mounted and unmounted men was equal to that of the enemy. The king's troops expected the style of fighting to be that with which they were familiar. The cavalry would make alternate charges and retirements, at one moment using their missiles, then galloping to the rear. The swift-footed Illyrians would be employed in sudden onsets and rushes. The Cretans would discharge their arrows on the enemy as he dashed forward to attack. But this order of combat was completely upset by the method of the Roman attack, which was as sustained as it was fierce. They fought as steadily as though it had been a regular engagement. The velites, after discharging their javelins, came to close quarters with their swords. The cavalry, when once they had reached the enemy, halted their horses and fought, some on horseback, whilst others dismounted, and took their places amongst the infantry. Under these conditions, Philip's cavalry, unaccustomed to a stationary combat, were no match for the Roman horse, and his infantry, trained to skirmish in loose order, and unprotected by armor, were at the mercy of the velites, who, with their swords and shields, were equally prepared for defense and attack. Incapable of sustaining the conflict, and trusting solely to their mobility, they fled back to their camp. Chapter 36. After 1 day's interval, the king decided to bring the whole of his cavalry and light-armed troops into action. During the night he concealed a body of castrati, whom they call peltas, in a position between the 2 camps, well adapted for an ambush, and instructed Athenagoras and his cavalry, in case the main battle went favorably, to push their advantage, but if not, to give ground slowly and draw the enemy to the place where the ambush was set. The cavalry did retire, but the officers of the corps of Catrati did not wait long enough for the signal, and by sending their men forward before the right moment, lost their chance of success. The Romans, victorious in the open battle and safe from the danger of ambuscade, returned to camp. The next day the consul went out to battle with his whole force. In front of his line were posted some elephants, which the Romans were using for the first time, having captured some in the Punic War. When he saw that the enemy were keeping quiet within their lines, he mounted some rising ground close to their rampart, and taunted them with their timidity. Even then no chance of fighting was offered him, and as foraging was by no means safe while the camps were in such close proximity, since Philip's cavalry would attack his men when they were dispersed amongst the fields, he shifted his camp to a place called Atolabum, about 8 miles off, to allow of his foraging more safely, owing to the greater distance. As long as the Romans were cutting corn in the neighborhood of their camp, the king kept his men within their lines, in order that the enemy might grow more venturesome and careless. When he saw them scattered far afield, he set off with the whole of his cavalry and the Cretan auxiliaries at such a rapid pace that only the fleetest of the infantrymen could keep up with the troopers. On reaching a position between the foragers and their camp, he divided his force. One division was sent in pursuit of the scattered foragers, with orders not to leave a single man alive. With the other he beset the various roads by which the enemy would have to return to their camp. Now men were fleeing and being cut down in all directions, and no one had yet reached the Roman camp with tidings of the disaster, because those who fled thither fell into the hands of the king's troops, who were waiting for them. More were killed by those who were blocking the roads than by those who had been sent in pursuit. At last, some who had managed to elude the enemy brought, in their excitement, more confusion into the camp than definite information. Chapter 37. The consul ordered his cavalry to go wherever they could to the rescue of their comrades, and at the same time led the legions out of the camp, and marched in close order against the enemy. Some of the cavalry lost their way in the fields, owing to the various cries that were raised in different places. Others came face to face with the enemy, and fighting began at many points simultaneously. It was hottest where the king's stationary troops were posted, for owing to their numbers, both horse and foot, they almost formed a regular army, and as they held the road, most of the Romans encountered them. The Macedonians, too, had the advantage of the king's presence to encourage them, whilst the Cretan auxiliaries, in close order and prepared for fighting, made sudden onsets and wounded many of their opponents, who were dispersed without any order or formation. If they had kept their pursuit within bounds, they would not only have come off with flying colors in the actual contest, but they would have gone far to influence the course of the war. As it was, they were carried away by thirst for blood, and fell in with the advancing Roman cohorts and their military tribunes. The cavalry, too, as soon as they saw the standards of their comrades, turned their horses against the foe, who was now in disorder, and in a moment the fortune of the day was reversed. Those who had been the pursuers now turned and fled. Many were killed in hand-to-hand fighting, many whilst fleeing. They did not all perish by the sword. Some were driven into bogs, and were sucked down together with their horses in the bottomless mud. Even the king was in danger, for he was flung to earth by his wounded and maddened horse, and all but overpowered as he lay. He owed his safety to a trooper, who instantly leapt down and put the king on his own horse, but as he could not keep up on foot with the cavalry in their flight, he was speared by the enemy, who had ridden up to where the king fell. Philip galloped round the swamp, and made his way in headlong flight through paths and pathless places, until he reached his camp in safety, where most of the men had given him up for lost. 200 Macedonians perished in that battle, about 100 prisoners were taken, and 80 well-equipped horses were secured, together with the spoils of their fallen riders. Chapter 38. There have been some who blamed the king's rashness and the consul's want of energy on that day. They said that Philip ought to have remained quiet, for he knew that the enemy would, in a few days, have cleared all the country round of corn, and would have come to the extremity of want. The consul, on the other hand, after routing the enemy's cavalry and light infantry, and almost capturing the king himself, ought to have marched at once to the enemy's camp. The enemy were too much demoralized to make any stand, and the war could have been finished in a moment. As in most cases, this was easier to say than to do. Had the king engaged with the whole of his infantry, it is possible that he might have lost his camp, after they had been completely defeated, and fled from the field to their camp, and then continued their flight as the enemy broke through their entrenchments. But as the infantry force in camp remained intact, and the outposts and guards were all at their stations, what would the consul have gained beyond imitating the rashness of the king in his wild pursuit of the routed horses? Nor could any fault be found with the king in his plan of attacking the foragers whilst dispersed through the fields, had he been contented with that success. That he should have tempted fortune as he did is the less surprising, since a report was current that Pleuratus and the Dardanians had already invaded Macedonia with an immense force. With this force assailing him in the rear, he might well believe that the Romans would finish the war without striking a blow. After the 2 unsuccessful cavalry actions, Philip thought that he would be running considerable risk in remaining any longer in his standing camp. As he wanted to conceal his departure from the enemy, he sent a flag of truce just after sunset to ask for an armistice for the purpose of burying the dead. Having thus deceived the enemy, he marched out at the second watch in perfect silence, leaving numerous fires alight all through the camp. Chapter 39. The consul was resting when the news was brought to him of the arrival of the herald and the reason of his coming. All his reply was that an interview would be granted on the following morning. This was just what Philip wanted, as it gave him the night and a part of the following day in which to get the start of his opponent. He took the road over the mountains, which he knew that the Roman general would not attempt with his heavy column. At daybreak the consul granted the armistice, and dismissed the herald, and not long afterwards became aware that the enemy had disappeared. Not knowing in what direction to follow him, he spent some days in camp collecting corn. Then he marched to Stubera, and gathered out of Pelagonia the corn which was in the fields. From there he advanced to Pluina, without, so far, discovering the route which the enemy had taken. Philip at first fixed his camp at Briannium, and then advancing by crossroads, created a sudden alarm amongst the enemy. The Romans in consequence left Pluina, and encamped by the river Osphagus. The king pitched his camp not far away by a river, which the natives call Aragonus, and carried his entrenchment along the bank. Then, having definitely ascertained that the Romans intended to march to Airdea, he determined to anticipate them, and occupied a narrow pass with the object of making it impossible for the enemy to pass through it. He barricaded it in various ways, in some parts with rampart, in others with fosse, in other places with piled up stones to serve as a wall, and elsewhere with tree trunks, as the nature of the ground or the materials allowed, until, as he believed, he had made a road which was naturally difficult, absolutely impassable by the obstacles which he had placed across every exit. The country was mostly forest, difficult for troops to work in, especially for the Macedonian phalanx, for unless they can make a kind of chevaux de frise with the extraordinarily long spears which they hold in front of their shields, and this requires a free and open space, they are of no use whatever. The Thracians with their pikes, which were also of an enormous length, were hampered and obstructed by the branches on all sides. The Cretan cohort was the only one that was of any service, and this only to a very limited extent, for though, when attacked by an unprotected horse and rider, they could discharge their arrows with effect, there was not sufficient force in their missiles to penetrate the Roman shields, nor was there any exposed part of the body at which they could take aim. Finding therefore that mode of attack useless, they pelted the enemy with the stones which were lying all over the ravine. This caused more noise than injury, but the drumming on their shields checked the advance of the Romans for a few minutes. They soon ceased to pay any attention to them, and some of them, forming a shield roof over their heads, forced their way through the enemy in front, while others, by making a short circuit, gained the crest of the hill, and drove the Macedonians from their posts of observation. Escape was almost impossible on such difficult ground, and the greater number were slain. Chapter 40. Thus the pass was surmounted with less trouble than they had anticipated, and they entered the district of Airdea. After ravaging the fields in all directions, the consul moved into Elymia. Here he made an attack on Orestis, and approached the town of Seletrum. This was situated on a peninsula. The walls were surrounded by a lake, and there was only one road to the adjacent country, over a narrow neck of land. At first the townsmen, relying upon their position, closed their gates and rejected the summons to surrender. When, however, they saw the standards advancing, and the legions marching under their shield roof up to the gate, and the narrow neck of land covered by the hostile column, their hearts failed them, and they surrendered without risking a battle. From Seletrum he advanced into Daceretia, and took the city of Pelion by assault. The slaves and the rest of the booty he carried off, but the free citizens he set at liberty without ransom, and he restored their town to them after placing a strong garrison in it. It was well adapted from its position to serve as a base for his operations against Macedonia. After thus scouring the enemy's country, the consul returned to friendly territories, and led his force back to Apollonia, which had been his starting point for the campaign. Philip's operations against the Aetolians and other nationalities. Philip had been called away by the Aetolians, the Athemanians, the Dardanians, and the numerous wars which had broken out in various quarters. The Dardanians were already retiring from Macedonia when he sent Athenagoras with the light infantry and the greater part of the cavalry to attack them from the rear as they retreated, and by harassing their rear make them less eager to send their armies away from home. As to the Aetolians, Democritus, their supreme magistrate, who had advised them at Naupactus to delay resolving upon war, had at their next meeting urged them strongly to take up arms after all that had happened. The cavalry action at Atalabrum, the invasion of Macedonia by the Dardanians, and Pleuretus in conjunction with the Illyrians, and especially the arrival of the Roman fleet at Aureum, and the certainty of Macedonia, beset by all those states, being blockaded at sea. Chapter 41. These considerations brought Democritus and the Aetolians back to the side of the Romans, and in conjunction with Amenander, king of the Athemanians, they proceeded to invest Circinium. The townsmen had closed their gates, whether spontaneously or under compulsion is not clear, as Philip's troops were holding the place. However, in a few days Circinium was taken and burnt, and those who survived the wholesale slaughter, slaves and citizens alike, were carried off with the rest of the booty. Dread of a similar fate drove the inhabitants of all the cities round Lake Boebius to abandon their homes and take to the mountains. There being no further chance of plunder, the Aetolians left that part of the country and proceeded to go into Perrhaebia. Here they took Ceretiae by storm and ruthlessly sacked it. The population of Maloea surrendered voluntarily and were admitted into the Aetolian League. Leaving Perrhaebia, Amenander advised them to attack Gomphi, as it was close to Athemania, and there was every probability of its being carried without much fighting. The Aetolians, however, wanted plunder, and made for the fertile plains of Thessaly. Amenander accompanied them, though he did not approve of the disorderly way in which they carried on their depredations, nor of their careless method of pitching their camp on any chance ground, without taking the trouble to select a good position, or throw up proper entrenchments. He was afraid that their recklessness and carelessness might bring disaster to him and his men, and when he saw them fixing their camp on flat open ground below the hill on which the city of Phaca stood, he took possession of some rising ground little more than a mile away, which needed very slight fortifying to make it safe. Except that they continued their depredations, the Aetolians seemed to have almost forgotten that they were in an enemy's country. Some were roaming about unarmed. Others were turning day into night with wine and sleep, leaving the camp altogether unguarded. Suddenly, when no one expected him, Philip came on the scene. Some who rushed back from the fields announced his appearance, and Democritus and the other generals were in dire consternation. It happened to be midday, when most of the soldiers were asleep after their heavy meal. Their officers roused them, ordered some to arm themselves, and sent off others to recall the plundering parties dispersed over the fields. So great was the hurry and confusion that some of the cavalry went off without their swords, and most of them had not put on their body armor. Sent out thus hurriedly, barely amounting to 600 horse and foot, they met the king's cavalry, who were superior to them in numbers, equipment, and morale. They were naturally routed at the first shock, and after showing hardly any fight, broke into a cowardly flight and made for their camp. Many whom the cavalry cut off from the main body of the fugitives were either killed or captured. End of section 41. Section 42 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 31, Rome and Macedon, chapters 42 through 49. Chapter 42. His men were already coming up to the enemy's rampart when Philip ordered the retreat to be sounded, for horses and men alike were tired, not so much by fighting as by the length and extraordinary celerity of their march. Orders were given to the cavalry to get water and take their dinner, a troop at a time, and the light infantry to do the same, a maniple at a time. The others he kept in position under arms, waiting for the main body of infantry, who, owing to the weight of their armor, had marched more slowly. When these arrived, they were ordered to plant their standards and put their arms down in front of them, and then take a hasty meal, while 2 or 3 at the most were sent from each company to fetch water. The cavalry and light infantry were, in the meantime, standing ready for instant action, in case of any movement on the part of the enemy. By this time the crowds of Aetolians who had been dispersed in the fields had regained their camp, and troops were posted about the gates and rampart as though they were prepared to defend their lines. As long as they saw that the enemy were quiet and they felt safe, they were quite courageous, but as soon as the Macedonians got into motion and began to advance towards their camp, fully prepared for battle, they all promptly deserted their posts and made their escape through the gate in the rear of the camp to the eminence on which the Athumenian camp stood. Philip felt quite certain that he could have deprived the Athumenians also of their camp had sufficient light remained, but the day had been consumed, first in the battle and then in plundering the Aetolian camp. So he took up his position on the level ground near the hill, prepared to attack at dawn. But the Aetolians, who had not recovered from the panic in which they had abandoned their camp, fled in various directions during the night. Amenander proved of the greatest assistance to them. Under his leading, the Athumenians, who were familiar with the paths over the mountain summits, conducted them into Aetolia by ways unknown to the enemy who was following in pursuit. A few who had lost their way in the scattered flight fell into the hands of the cavalry, whom Philip, on finding that the camp was abandoned, had sent to harass their retreat. Chapter 43. Athenagoras, Philip's lieutenant in the meanwhile, caught up the Dardanians as they were retiring within their frontiers, and created considerable confusion in the rear of their column. They faced about and formed in line of battle, and a regular engagement ensued, in which neither side gained the advantage. When the Dardanians began again to go forward, the king's cavalry continued to harass them, as they had no troops of the same kind to protect them, and their equipment rendered them immobile. The ground, too, was in favor of the assailants. Very few were actually killed, but there were many wounded. No prisoners were taken, because they were cautious about leaving their ranks, and kept up the retreating fight in close order. Thus Philip, through his bold initiative, as much as by its successful results, kept the two nations in check by his well-timed movements, and so made good the losses he had sustained in the war with Rome. An incident which occurred subsequently gave him a further advantage by diminishing the number of his Aetolian enemies. Scopas, one of their principal men, who had been sent by King Ptolemy from Alexandria with a considerable amount of gold, conveyed to Egypt a mercenary army consisting of 6,000 infantry and 500 cavalry. He would not have left a single man of military age in Aetolia, if Democritus had not kept some of them at home, by sternly reminding them of the war which was imminent, and the defenseless condition of a country deprived of its manhood. It is uncertain whether his action was dictated by patriotism or by personal enmity to Scopas, who had not bribed him. Such were the various undertakings in which the Romans and Philip were engaged during this summer. Chapter 44. Operations of the combined fleets. It was in the early part of this summer that the fleet under Lucius Apustius left Corcyra, and after rounding the Cape of Malea, was joined by Attalus off Scalaeum, a place situated in the district of Hermione. On this the Athenians, who had for a long time been afraid to show their hostility to Philip too openly, now at the prospect of immediate assistance, gave full vent to their rage against him. There is never any lack of tongues there to stir up the populace. People of this sort thrive on the applause of the mob, and are found in all free states, particularly in Athens, where oratory had so much influence. A proposal was introduced, and at once adopted by the people, that all the statues and busts of Philip and of all his ancestors, male and female alike, with the inscriptions on them, should be removed and destroyed. The festivals, sacrifices, and priests which had been instituted in honor of him or of his predecessors should be abolished. Even the localities in which anything had been set up, or where there was any inscription to perpetuate his name, were to be placed under a curse, and nothing which it was right to erect or consecrate on undesecrated ground could be erected or consecrated in these places. On every occasion on which the official priests offered up prayers for the people of Athens and the armies and fleets of their allies, they were always to invoke solemn curses on Philip, his children, and his realm, all his forces, military and naval, and on the whole nation of the Macedonians. It was further decreed that if anyone should in future introduce any measure calculated to brand Philip with ignominy, the Athenians should at once adopt it, and if anyone by word or deed try to vindicate him or do him honor, the man who slew him would be justified in doing so. Finally, it was enacted that all the decrees which had been formerly made against Pisistratus should be in force against Philip. As far as words went, the Athenians made war on Philip, but it was only in these that their strength lay. Chapter 45. When Attalus and the Romans arrived at the Piraeus, they stayed there a few days, and then left for Andros with a heavy cargo of decrees, quite as extravagant in their praises of their friends as in their expressions of wrath against their enemy. They brought up in the harbor of Gorellum, and a party was sent ashore to test the feelings of the citizens, and find out whether they preferred to surrender voluntarily or to await an assault. They replied that they were not their own masters, as the place was held by Philip's troops. Thereupon the forces were landed, and all the usual preparations for an assault were made. Attalus approached the city on one side, and the Roman commander on the other. The novel sight of the Roman arms and standards, and the spirit with which the soldiers, without the slightest hesitation, mounted the walls, utterly appalled the Greeks, who promptly fled to the citadel, leaving the enemy in possession of the city. There they held out for 2 days, trusting more to the strength of the place than to their own arms. On the 3rd, they, together with the garrison, surrendered the town and citadel on condition of being allowed to retire with 1 garment apiece to Delium in Boeotia. The city itself was made over by the Romans to Attalus. They themselves carried off the plunder and all that adorned the city. Anxious not to have the island a solitude, Attalus persuaded nearly all the Macedonians, as well as some of the Andrians, to remain there. Subsequently, those who had, in accordance with the terms of surrender, migrated to Delium, were induced by the king's promises to return, for the love of country made them more ready to trust his word. From Andros the fleets sailed to Sithnos. Here they spent some days in a fruitless attack on the city, and as it seemed hardly worth while to continue their efforts, they sailed away. At Prasiae, a place on the mainland of Attica, the Essaians joined the Roman fleet with 20 fast-sailing vessels. They were sent off to ravage the Carystian country. Pending their return, the rest of the fleet lay at Gerastus, a well-known port in Euboea. Then they all set sail for the open sea, and leaving Scyros on their right, reached Icus. Here a violent gale from the north detained them for a few days, and as soon as the weather moderated, they sailed across to Sciathos, a city which had been devastated and plundered by Philip. The soldiers dispersed through the fields, and brought back to the ships a supply of corn and whatever other food they could find. There was no plunder, nor had the Greeks done anything to deserve being plundered. From there they directed their course to Cassandreia, and touched at Mende, a village on the coast. Rounding the cape, they were purposing to bring their ships right up to the walls, when they were caught and scattered by a violent storm, in which the vessels almost foundered. It was with difficulty that they gained the land after losing most of their tackle. This storm was also a presage of their land operations, for after they had collected their vessels and landed their troops, they were repulsed in their attack on the city with heavy loss, owing to the strength of the garrison which held the place for Philip. After this failure they withdrew to Canestrum in Pallene, and from there, sailing round the promontory of Torone, they headed for Acanthus. After ravaging the territory, they took the city by assault and sacked it. As their ships were by this time heavily laden with booty, they did not go any further, and retracing their course, they reached Sciathus, and from Sciathus they sailed to Euboea. Chapter 46. Leaving the rest of the fleet there, they entered the Maliac Gulf with 10 swift vessels to discuss the conduct of the war with the Aetolians. Pyrrhus the Aetolian was the head of the deputation, which came to Heraclea to share their views with Attalus and the Roman commander. Attalus was requested to furnish 1,000 soldiers, as under the terms of the treaty he was bound to supply that number if they made war on Philip. The demand was refused on the ground that the Aetolians had declined to march out and ravage the Macedonian country at the time that Philip was burning everything round Pergamum, sacred and profane, and so draw him off to look after his own interests. So the Aetolians were dismissed with expectations rather than with actual assistance, as the Romans confined themselves to promises. Apustius returned with Attalus to the fleet. Plans were now discussed for attacking Aureus. This was a strongly fortified city, and after the former attempt upon it, had been held by a strong garrison. After the capture of Andros, 20 Rhodian vessels, commanded by Agesimbrotos, all decked ships, joined the Roman fleet. This squadron was sent to take its station off Zelasium, a promontory in Thynia beyond Demetrius, where it would be admirably placed for meeting any movement on the part of the Macedonian ships. Heraclides, the king's admiral, was anchored at Demetrius, waiting for any chance which the enemy's negligence might offer him, rather than venturing an open battle. The Romans and Attalus attacked Aureus on different sides. The former directed their assault against the citadel which faced the sea, whilst Attalus directed his towards the hollow between the two citadels, where a wall separates one portion of the city from the other. And as they attacked at different points, so they employed different methods. The Romans brought their vinae and battering rams close up to the wall, protecting themselves with their shield roof. The king's troops poured in a hail of missiles from their ballistae and catapults of every description. They hurled huge pieces of rock, and constructed mines, and made use of every expedient which they had found useful in the former siege. The Macedonians, however, who were defending city and citadel, were not only in greater force, but they had not forgotten Philip's censures for their former misconduct, nor his threatenings and promises in the respect of the future, and so they exhibited more courage and resolution. The Roman general found that more time was being spent there than he expected, and that there was a better prospect of success in a regular investment than in a sudden assault. Other operations might be conducted during the siege, so, leaving a sufficient force to complete the investment, he sailed to the nearest point on the mainland, and suddenly appearing before Larissa, not the well-known city in Thessaly, but another called Cremaste, he captured all the city but the citadel. Attalus, too, surprised Aegelion, where the inhabitants were not in the least apprehending an attack from an enemy who was engaged in the siege of another city. By this time the siege works round Aureus had begun to tell upon the place, and the garrison were weakened by their losses, and exhausted by the incessant labor of watches and guards by night and day alike. A part of the wall had been loosened by the blows of the battering rams, and had fallen down in several places. The Romans broke through the breach during the night, and forced their way into the citadel commanding the harbor. On receiving a signal from the Romans in the citadel, Attalus entered the city at daybreak, where a large portion of the wall lay in ruins. The garrison and townsmen fled to the other citadel, and in 2 days' time surrendered. The city fell to Attalus, the prisoners to the Romans. Chapter 47. The autumnal equinox was now at hand, and the straits of Euboea, which are called Coela, are considered dangerous to navigation. As they were anxious to get away before the winter storms began, the fleets sailed back to the Piraeus, their starting point for the war. Leaving 30 ships there, Apustius sailed with the remainder past Malea to Corcyra. Atticus was detained by the celebration of the Eleusinian mysteries, at which he wished to be present, and when they were over he withdrew into Asia, after sending Agesimbrotus and the Rhodians home. Such were the operations against Philip and his allies, conducted by the Roman consul and his lieutenant, with the assistance of King Attalus and the Rhodians. The praetor Lucius Furius enjoys a triumph. When the other consul, Gaius Aurelius, came into his province, he found the war brought to a close, and he did not conceal his chagrin at the praetor's activity in his absence. He sent him into Etruria, and then took his legions into the enemy's country to plunder it, an expedition from which he returned with more booty than glory. Lucius Furius, finding no scope for his activity in Etruria, and bent upon obtaining a triumph for his victories in Gaul, which he thought he might more easily do while the angry and jealous consul was out of the way, suddenly returned to Rome and convened a meeting of the Senate in the Temple of Bologna. After giving a report of what he had done, he asked to be allowed to enter the city in triumph. Chapter 48. A considerable number of the senators supported him in view of the great services he had rendered, and also on personal grounds. The older members were for refusing him a triumph, partly because the army which he had employed had been assigned to another commander, and partly because, in his eagerness to snatch the chance of a triumph, he had quitted his province, an act contrary to all precedent. The consulars in particular insisted that he ought to have waited for the consul, for he could then have fixed his camp near the city, and so have afforded sufficient protection to the colony to hold the enemy in hand without fighting until the consul came. What he failed to do, the Senate ought to do, namely, wait for the consul. After hearing what the consul and the praetor had to say, they would form a truer judgment about the case. Many of those present urged that the Senate ought not to consider anything beyond the praetor's success, and the question whether he had achieved it as a magistrate with full powers and under his own auspices. 2 colonies, it was argued, had been planted as barriers to check risings amongst the Gauls. 1 had been plundered and burnt, and the conflagration was threatening the other colony, which was so near it, like a fire running from house to house. What was the praetor to do? If no action ought to have been taken in the consul's absence, either the Senate was at fault in furnishing the praetor with an army, for as it had decided that the campaign should be fought by the consul's army, and not by the praetor's, which was far away, so it could have passed a special resolution to the effect that it should be fought under the consul and not under the praetor, or else the consul was in the wrong in not joining his army at Ariminum, after he had ordered it to move from Etruria into Gaul, so that he might take his part in the war, which you say ought not to have been undertaken without him. The critical moments in war do not wait upon the procrastination and delays of commanders, and you sometimes have to fight, not because you wish to do so, but because the enemy compels you. We ought to keep in view the battle itself and its consequences. The enemy were routed and cut to pieces, their camp taken and plundered. 1 colony relieved from siege. Those of the other colony who had been made prisoners recovered and restored to their homes and friends. The war was finished in a single battle. Not to men only was that victory a cause of rejoicing. Thanksgivings for 3 days ought to be offered to the immortal gods, because Lucius Furius had upheld the cause of the Republic well and happily, not because he had acted ill and rashly. War with the Gauls was the destined prerogative of the house of the Furii. Chapter 49. Through speeches of this kind, delivered by him and his friends, the personal influence of the praetor, who was on the spot, outweighed the dignity and authority of the absent consul, and by an overwhelming majority a triumph was decreed to Lucius Furius. So Lucius Furius, as praetor, celebrated a triumph over the Gauls during his magistracy. He brought into the treasury 320,000 aces, and 100,500 pounds of silver. No prisoners were led in procession before his chariot, nor were any spoils exhibited, nor was he followed by his soldiers. It was obvious that everything except the actual victory was at the disposal of the consul. Events in Rome. The games, which Scipio had vowed when he was proconsul in Africa, were celebrated with great splendor. A decree was made for the allotment of land to his soldiers, Each man was to receive 2 jugera for every year he had served, in Spain or in Africa, and the decemviri managed the allotment. Commissioners were also appointed to fill up the number of colonists at Venusia, as the strength of that colony had been diminished in the war with Hannibal. Gaius Terentius Varro, Titus Quinctius Flaminius, and Publius Cornelius, the son of Gnaeus Scipio, were the commissioners who undertook the task. During this year, Gaius Cornelius Cethegus, who was holding Spain as propraetor, routed a large army of the enemy in the Seditan district. 15,000 Spaniards are said to have been killed in that battle, and 78 standards taken. On his return to Rome to conduct the elections, Gaius Aurelius did not, as was anticipated, make it a ground of complaint that the Senate had not awaited his return, or given him the opportunity of discussing the matter with the praetor. What he did complain of was the way in which the Senate had passed the decree, granting the triumph without hearing any of those who had taken part in the war, or indeed any one at all except the man who was to enjoy the triumph. Our ancestors, he said, laid it down that the lieutenants general, the military tribunes, the centurions, and the soldiers should be present, in order that the people of Rome might have visible proof of the victory won by the man for whom such an honor was decreed. Was there a single soldier out of the army which fought with the Gauls, or even a single camp follower from whom the Senate might have inquired as to the truth or falsehood of the praetor's report? After making this protest, he fixed the day for the elections. The new consuls were Lucius Cornelius Lentulus and Publius Villius Tapulus. Then followed the election of praetors. Those returned were Lucius Quinctius Flaminius, Lucius Valerius Flaccus, Lucius Villius Tapulus, and Gnaeus Baebius Tamphilus. Provisions were remarkably cheap that year. A great quantity of corn had been brought from Africa, and the curial aediles, Marcus Claudius Marcellus and Sextimus Aelius Paetus, distributed it to the people at 2 aces the modius. They also celebrated the Roman games on a splendid scale, and repeated them a second day. 5 bronze statues from the proceeds of fines were placed by them in the treasury. The plebeian games were celebrated 3 times by the aediles, Lucius Terentius Massiliota and Gnaeus Baebius Tamphilus, the latter being praetor designate. Funeral games were also exhibited in the Forum for 4 days on the occasion of the death of Marcus Valerius Laevinus by his sons Publius and Marcus. They also gave a gladiatorial spectacle in which 25 pairs fought together. One of the keepers of the sacred books, Marcus Aurelius Cotta, died, and Manlius Acilius Galabrio was appointed to succeed him. It so happened that the curial aediles who were elected were both unable to take up their duties at once. Gaius Cornelius Cethegus was elected while absent in Spain, where he held command. Gaius Valerius Flaccus was in Rome when he was elected, but as he was a flamen of Jupiter, he could not take the oaths, and it was not permitted to hold any magistracy for more than 5 days without doing so. Flaccus asked that this condition might be waived in his case, and the Senate decreed that if an aedile should provide someone with the approval of the consuls to take the oaths for him, the consuls might, if they thought good, arrange with the tribunes for the matter to be referred to the plebs. Lucius Valerius Flaccus, praetor designate, was brought forward to take the oaths for his brother. The tribunes brought the matter before the plebs, and the plebs decided that it should be just as though the aedile himself had taken them. In the case of the other aedile, the tribunes requested the plebs to appoint 2 men to command the armies in Spain, and the plebes resolved that the curial aedile Gaius Cornelius should come home to take up his duties, and that Lucius Manlius Acidinus should retire from his province after having held it for many years. They then made an order that Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus and Lucius Stertinius should have the full powers of proconsuls in Spain. End of section 42. Section 43 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 32, The Second Macedonian War, Chapters 1 through 6. Chapter 1, Military Appointments for the Year. The consuls and praetors went into office on March 15th, and at once balloted for their commands. Italy fell to Lucius Lentulus, and Macedonia to Publius Villius. The praetors were distributed as follows. Lucius Quinctius received the city jurisdiction, Gnaeus Baebius Ariminum, Lucius Valerius Sicily, Lucius Villius Sardinia. The consul Lentulus received instructions to raise fresh legions. Villius took over the army from Publius Sulpicius, and it was left to him to bring it up to whatever strength he thought necessary. The legions which Gaius Aurelius had commanded as consul were assigned to Baebius, on the understanding that he was to retain them until the consul relieved him with his new army, and on his arrival all the time expired soldiers were to be sent home. Out of the allied contingent, only 5,000 men were kept on active service, a sufficient number, it was thought, to hold the country round Ariminum. 2 of the former praetors had their commands extended, Gaius Sergius, for the purpose of allotting the land to the soldiers who had been serving for many years in Spain, and Quinctius Minucius, in order that he might complete the investigation of the conspiracies in Bruttium, which he had been hitherto conducting so carefully and impartially. Those who had been convicted of the sacrilege and sent in chains to Rome, he was to send to Locri for execution, and he was also to see that what had been abstracted from Proserpine's shrine was replaced with the due expiatory rites. In consequence of complaints made by representatives from Ardea that the customary portions of the victims sacrificed on the Alban Mount had not been given to that city, the pontiffs decreed that the Latin festival should be held afresh. Portents. Reports came from Suessa that 2 of the city gates and the wall between them had been struck by lightning. Messengers from Formiae announced that the same thing had happened to the temple of Jupiter there. Others from Ostia reported that the temple of Jupiter there also had been struck. Others again from Velitrae brought word that the temples of Apollo and Sancus had been struck, and that hair had appeared on the statue in the temple of Hercules. Quintus Minucius, the propraetor in Bruttium, wrote to say that a foal had been born with 5 feet, and 3 chickens with 3 feet each. A dispatch was received from Publius Sulpicius, the proconsul in Macedonia, in which, among other things, he stated that laurel leaves had shot forth on the stern of a warship. In the case of the other portents, the Senate decided that the consuls should sacrifice full-grown victims to those deities who they thought ought to receive them, but with regard to the last mentioned portent, the haruspices were called into the Senate to advise. In accordance with their directions, a day of special intercessions was ordered, and prayers and sacrifices were offered at all the shrines. Chapter 2. This year the Carthaginians conveyed to Rome the first installment of the war indemnity. It was paid in silver, and the quaestors reported that it was not up to standard value, and on assaying it found that 1/4 was alloy. The Carthaginians made up the deficiency by borrowing money in Rome. They petitioned the Senate to allow their hostages to be restored, and 100 were given back to them. Hopes were held out of the restoration of the remainder if Carthage was true to her obligations. A further request which they put forward was that the hostages who were still detained might be moved from Norba, where they were very uncomfortable, and placed elsewhere. It was agreed that they should be removed to Signia and Ferentinum. A deputation from Gades came with a request that no prefect might be sent there, as this would be in contravention of the agreement made with Lucius Marcius Septimus when they placed themselves under the protection of Rome. Their request was granted. Delegates also came from Narnia, who stated that their colony was short of its proper number, and that some of inferior status had found their way amongst them, and were giving themselves out to be colonists. The consul Lucius Cornelius was instructed to appoint 3 commissioners to deal with the case. Those appointed were the 2 alii, Publius and Sextus, both of whom had the cognomen of Paetus, and Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus. The colonists at Cosa also requested an augmentation of their number, but their request was refused. Chapter 3. Publius Villius in Macedonia. After dispatching the necessary business in Rome, the consuls left for their respective provinces. On his arrival in Macedonia, Publius Villius was confronted by a serious mutiny amongst the troops, which had not been checked at the beginning, though they had for some time been seething with irritation. These were the 2,000 who, after Hannibal's final defeat, had been transferred from Africa to Sicily, and then, in less than a year, to Macedonia. They were regarded as volunteers, but they maintained that they had been taken there without their consent. They had been placed on board by the tribunes in spite of their protests. But in any case, whether their service was compulsory or voluntary, they claimed that they had served their time, and that it was only right that they should be discharged. They had not seen Italy for many years. They had spent the best years of their life under arms in Sicily and Africa and Macedonia, and now they were worn out with their toils and hardships. Their many wounds had drained their blood. The consul told them that if they asked for their release in a proper way, there was reasonable ground for granting it, but that did not justify them, nor would anything else justify them in breaking out into mutiny. If therefore they were willing to remain with the standards and obey orders, he would write to the Senate about disbanding them. They would be much more likely to attain their object by moderation than by contumacy. Chapter 4. Philip's activity. At this time, Philip was pressing the siege of Thaumace with the utmost energy. His mounds were completed and his vinae in full working order, and he was on the point of bringing his battering rams up to the walls when the sudden arrival of a body of Aetolians compelled him to desist. Under the leadership of Archidamus, they made their way through the Macedonian guard and entered the town. Day and night they made constant sorties, at one time attacking the outposts, at another the siege works of the Macedonians. The nature of the country helped them. To one approaching Thaumace from the south by Thermopylae, and round the Malian Gulf, and through the country of Lamia, The place stands out on a height overlooking what they call Thessalia Coeli. When you have made your way by winding paths over the broken ground and come up to the city itself, the whole plain of Thessaly suddenly stretches out before you like a vast sea beyond the limits of vision. From the wonderful view which it affords comes its name of Thaumassi. The city was protected not only by its elevated position, but also by the precipitous sides of the height on which it stood. In the face of these difficulties, Philip did not think its capture worth all the toil and danger involved, and accordingly gave up the task. The winter had already begun when he withdrew from the place and returned to his winter quarters. Chapter 5. Everybody else made the most of the short rest allowed in seeking relaxation for mind and body. But the respite which Philip gained from the ceaseless strain of marches and battles only left him the more free for anxious thought, as he contemplated the issues of the war as a whole. He viewed with alarm the enemy who was pressing on him by land and sea, and he felt grave misgivings as to the intentions of his allies and even of his own subjects, lest the former should prove false to him in the hope of gaining the friendship of Rome, and the latter break out in insurrection against his rule. To make sure of the Achaeans, he sent envoys to require them to renew the oath of fidelity, which they had undertaken to renew annually, and also to announce his intention of restoring to the Achaeans the cities of Orchomenos and Heraea, and the district of Trophilia, and to the Megalopolitans the city of Alephera, as they maintained that it had never belonged to Trophilia, but was one of the places from which, by direction of the council of the Arcadians, the population had been drawn to found Megalopolis, and therefore it ought to be restored to them. By adopting this course, he sought to consolidate his alliance with the Achaeans. His hold upon his own subjects was strengthened by the action he took in the case of Heraclides. He had made a friend of this man, but when he saw that he was making himself intensely disliked, and that many charges had been brought against him, he threw him into prison, to the great joy of the Macedonians. His preparations for war were as carefully and thoroughly made as any he had ever made before. He constantly exercised the Macedonians and mercenary troops, and at the commencement of the spring he sent Athenagoras with all the foreign auxiliaries and light infantry through Epirus into Coania, to seize the pass at Antigonea, which the Greeks call Stena. A few days later he followed with the heavy troops, and after surveying all the positions in the country, he considered that the most suitable place for an entrenched camp was one before the river Eos. This runs through a narrow ravine between two mountains which bear the local names of Meropus and Asneos, and affords a very narrow path along its bank. He gave orders to Athenagoras to occupy Asneos with his light infantry and entrench himself, and he himself fixed his camp on Meropus. Where there were precipitous cliffs, small outposts mounted guard. The more accessible parts he fortified with fosse, or rampart, or towers. A large quantity of artillery was disposed in suitable places, to keep the enemy at a distance by missiles. The king's tent was pitched on a most conspicuous height, in front of the lines, to overawe the enemy, and to give his own men confidence. Chapter 6. The consul had wintered in Corcyra, and on receiving intelligence through Charops and Epirote as to the pass which the king and his army had occupied, he sailed across to the mainland at the opening of the spring, and at once marched towards the enemy. When he was about 5 miles from the king's camp, he left the legions in an entrenched position, and went forward with some light troops to reconnoitre. The following day he held a council of war, to decide whether he should attempt to force the pass, in spite of the immense difficulty and danger to be faced, or whether he should lead his force round by the same route which Sulpicius had taken the year before, when he invaded Macedonia. This question had been debated for several days, when a messenger came to report the election of Titus Quinctius to the consulship, and the assignment to him of Macedonia as his province, and the fact that he was hastening to take possession of his province, and had already reached Corcyra. According to Valerius Antius, Villius, finding a frontal attack impossible, as every approach was blocked by the king's troops, entered the ravine and marched along the river. Hastily throwing a bridge across to the other side, where the king's troops lay, he crossed over and attacked. The king's army were routed and put to flight, and despoiled of their camp. 12,000 of the enemy were killed in the battle, 2,200 prisoners taken, 132 standards, and 230 horses captured. All the Greek and Latin writers, so far as I have consulted them, say that nothing noteworthy was done by Villius, and that the consul who succeeded him took over the whole war from the outset. End of section 43. Section 44 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 32, The Second Macedonian War, Chapters 7 through 13. Chapter 7, Affairs in Rome. During these occurrences in Macedonia, the other consul, Lucius Lentulus, who had remained in Rome, conducted the election of censors. Amidst several candidates of distinction, the choice of the electors fell upon Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus and Publius Aelius Paetus. They worked together in perfect harmony, and revised the roll of the Senate without disqualifying a single member. They also leased out to contractors the customs dues at Capua and Puteoli, and the harbor dues at the Castra Hannibalis, where a town now stands. Here they sent 300 colonists, the number fixed by the Senate, and also sold the land belonging to Capua, which lay at the foot of Mount Tifata. Lucius Manlius Acidnus, who left Spain about this time, was prevented by Publius Porcius, a tribune of the plebes, from enjoying an ovation on his return, though the Senate had granted it to him. He entered the city in an unofficial capacity, and brought into the treasury 1,200 pounds weight of silver and 30 pounds of gold. During the year, Gnaeus Baebius Tamphilus, who had succeeded Gaius Aurelius in the command in Gaul, invaded the country of the Insubrian Gauls, but owing to his want of caution, he was surprised, and very nearly lost the whole of his army. His actual losses amounted to 6,700 men, and this great defeat occurred in a quarter which was no longer a cause of apprehension. This incident called Lucius Lentulus out of the city. As soon as he reached the province, which was filled with disturbance, he took over the command of the demoralized army, and after severely censuring the praetor, ordered him to quit the province and go back to Rome. The consul himself, however, did nothing of any importance, as he was recalled to Rome to conduct the elections. These were delayed by two of the tribunes of the plebes, Marcus Fulvius and Manius Curius, who would not allow Titus Quinctius Flaminius to be a candidate for the consulship, as he was only quaestor at the time. They alleged that the offices of aedile and praetor were now looked down upon. The nobility did not rise through the successive posts of honor before trying for the consulship, and so give proof of their efficiency, but passing over the intermediate steps, made the highest immediately follow the lowest. The question passed from the Campus Martius to the Senate, who passed a resolution to the effect that when anyone was a candidate for an office of dignity which he might lawfully hold, it was right in such a case that the people should have the power to elect whom they would. The tribunes deferred to the authority of the Senate. The consuls elected were Sextius Aelius Paetus and Titus Quinctius Flaminius. At the subsequent election of praetors, the following were returned: Lucius Cornelius Merula, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, Marcus Porcius Cato, and Gaius Helvius. These had been plebeian aediles, and exhibited the plebeian games, and celebrated the festival of Jupiter. The curial aediles, Gaius Valerius Flaccus, one of the flamens of Jupiter, and Gaius Cornelius Cethegus, celebrated the Roman games with great splendor. 2 pontiffs, both members of the house of the Sulpicii, Servius and Caius, died this year. Their places were filled up by Marcus Aemilius Lepidus and Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio. Chapter 8. On assuming office, the new consuls convened the Senate in the Capitol, and it was decreed that the consuls might either arrange between themselves about the 2 provinces of Macedonia and Italy, or they might ballot for them. The one to whom Macedonia fell was to raise 3,000 Roman infantry and 300 cavalry, in order to bring the legions up to their proper strength, and also 5,000 men from the Latins and the allies, and 500 cavalry. The army for the other consul was to be an entirely new one. Lucius Lentulus, the consul of the previous year, had his command extended, and he received orders not to leave his province or bring away his veteran army until the consul arrived with the new legions. The result of the balloting was that Italy fell to Aelius, and Macedonia to Quinctius. Amongst the praetors, Lucius Cornelius Merula received the jurisdiction in the city, Marcus Claudius Sicily, Marcus Porcius Sardinia, and Gaius Helvius Gaul. The enrollment of troops followed, for in addition to the consular armies, the praetors were required to levy forces. Marcellus enlisted 4,000 Latin and allied infantry, and 300 cavalry for service in Sicily. Cato raised 2,000 foot and 200 horse of the same class for Sardinia, so that both these praetors, on reaching their provinces, might disband the old cavalry and infantry. When these dispositions were completed, the consuls introduced a mission from Attalus to the Senate. They announced that the king was assisting Rome with the whole of his military and naval strength, and had up to that day done his utmost to carry out faithfully the behests of the Roman consuls, but he feared that he would not be at liberty to do this any longer. Antiochus had invaded his kingdom, while it was left defenseless both by sea and land. He therefore requested the Senate, if they wished to avail themselves of his fleet and his services in the Macedonian war, that either they themselves would send a force to protect his kingdom, or if they did not wish to do so, that they would allow him to return home and defend his dominions with his fleet, and the rest of his forces. The Senate instructed the consuls to convey the following reply to the delegates. The assistance which King Attalus has given the Roman commanders with his fleet and other forces has been very gratifying to the Senate. They will not themselves send assistance to Attalus against Antiochus, since he is on terms of alliance and friendship with Rome, nor will they detain the auxiliaries, which Attalus is furnishing longer than suits the king's convenience. When the Romans have made use of the resources of others, they have always left liberty of action to others. If any wish to render active assistance to the Romans, it rests with them to take the first step, as it does to take the last. The Senate will send envoys to Antiochus to inform him that the Roman people are making use of Attalus's ships and men against their common enemy Philip, and Antiochus will give gratification to the Senate if he desists from hostilities and leaves Attalus's dominions alone. It is only just and right that monarchs who are allies and friends of Rome should also keep the peace towards each other. Chapter 9. The consul Titus Quinctius, in raising troops, took care to choose mainly those who had done good service in Spain or in Africa, and who were men of tried courage. Anxious as he was to go to his province, he was delayed in Rome by the announcement of portents and the necessity of expiating them. Several places had been struck by lightning: the high road at Veii, the Forum and the Temple of Jupiter at Lanuvium, the Temple of Hercules at Ardea, and at Capua, walls and towers, and the temple called Alba. At Arretium the sky appeared to be on fire. At Velitrae the earth subsided over a space of 3 jugera, leaving a huge chasm. At Suessa it was reported that a lamb had been born with 2 heads, and at Sinuessa a pig with a human head. In consequence of these portents, a day of special intercessions was proclaimed, and the consuls arranged for the prayers and sacrifices. After thus placating the gods, the consuls left for their respective provinces. Aelius took the praetor Helvius with him into Gaul, and handed over to him the army which he had received from Lucius Lentulus, to be disbanded, whilst he himself prepared to continue the war with the legions he brought with him. He did not, however, do anything worth recording. The Roman army in Thessaly. The other consul, Titus Quinctius, left Brundisium earlier than his predecessors had been in the habit of doing, and sailed for Corcyra with an army of 8,000 infantry and 800 cavalry. From there he crossed over in a cankareme to the nearest part of the coast of Epirus, and proceeded by forced marches to the Roman camp. He sent Vilius home, and then waited a few days until his troops, which were following him from Corcyra, joined him. Meanwhile he held a council of war on the question whether he should march straight to the enemy's lines and force them, or whether, without attempting a task of such difficulty and danger, it would not be better to make a safe circuit through the Deseratii and the country of Lyncus, and enter Macedonia from that side. The latter proposal would have been adopted had not Quinctius feared that if he moved further from the sea, his enemy might slip out of his hands, and seek safety as he had done before in forests and deserts, in which case the summer would be gone without any decisive result being arrived at. It was decided, therefore, in any case, to attack the enemy where he was, in spite of the unfavorable ground over which the attack had to be made. But it was easier to decide that an attack should be made than to form a clear idea of how it should be made. For 40 days they remained inactive in full view of the enemy. Chapter 10. This led Philip to hope that he might arrange a peace through the mediation of the Epirotes. A national council was held, at which Pausanias, their captain general, and Alexander, the commander of their cavalry, were chosen to undertake the task, and they arranged a conference between the king and the consul, at a point where the Eus contracts to its narrowest width. The sum and substance of the consul's demands were that the king should withdraw his garrisons from the various states, that he should restore to those of them whose cities and fields he had plundered all that they could recover, and make compensation for the rest upon a fair valuation. In reply, Philip asserted that the cities were differently circumstanced. Those which he had himself taken he would liberate, but as to those which had been bequeathed to him by his predecessors, he would not give up what he had inherited as his lawful possession. If any of the states with whom he had been at war made complaint of the losses they had sustained, he would submit the question to arbitration before any neutral nation whom they chose. To this the consul replied that in this matter, at all events, there was no need whatever for any arbitration, for who could fail to see that the responsibility for all wrongs lay with the aggressor, and in every case Philip had been the aggressor, without having received any provocation. The discussion then turned upon the question which communities were to be liberated. The consul mentioned the Thessalians to begin with. Philip was so furious at this suggestion that he exclaimed, "What heavier condition, Titus Quinctius, could you impose upon a defeated foe?" and with these words hastily left the conference. It was with the difficulty that the two armies were prevented from fighting with missiles, separated as they were by the breadth of the river. The next day the patrols on either side engaged in numerous skirmishes over the broad plain between the camps. Then the king's troops retired, and the Romans in their eagerness for battle followed them on to confined and broken ground. They had the advantage in their order and discipline, and in the nature of their armor, which afforded protection to the whole person. The Macedonians were helped by the strength of their position, which enabled catapults and ballistae to be posted on almost every rock, as though on a city wall. After many on both sides had been wounded, and some had even fallen as in a regular battle, night put an end to the fighting. Chapter 11. At this juncture a shepherd was brought to the consul, who had been sent by Charipus, the leading man in Epirus. He said that he had been in the habit of pasturing his flock in the defile, which was then occupied by the king's camp, and knew every track and turn on the mountains. If the consul cared to send a party with him, he would lead them by a route which was not difficult or dangerous to a place where they would be over the enemy's head. On hearing this, the consul sent to Charipus to find out whether he thought that the rustic was to be trusted in a matter of such importance. Charipus sent back word that he might trust him so far as to keep everything in his own hands, and not be at the mercy of his guide. Whilst wishing rather than daring to trust the man, and with mingled feelings of joy and fear, he was so far swayed by the authority of Charipus as to try the chance which offered. In order to dispel all suspicion of his intended movement, he kept up continuously for 2 days attacks upon every part of the enemy's position, bringing up fresh forces to relieve those who were worn out with fighting. In the meantime he selected 4,000 infantry and 300 cavalry, and placed this picked force in charge of a military tribune, with orders to take the cavalry as far as the ground allowed, and when it became impassable for mounted men, he was to post them somewhere on level ground. The infantry were to follow the path indicated by the guide. When, as he promised, they reached a position above the enemy, they were to give a signal by smoke, and not raise the battle shout until the consul had received the signal, and could judge that the battle had begun. The consul ordered them to march by night. It happened to be moonlight all night, and to take their food and rest in the daytime. The guide was promised a very large reward if he proved faithful. He was, however, bound before being handed over to the tribune. After dispatching this force, the Roman commander subjected the Macedonian outposts to more vigorous pressure on all sides. Chapter 12. The detached force reached the height, which was their objective, on the third day, and signaled by a column of smoke that they had seized and were holding it. Thereupon the consul, having formed his army into 3 divisions, advanced up the bottom of the ravine with his main strength, and sent his right and left wings against the camp. The enemy showed no less alertness in meeting the attack. Eager to come to blows, they moved out of their lines, and as long as they fought in the open, the Romans were vastly superior in courage and training and arms. But after losing many men in killed and wounded, the king's troops retired upon positions strongly fortified or naturally secure, and then it was the turn of the Romans to be in difficulties, as they were advancing over dangerous ground, where the narrow space made retreat almost impossible. Nor would they have been able to retire without paying heavily for their rashness, had not the Macedonians heard shouts, and found that a battle had begun in their rear. This unforeseen danger drove them frantic with terror. Some fled in disorder, others who stood their ground, not so much because they had the courage to fight, as because there was no place for escape, were surrounded by the enemy, who were pressing on in front and rear. The whole army might have been annihilated had the victors been able to keep up the pursuit, but the cavalry were hampered by the rough and confined ground, and the infantry by the weight of their armor. The king galloped off the field without looking behind him. After he had ridden some 5 miles, and rightly suspected from the nature of the country that the enemy would find it impossible to follow him, he came to a halt on some rising ground, and sent his escort in all directions, over hill and dale, to rally his scattered troops. Out of the whole force, his losses did not amount to more than 2,000, and all the rest, as if in obedience to a signal, collected together and marched off in a strong column for Thessaly. After continuing the pursuit as far as they could with safety, cutting down the fugitives and despoiling the dead, they plundered the king's camp, which even in the absence of defenders was difficult to approach. During the night they remained in camp, and the next day the consul followed the enemy through the gorge at the bottom of which the river wound its way. Chapter 13. On the first day of his retreat, the king reached a place called Pyrrhus's Camp in Molossian Tryphylia. The next day he gained the Lisnon range, a tremendous march for his army, but their fears urged them on. This range is in Epirus, and divides it from Macedonia on the north and Thessaly on the east. The mountain sides are clothed with dense forests, and the summits form a wide tableland with perennial streams. Here the king remained encamped for several days, unable to make up his mind whether to go straight back to his kingdom, or whether it would be possible for him first to make an incursion into Thessaly. He decided to march his army down into Thessaly, and proceeded by the nearest route to Tricca, from which place he visited the surrounding cities in rapid succession. The men who were able to follow him were compelled to quit their homes, and the towns were burnt. All the property they could carry with them they were allowed to take away. The rest became the booty of the soldiers. There was no cruelty that they could have suffered from an enemy greater than that which they experienced from their allies. These measures were extremely distasteful to Philip, but as the country would soon be in possession of the enemy, he was determined to keep the persons, at all events, of his allies out of their hands. The towns which were thus devastated were Phasium, Iresiae, Euhydrium, Eretria, and Palepharsalus. At Pherae the gates were closed against him, and as a siege would have caused considerable delay, and he had no time to lose, he gave up the attempt and marched into Macedonia. His retreat was hastened by the news of the approach of the Aetolians. When they heard of the battle which had taken place near the Aeus, the Aetolians ravaged the country nearest to them round Sperchiae, and Macrocome as it is called, and then, crossing the frontiers of Thessaly, they gained possession of Cymene and Angea at the first assault. Whilst they were devastating the fields round Metropolis, the townsmen who had mustered in force to defend their walls inflicted a repulse upon them. In an attack upon Calathera, they met with similar resistance, but after an obstinate struggle they drove the defenders back within their walls. As there was no hope whatever of their effecting the capture of the place, they had to content themselves with this success. They next attacked the villages of Thuma and Selathara, which they plundered. Acare they gained by surrender. At Zyniae the terrified peasants fled, and after thus abandoning their homes, fell in with a detachment of Aetolians, who were marching to Thaumace to protect their foragers. The unarmed and helpless crowd were slaughtered by the armed soldiery, and the abandoned Zyniae was sacked. Then the Aetolians took Cyphera, a stronghold commanding Dolopia. These successful operations were rapidly carried out in a few days. End of section 44. Section 45 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita, Book 32, The Second Macedonian War. Chapters 14 through 20. Chapter 14. Amenander and the Athamenes, on hearing of the Roman victory, did not remain inactive. As he felt little confidence in his soldiers, Amenander begged the consul to lend him a small detachment with which to attack Gomphi. He began by seizing Phaca, a place lying between Gomphi and the pass over Pindus, which divides Athamania from Thessaly. Then he marched to the attack on Gomphi. For several days the inhabitants defended their city most vigorously, but when the scaling ladders were at last placed against the walls, their fears drove them to surrender. The fall of Gomphi created the liveliest alarm throughout Thessaly. The garrisons of Argenta, Farinium, Timarum, Ligine, Stemo, and Lampsus surrendered in rapid succession, together with other unimportant fortified posts in the neighborhood. Whilst the Athamanians and the Aetolians, delivered from the Macedonian peril, were thus making their gain out of the victory which others had won, and Thessaly, doubtful whom to count as friend or foe, was being devastated by 3 armies at once. The consul marched through the defile which the flight of the enemy had left open to him, and entered the country of Epirus. He knew perfectly well which side the Epirotes, with the exception of Cheropus, had favored, but as he saw that they were anxious to repair their past mistakes by doing their utmost to carry out his commands, he measured them by their present rather than their former attitude, and through his clemency and readiness to forgive, he secured their attachment for the future. After dispatching instructions to Corcyra for the transports to come into the Ambracian Gulf, he advanced by easy stages for 4 days, and fixed his camp at the foot of the Circetian range of mountains. Amminander was requested to bring up his troops to the same place, not so much because his assistance was required, as because the consul wished to have them as his guides into Thessaly. Most of the Epirotes were allowed to volunteer for service also. Chapter 15. The first Thalassian city to be attacked was Phalerum. It was garrisoned by 2,000 Macedonians, and as far as arms and fortifications could protect them, they offered a most determined resistance. The consul believed that failure to withstand the Roman arms, in this first instance, would decide the attitude of the Thessalians generally, and he pressed the attack day and night without intermission. At last the resolution of the Macedonians was overcome, and Phalerum was taken. On this, envoys came from Metropolis and Caerium to surrender their cities, and to ask that their offense might be condoned. Their request was granted, but Phalerum was sacked and burnt. He then advanced against Aeginium, but when he saw that the place was practically impregnable, even with a small force to defend it, he contented himself with discharging a few missiles on the nearest outpost, and diverted his march towards Gumphi. As he had spared the fields of the Epirotes, his army was now without the necessaries of life, and on his descent into the plain of Thessaly, he sent to find out whether the transports had reached Leucas or the Ambracian Gulf, and then dispatched bodies of troops one after another in turn to Ambracia to procure corn. Though the route from Gumphi to Ambracia is a difficult and awkward one, it is very short, and in a few days the camp was replenished with stores of all kinds, which had been brought up from the coast. His next objective was Atrax. This city lies on the Peneus, about 10 miles from Larissa, and was founded by emigrants from Perrhaebia. The Thessalonians felt no alarm at the appearance of the Romans, and Philip himself did not venture to advance into Thessaly, but remained encamped in Tempe, so that he could send help as occasion required to any place attempted by the Romans. Chapter 16. Naval Operations. Just about the time when the consul began his campaign against Philip, by fixing his camp in the pass leading from Epirus, his brother Lucius Quinctius, to whom the Senate had entrusted the charge of the fleet and the command of the coastline, sailed to Corcyra with 2 cangaremes. When he heard that the fleet had left, he decided to lose no time, and followed it up to the island of Zama. Here he sent back Lucius Apustius, whom he had succeeded, and went on to Malea. The voyage was a slow one, the vessels which were accompanying him laden with provisions, having mostly to be taken in tow. From Malea he proceeded with 3 swift cangaremes to the Piraeus, leaving orders for the rest of the fleet to follow him as quickly as they could, and here he took over the ships which had been left by Lucius Apustius for the protection of Athens. At the same time 2 fleets sailed from Asia, one of 23 cangaremes with Attalus, the other a Rhodian fleet of 20 decked ships under Agesimbrotus. These fleets united off Andros, and from there sailed to Euboea, which is only separated by a narrow strait. They began by laying waste the fields of the Carystians, but when Carystus was strengthened by reinforcements, which were hurried up, they sailed away to Eretria. On hearing that Attalus had arrived there, Lucius Quinctius proceeded thither with the squadron in the Piraeus, after leaving orders for the rest of his fleet, as they arrived to sail for Euboea. A very fierce attack on Eretria now commenced. The vessels in the 3 fleets carried all kinds of siege engines and artillery, and the country around afforded an abundant supply of timber for the construction of fresh works. At first the townsmen defended themselves with considerable energy, but they gradually became worn out, and many were wounded, and when they saw a portion of the walls leveled by the enemy's machines, they began to think about surrendering. But the garrison consisted of Macedonians, and the townsmen were as much afraid of these as they were of the Romans. Philocles, Philip's lieutenant, also sent word that he would come to their assistance in time if they would hold out. Thus their hopes and fears constrained them to lengthen out the time beyond either their wishes or their strength. At last they heard that Philocles had been defeated, and was in hasty flight to Chalcis, and they at once sent spokesmen to Attalus to ask for mercy and protection. Hoping for peace, they slackened their defense, and contented themselves with guarding that part where the wall had been leveled. Quinctius, however, delivered an assault by night in the quarter where they least expected it, and captured the city. The whole of the townsmen with their wives and children took refuge in the citadel, and finally surrendered. There was not much gold and silver, but the statues and pictures by old-time artists and similar objects were discovered in greater quantities than might have been expected from the size and wealth of the city. Chapter 17. Carystus was the next place to be attacked. Here, before the troops were landed, the entire population abandoned the city and took refuge in the citadel. Then they sent envoys to make terms with the Roman general. The townsmen were at once granted life and liberty. The Macedonians were allowed to depart, after giving up their arms, and paying a sum equivalent to 300 drachmae per man. After ransoming themselves at this sum, they departed for Boeotia. After thus, within a few days, capturing 2 important cities in Euboea, the fleets rounded Sunium, a promontory in Attica, and brought up at Cenchreae, the commercial port of Corinth. Roman successes in Thessaly and Phocis. Meanwhile the consul had on his hands a siege which proved to be more tedious and costly than anyone anticipated, and the defense was conducted in a way he was quite unprepared for. He took it for granted that all his efforts would be devoted to the demolition of the walls, and when once he had opened the way into the city, the flight and slaughter of the enemy would follow, as they usually do when cities are taken by assault. But after a portion of the wall had been battered down by the rams, and the soldiers began to march over the debris into the city, they found themselves at the beginning of a fresh task. The Macedonian garrison, a large body of picked men, considered it a special distinction to defend the city by their arms and courage rather than by walls, and they formed in close order, their front resting on a column of unusual depth. As soon as they saw the Romans clambering over the ruins of the wall, they drove them back over ground covered with obstacles and ill adapted for retirement. The consul was intensely mortified, for he looked upon this humiliating repulse as not only helping to prolong the siege of one solitary city, but also as likely to influence the future course of the war, which, in his opinion, depended to a great extent upon unimportant incidents. After clearing the ground where the shattered wall lay in heaps, he brought up a movable tower of immense height, carrying a large number of men on its numerous stages, and sent on cohort after cohort to break through, if possible, the massed body of Macedonians, which they call the phalanx. But in the narrow space, for the breach in the wall was by no means a wide one, the kind of weapon he used and his style of fighting gave the enemy an advantage. When the serried Macedonian ranks presented their enormously long spears, it was like a shield wall, and when the Romans, after fruitlessly hurling their javelins, drew their swords, they could not get to close quarters, nor could they hack off the spearheads. If they did succeed in cutting or breaking any off, the splintered shafts kept their places amongst the points of the uninjured ones, and the palisade remained unbroken. Another thing which helped the enemy was the protection of their flanks by that part of the wall which was sound. They had not to attack or retire over a wide stretch of ground, which generally disorders the ranks. An accident which happened to the tower gave them still greater confidence. As it was being moved over ground not thoroughly beaten down, one of the wheels sank in, and gave the tower such a list that it seemed to the enemy to be falling over. Chapter 18. Though he was making no progress, what vexed the consul most was that he was allowing a comparison to be made between the tactics and weapons of the contending armies. He recognized that there was no near prospect of a successful assault, and no means of wintering so far from the sea, in a country utterly wasted by the ravages of war, and under these circumstances he raised the siege. There was no harbor on the whole of the Acarnanian and Aetolian coastline which would admit all the transports employed in provisioning the troops, and at the same time furnish covered winter quarters for the legionaries. Anticyra in Phocis, facing the Corinthian Gulf, seemed the most suitable place, as it was not far from Thessaly, and the positions held by the enemy, and only separated from the Peloponnese by a narrow strip of sea. There he would have Aetolia and Acarnania behind him, and Locris and Boeotia on either side of him. Phanoteia in Phocis was taken without any fighting. Anticyra only made a brief resistance. The captures of Ambrisas and Hyampolis speedily followed. Owing to the position of Daulis on a lofty hill, its capture could not be effected by escalade or direct assault. By harassing the defending garrison with missiles, and when they made sorties, skirmishing against them, alternately advancing and retiring without attempting anything decisive, he brought them to such a pitch of carelessness and contempt for their opponents that when they retired within their gates, the Romans rushed in with them and took the place by storm. Other unimportant strongholds fell into Roman hands, more through fear than through force of arms. Elatea closed its gates against him, and there seemed little probability of its admitting either a Roman general or a Roman army, unless it were compelled to do so by force. Chapter 19. Meeting of the Achaean League. While the consul was engaged in the siege of Elatea, the hope of achieving a greater success brightened before him, namely, of inducing the Achaeans to abandon their alliance with Philip, and enter into friendly relations with Rome. Cycliades, the leader of the Macedonian party, had been expelled, and Aristaeus, a favorer of the Roman alliance, was chief magistrate. The Roman fleet, in conjunction with those of Attalus and Rhodes, were anchored at Cenchreae. preparing to make a joint attack on Corinth. The consul thought that, before commencing operations, it would be better to send an embassy to the Achaeans, and give an undertaking that if they would abandon the king and go over to the Romans, Corinth should be incorporated in the Achaean League. At the consul's suggestion, envoys were accordingly sent by his brother Lucius, and by Attalus, the Rhodians, and the Athenians. A meeting of the council was convened at Sicyon. The Achaeans, however, were far from clear as to what course they ought to pursue. They were in fear of Nabis the Lacedaemonian, their dangerous and relentless enemy. They dreaded the arms of Rome, and they were under many obligations to the Macedonians for their kind services, both in bygone years and recently. But the king himself they viewed with suspicion, on account of his faithlessness and cruelty. His action at the time they attached no importance to, and saw clearly that after the war he would be more of a tyrant than ever. They were quite at a loss what view to express, either in the senates of their respective states, or in the general council of the League. Even when thinking the matter over by themselves, they could not make up their minds as to what it was they really wanted, or what was best for them. Whilst the councillors were in this state of indecision, the envoys were introduced and requested to state their case. The Roman envoy, Lucius Calpurnius, was the first to speak. He was followed by the representatives of King Attalus, and then came the delegates from Rhodes. The emissaries of Philip were the next to speak, and the Athenians came last of all, that they might reply to the Macedonians. These last attacked the king with almost greater bitterness than any of the others, for none had suffered more or undergone such harsh treatment. The whole day was taken up with the continuous speeches of all these deputations, and at sunset the council broke up. Chapter 20. The next day they were called together again, when, in accordance with Greek usage, the usher announced that the magistrates gave permission to speak to anyone who wished to lay his views before the council. There was a long silence, each looking for someone else to speak. Nor was this surprising, when men who had been turning over in their minds proposals flatly opposed to each other until their brains had come to a standstill, were still further bewildered by speeches lasting the whole day through, in which the difficulties on both sides were set forth in tones of warning. At last Aristaeus, the president, determined not to adjourn the council without discussion, said, "Where, Achaeans, are those lively disputes which go on at your dinner tables and at the street corners, in which, whenever Philip or the Romans are mentioned, you can scarcely keep your hands off each other? Now, in a council convened for this special purpose, when you have heard the representatives of both sides, when the magistrates submit the question to discussion, when the usher invites you to express your views, you have become dumb. If care for the common safety fails to do so, cannot the party spirit, which makes you take one side or the other, extort a word from anyone? Especially as no one is so dense as not to see that this is the moment, before any decree is passed, for speaking and advocating the course which commends itself to anyone as the best. When a decree has once been made, everyone will have to uphold it as a good and salutary measure, even those who previously opposed it. This appeal from the president not only failed to induce a single speaker to come forward, it did not even call forth a single cheer or murmur in that great assembly, where so many states were represented. End of section 45. Section 46. of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 32, The Second Macedonian War, Chapters 21 through 27. Chapter 21. Then Aristaeus resumed, Leaders of the Achaeans, you are not lacking in counsel, any more than you are in the power of speech. But each of you is unwilling to endanger his own safety in consulting for the safety of all. Possibly I, too, should keep silence were I only a private citizen, but, as it is, I see that either the president ought not to have introduced the envoys into the council, or after he had introduced them, they ought not to be dismissed without some reply being made to them. But how can I give them any reply except in accordance with the decree which you make? And since none of you who have been summoned to this council is willing, or has the courage to express his opinion, let us examine the speeches which the envoys delivered yesterday, as though they were made by members of this council. Let us regard them not as making selfish demands in their own interest, but as recognizing a policy which they believe to be advantageous to us. The Romans, the Rhodians, and Attalus all ask for our alliance and friendship, and consider that it is only just and right that we should give them assistance in the war they are waging against Philip. Philip, on the other hand, reminds us of the fact that we are his allies and have pledged our oath to him. At one time he demands our active support. At another he assures us that he is content for us to remain neutral. Has it not occurred to anyone why those who are not yet our allies ask more from us than those who are our allies? This is not due to excess of modesty in Philip, or to the lack of it in the Romans. It is the fortune of war which imparts confidence to the demands of one side and takes it away from those of the other. As far as Philip is concerned, we see nothing belonging to him except his envoy. As to the Romans, their fleet lies at Cenchrea, laden with the spoils of the cities of Euboea, and we see the consul with his legions overrunning Phocis and Locris, which are only separated from us by a narrow strip of sea. Do you wonder why Philip's envoy Cleomedon spoke in so diffident a tone when he urged us to take up arms against the Romans on behalf of his king? He impressed upon us the sanctity of the same treaty and oath. But if we were to ask of him, by virtue of the same treaty and oath, that Philip should defend us from Nabis and the Lacedaemonians, he would not be able to find a force adequate for our protection, or even an answer to our request, any more than Philip himself could have done last year. For when he attempted to draw our fighting men away into Euboea by promising that he would make war on Nabis, and saw that we would not sanction such an employment of our soldiers or allow ourselves to be involved in a war with Rome, he forgot all about the treaty which he is now making so much of, and left us to be despoiled and wasted by Nabis and the Lacedaemonians. To me, indeed, the arguments that Cleomedon used appeared inconsistent with each other. He made light of a war with Rome, and said that the issue would be the same as that of the former war. If so, then why does Philip keep away and ask for our assistance instead of coming in person and protecting us from Nabis and the Romans? Us, do I say? Why, if this be so, did he allow Eretria and Carystus to be taken? Why all those cities in Thessaly? Why Locris and Phocis? Why is he allowing Elatea to be attacked now? Why did he evacuate the passes leading into Epirus and the unsurmountable barriers commanding the river Aeus? And when he had abandoned them, why did he march off into the heart of his kingdom? If he deliberately left his allies to the mercies of their enemies, how can he object to these allies taking measures for their own safety? If his action was dictated by fear, he must pardon us for our fears. If he retreated because he was worsted, shall we Achaeans, Cleomedon, withstand the arms of Rome, when you Macedonians could not withstand them? You tell us that the Romans are not in greater strength, or employing greater forces in this war than in the last one. Are we to take your word for it, rather than look at the actual facts? On that occasion they only sent their fleet to help the Aetolians. They did not put a consul in command, nor did they employ a consular army. The maritime cities belonging to Philip's allies were in a state of consternation and alarm, but the inland districts were so safe from the arms of Rome that Philip laid waste the land of the Aetolians, while they were vainly imploring the Romans for help. Now, however, the Romans have brought the war with Carthage to a close, that war which for 16 years they have had to endure, whilst it preyed, so to speak, on the vitals of Italy, and they have not simply sent a detachment to aid the Aetolians, they have themselves assumed command of the war, and are attacking Macedonia by land and sea. Their third consul is now conducting operations with the utmost energy. Sulpicius met the king in Macedonia itself, routed him, put him to flight, and ravaged the richest part of his realm. And now, when he was holding the passes which form the key of Epirus, secured as he thought by his positions, his fortified lines, and his army, Quinctius has deprived him of his camp, pursued him as he fled into Thessaly, stormed the cities of his allies, and driven out his garrisons almost within sight of Philip himself. Suppose there is no truth in what the Athenian delegate has said about the king's brutality and greed and lust. Suppose that the crimes committed in Attica against all the gods, supernal and infernal, do not concern us, still less the sufferings of Chios and Abydos, which are a long way off. Let us forget our own wounds, the robberies and murders at Messene, in the heart of the Peloponnesus, the king's assassination of his host almost at the banquet table, the deaths of the 2 Arati of Sicyon, father and son. The king was in the habit of speaking of the hapless old man as though he were his father. The abduction of the son's wife into Macedonia as a victim to Philip's lusts, and all the other outrages on matrons and maids. Let all these be consigned to oblivion. Let us even imagine that we have not to do with Philip, whose cruelty has struck you dumb. For what other reason can there be for you who have been summoned to the council keeping silence? But with Antigonus, a gentle and just-minded monarch, who has been the greatest benefactor to us all, do you suppose that he would demand of us that we should do what cannot possibly be done? The Peloponnesus, remember, is a peninsula connected with the mainland by the narrow strip of land called the Isthmus, open and exposed above all to a naval attack. If a fleet of 100 decked ships and 50 undecked ships with lighter draft, and 30 Isaean cutters should begin to ravage our coast, and attack the cities which stand exposed almost on the shore, we should, I suppose, withdraw into the inland cities, just as if we were not caught by the flames of a war within our frontiers, which is fastening upon our vitals. When Nabis and the Lacedaemonians are pressing us by land, and the Roman fleet by sea, from what quarter am I to appeal to our alliance with the king, and implore the Macedonians to help us? Shall we protect with our own arms the threatened cities against the Romans? How splendidly we protected Dyme in the last war! The disasters of others afford ample warning to us. Let us not seek how we may become a warning to others. Because the Romans are asking for your friendship voluntarily, take care that you do not disdain what you ought to have desired and done your best to obtain. Do you imagine that they are entrapped in a strange land, and driven by their fears into wishing to lurk under the shadow of your assistance, and seek the refuge of an alliance with you, in order that they may have the entry of your harbors, and make use of your supplies? The sea is under their control. Whatever shores they visit, they at once bring under their dominion. What they deign to ask for, they can obtain by force. It is because they wish to spare you that they do not allow you to take a step which would destroy you. As to the middle course, which Cleomedon pointed out as the safest, namely, that you should keep quiet and abstain from hostilities, that is not a middle course. It is no course at all. We have either to accept or reject the proffered alliance with Rome. Otherwise we shall win the gratitude of neither side. But like men who wait upon the event, leave our policy at the mercy of fortune. And what is this but to become a prey of the conqueror? What you ought to have sought with the utmost solicitude is now spontaneously offered. Beware lest you scorn the offer. Either alternative is open to you today. It will not be open always. The opportunity will not long remain, nor will it often recur. For a long time you have wished rather than ventured to free yourselves from Philip. The men who would win your liberty for you, without any risk or effort on your part, have crossed the seas with mighty fleets and armies. If you reject their alliance, you are hardly in your right senses, but you will be compelled to have them as either friends or enemies. Chapter 22. At the close of the president's speech, a hum of voices ran through the assembly, some approving, others fiercely attacking those who approved. Soon, not only individual members, but the collective representatives of each state were engaged in mutual altercations, and at last the chief magistrates of the league, the demiurgi as they are called, 10 in number, were disputing with quite as much heat as the rest of the assembly. 5 of them declared that they would submit a proposal for alliance with Rome, and take the votes on it. The other 5 protested that it was forbidden by law for the magistrates to propose, or for the council to adopt, any resolution adverse to the existing alliance with Philip. So the second day was wasted in wrangling. Only 1 day now remained for the legal session of the council, for the law required its decree to be made on the 3rd day. As the time approached, party feeling ran so high that fathers could hardly keep their hands off their children. Ricius, a delegate from Leni, had a son called Memnon, who was one of the demiurgi, who were opposed to the resolution being moved and voted upon. For a long time he appealed to his son to permit the Achaeans to take measures for their common safety, and not by his obstinacy bring ruin on the whole nation. When he found that his appeal had no effect, he swore that he would count him not as a son, but as an enemy, and would put him to death with his own hand. The threat proved effectual, and the next day Memnon joined those who were in favor of the resolution. As they were now in a majority, they put the resolution amidst the unmistakable approval of almost all the states, a clear indication of what the final decision would be. Before it was actually carried, the representatives of Dyme and Megalopolis, and some of those from Argos, rose and left the council. This did not occasion surprise or disapproval, considering the position in which they were placed. The Megalopolitans, after being expelled by the Lacedaemonians in the days of their grandfathers, had been reinstated by Antigonus. Dyme had been taken and sacked by the Romans, and the inhabitants sold into slavery. and Philip had issued orders for them to be ransomed wherever they could be found, and had restored them to liberty and to their city. The Argives, who believed that the kings of Macedonia had sprung from them, had, most of them, been long attached to Philip by ties of personal friendship. For these reasons they withdrew from the council when it showed itself in favor of making an alliance with Rome, and their secession was considered excusable in view of the great obligations they were under for the kindness recently shown to them. Chapter 23. On being called upon to vote, the remaining Achaean states desired the immediate conclusion of an alliance with Attalus and the Rhodians. As an alliance with Rome could not be made without a resolution of the Roman people, the question was adjourned until envoys could be sent there. Meantime, it was decided that 3 representatives should be sent to Lucius Quinctius, and that the whole of the Achaean army should be brought up to Corinth, as Quinctius had already begun to attack the city, now that he had taken Cenchreae. Failure of attack on Corinth. Capture of Elatea. The Achaeans fixed their camp in the direction of the gate which leads to Sicyon, the Romans on the other side of the city, which looks towards Senetrae. Attalus brought his army through the isthmus and attacked the city on the side of Lechaeum, the port on the Gulf of Corinth. At first the attack did not show much spirit, as hopes were entertained of internal discord between the townsmen and Philip's garrison. When, however, it was seen that all were at one in meeting the assault, the Macedonians, as energetic as though they were defending their native soil, the Corinthians, obeying the orders of Androsthenes the commandant, as loyally as though he were a fellow citizen, placed in command by themselves, then the assailants placed all their hopes in their arms and their siege works. In spite of the difficulties of approach, mounds were built up against the walls on all sides. On the side where the Romans were working, the battering rams had destroyed some part of the wall, and the Macedonians came up in force to defend the breach. A furious conflict began, and the Romans were easily driven out by the overwhelming numbers of the defenders. Then the Achaeans and Attalus came up in support, and made the contest a more equal one, and it seemed pretty certain that they would not have much difficulty in forcing the Macedonians and the Greeks to give way. There was a large body of Italian deserters, consisting partly of those from Hannibal's army, who had entered Philip's service to escape punishment at the hands of the Romans, and partly of seamen who had left the fleet for the prospect of the more respectable military life. These men, despairing of their lives in case the Romans conquered, were inflamed with madness more than with courage. Opposite Sicyon lies the promontory of Acraean Juno, as she is called, which juts out into the sea. The distance across from Corinth is about 7 miles. To this point, Philocles, one of the king's generals, brought a force of 1,500 men through Boeotia. Vessels from Corinth were in readiness to carry this detachment to Lechaeum. Attalus advised that the siege should be raised at once, and the siege works burnt. But the Roman commander showed great resolution, and was for persisting in the attempt. When, however, he saw Philip's troops strongly posted in front of all the gates, and realized that it would be difficult to withstand their attacks in case they made sorties, he fell in with Attalus's view. The operation was accordingly abandoned, and the Achaeans were sent home. The rest of the troops re-embarked. Attalus sailed for the Piraeus, and the Romans for Corcyra. Chapter 24. While the naval forces were thus engaged, the consul encamped before Elatea in Phocis. He began by inviting the leading citizens to a conference, and tried to induce them to surrender. But they told him that matters were not in their hands. The king's troops were stronger and more numerous than the townsmen. On this he proceeded to attack the city on all sides with arms and siege artillery. After the battering rams had been brought up, a length of wall between two towers was thrown down with a terrific crash and roar, leaving the city exposed. A Roman cohort at once advanced through the opening thus made, and the defenders, leaving their different posts, rushed from all parts of the city to the threatened spot. Whilst the Romans were clambering over the ruins of the wall, others were fixing their scaling ladders against the walls which were still standing, and the attention of the enemy being diverted in one direction, walls in other parts were successfully scaled, and the assailants descended into the city. The noise of the tumult so terrified the enemy that they left the place which they had been so vigorously defending, and fled everyone to the citadel, followed by crowds of non-combatants. Having thus gained possession of the city, the consul gave it up to plunder. He then sent a message to those in the citadel, promising to spare the lives of Philip's troops if they gave up their arms, and also to restore to the Elateans their freedom. When the necessary guarantees had been given, he secured the citadel after a few days. Chapter 25. Philip gains Argos. The appearance of Philocles in Achaia not only raised the siege of Corinth, but brought about the loss of Argos, which was betrayed by the leaders of the city, acting with the full concurrence of the population. It was customary with them, on the day of the elections for the presiding magistrates, as an omen of good fortunes, to commence the proceedings by uttering the names of Jupiter, Apollo, and Hercules, and a law had been made ordering Philip's name to be added. After the alliance with Rome had been made, the usher did not add his name, and the people broke out into angry murmurs, and soon shouts were heard, demanding the restoration of Philip's name, and the honors which were his by law, till at last the name was uttered amidst tremendous cheers. Relying upon this proof of his popularity, Philip's partisans invited Philocles, and during the night he seized a hill which commanded the city. The stronghold was called Larissa. Posting a detachment there, he marched down in order of battle to the forum which lay at the foot of the hill. Here he found a body of troops drawn up to dispute his progress. It was an Achaean force which had recently been thrown into the city, consisting of 500 men selected from all the cities under the command of Anicedemus of Dyme. Philocles sent a spokesman to them, bidding them evacuate the place, since they were no match even for the Macedonian supporters in the town, still less so now that they had the Macedonians with them, those Macedonians against whom even the Romans could not make a stand at Corinth. At first his warning made no impression on either the commander or his men, but soon afterwards, when they saw a large body of Argives in arms marching against them from another side, they saw that their fate was sealed. Though had their commander persisted in his defense of the place, they were evidently prepared to fight to the death. Anicedemus, however, was unwilling that the flower of the Achaean soldiery should be lost together with the city, and he came to an understanding with Philocles that they should be allowed to depart. He himself, however, remained standing under arms, together with a few of his personal followers. Philocles sent to ask him what his intention was, and without moving a step, and holding his shield in front of him, he replied that he would die fighting in defense of the city entrusted to him. The general then ordered the Thracians to shower their darts upon them, and the whole party were killed. Thus, even after the alliance between the Achaeans and the Romans had been cemented, two of the most important cities, Argos and Corinth, were in the king's hands. Such were the operations of the naval and military forces of Rome during this summer in Greece. Chapter 26. A conspiracy amongst the slaves. In Gaul, nothing of any importance was accomplished by the consul Sextus Aelius, though he had 2 armies in the province. He retained the one which Lucius Cornelius had commanded, and which ought to have been disbanded, and placed Gaius Helvius in command of it. The other army he brought with him into the province. Almost the whole of his year of office was spent in compelling the former inhabitants of Cremona and Placentia to return to the homes from which they had been dispersed by the accidents of war. While things were unexpectedly quiet in Gaul this year, the districts round the city very nearly became the scene of a rising among the slaves. The Carthaginian hostages were under guard at Setia. As children of the nobility, they were attended by a large body of slaves, whose numbers had been swelled by many whom the Setians themselves had purchased from among the prisoners taken in the recent war in Africa. When they had set their conspiracy on foot, they sent some of their number to gain over the slaves in the country round Setia, and then in the districts of Norba and Circeii. Their preparations being now sufficiently advanced, they arranged to seize the opportunity of the games, which were shortly to take place at Setia, and attack the people while their attention was absorbed in the spectacle. Then, in the midst of the excitement and bloodshed, the slaves were to seize Setia, and then secure Norba and Circeii. Information of this monstrous affair was brought to Rome, and laid before Lucius Cornelius, the city praetor. 2 slaves came to him before daybreak, and gave him a full account of what had been done, and what was contemplated. After issuing instructions for them to be detained in his house, he convened the Senate, and communicated the intelligence which the informers had brought. He received instructions to start off at once to investigate and crush the conspiracy. Accompanied by 5 assessors, he compelled all whom he found in the fields to take the military oath, arm themselves, and follow him. In this informal levy he collected an armed force of about 2,000 men, with which he reached Setia, all of them being perfectly ignorant of his destination. Here he promptly seized the ringleaders, and this led to a general flight of slaves from the town. Parties were sent through the fields to hunt them down. The service rendered by the 2 slaves who gave the information, and by one who was a freeman, was of the utmost value. To the latter the Senate ordered a gratuity of 100,000 aces, to each of the slaves 5,000 aces and their liberty, the owners being compensated out of the public treasury. Not long afterwards, news arrived that some slaves, the remains of that conspiracy, were intending to seize Praeneste. Lucius Cornelius proceeded thither, and inflicted punishment on nearly 2,000 who had been involved in the plot. Fears were entertained by the citizens lest the Carthaginian hostages and prisoners of war should have been prime movers in the affair. Strict watch was accordingly kept in Rome in all the different wards. The subordinate magistrates were required to visit the posts, and the superintendents of jails were to see that the public prison at the quarries was more strictly guarded. Instructions were also sent by the praetor to the Latin communities for the hostages to be kept in privacy and not allowed to appear in public. The prisoners were to be manacled with fetters not less than 10 pounds in weight, and not to be confined in custody anywhere but in the state prisons. Chapter 27. The Elections. During the year, a delegation from King Attalus deposited in the Capitol a golden crown weighing 246 pounds. They also tendered his thanks to the Senate for the intervention of the Roman envoys, as owing to their representations, Antiochus had withdrawn his army from Attalus's territories. In the course of the summer, 200 mounted men, 10 elephants, and 200,000 modii of wheat were sent by Massinissa to the army in Greece. From Sicily and Sardinia also a large quantity of provisions and clothing were dispatched for the army. Marcus Marcellus was administering Sicily, Marcus Porcius Cato Sardinia. The latter was a man of integrity and blameless life, but was considered somewhat too severe in his repression of usury. The moneylenders were banished from the island, and the sums which the inhabitants had contributed towards keeping up the state and dignity of the praetors were either cut down or totally abolished. The consul Sexius Aelius came back from Gaul to conduct the elections. Gaius Cornelius Cethegus and Quintus Minucius Rufus were the new consuls. 2 days later followed the election of praetors. In consequence of the increase in the provinces and the extension of the dominion of Rome, 6 praetors were elected this year for the first time, viz., Lucius Manlius Volso, Gaius Sempronius Tuditanus, Marcus Sergius Sillus, Marcus Helvius, Marcus Minucius Rufus, and Lucius Attilius. Amongst these Sempronius and Helvius were the plebeian aediles. The curial aediles were Quinctius Minucius Thermus and Tiberius Sempronius Longus. The Roman games were celebrated 4 times during the year. End of section 46. Section 47 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 32, The Second Macedonian War, Chapters 28 through 34. Chapter 28. The Allocation of the Provinces. The first business before the new consuls was the settlement of the provinces both praetorian and consular. As the praetors' spheres of administration could be determined by ballot, they were the first to be dealt with. The city jurisdiction fell to Sergius, the alien jurisdiction to Minucius. Attilius drew Sardinia, Manlius Sicily, Sempronius hither Spain, and Helvius further Spain. Whilst the consuls were arranging to ballot for Italy and Macedonia, 2 of the tribunes of the plebes, Lucius Oppius and Quintus Fulvius, objected to their doing so. Macedonia, they alleged, was a distant province, and nothing up to that time had stood in the way of a successful war more than the fact that when operations had hardly commenced, the former consul was always recalled just as he was opening his campaign. This was the 4th year since war had been declared against Macedonia. Sempronius had spent most of the year in trying to find the king and his army. Villius had actually come into touch with the enemy, but was recalled before any decisive action had been fought. Quinctius had been detained in Rome for the greater part of the year by matters connected with religion, but had he reached his province earlier, or had the winter begun later, his conduct of affairs showed that he could have brought the war to a close. He had now almost gone into winter quarters, but it was asserted that he had given such a complexion to the war that if his successor did not interfere with him, he would finish it in the summer. By using language of this kind, they so far succeeded that the consuls promised to accept the decision of the Senate if the tribunes would do the same. As both parties left the Senate free to act, a decree was made that Italy should be administered by both consuls, and Titus Quinctius confirmed in his command, until such time as the Senate should appoint his successor. Each of the consuls had 2 legions assigned to him, and with these they were to carry on the war against the Cisalpine Gauls, who had revolted from Rome. Reinforcements were also voted for Quinctius to be employed against Macedonia, comprising 6,000 foot and 300 horse, and also 3,000 seamen. Lucius Quinctius Flaminius retained his place as commander of the fleet. Each of the praetors who were to act in Spain received 8,000 infantry, furnished by the Latins and allies, and 400 cavalry. These were to take the place of the old army, which was to be sent home. They were also to determine the boundaries of the 2 provinces of Hither and Further Spain. Publius Sulpicius and Publius Villius, who had formerly been in Macedonia as consuls, were appointed to Quinctius's staff. Chapter 29. Portents. Before the consuls and praetors left for their respective provinces, steps were taken to expiate various portents which had been announced. The temples of Vulcan and Sumanus in Rome, and one of the gates with a portion of the wall at Fragelle, were struck by lightning. At Frusino the sky became lit up during the night. At Aesula a 2-headed lamb with 5 feet was born. At Formiae 2 wolves entered the town and mauled several people who fell in their way. At Rome a wolf entered the city, and even made his way into the Capitol. Gaius Atinius, one of the tribunes of the plebs, carried a proposal for founding 5 colonies on the coast, 2 at the mouths of the Vulturnus and Liternus, 1 at Puteoli, 1 at the Castrum Salerni, and finally Buxentum. It was decided that each colony should consist of 300 households, and 3 commissioners were appointed to supervise the settlement. They were to hold office for 3 years. The commissioners were Marcus Servilius Geminus, Quintus Minucius Thermus, and Tiberius Sempronius Longus. Expedition into Gaul and Liguria. When they had raised the required force, and completed all the necessary business, both sacred and secular, both the consuls left for Gaul. Cornelius took the direct road to the Insubres, who, in conjunction with the Cenomani, were in arms. Quintus Minucius bent his course to the left side of Italy, towards the Adriatic, and marching his army to Genoa, began operations in the direction of Liguria. 2 fortified towns, Clastidium and Litubium, both belonging to the Ligurians, and 2 of their communities, the Celiates and the Surdiciates, surrendered. All the tribes on this side the Po were now reduced, except the Boii in Gaul and the Ilvates in Liguria. It was stated that 15 fortified towns and 20,000 men surrendered. Chapter 30. From there he led his legions into the country of the Boii, whose army had not long before crossed the Po. They had heard that the consuls intended to attack with their united legions, and in order that they too might consolidate their strength by union, they had formed a junction with the Insubres and Cenomani. When a report reached them that one of the consuls was firing the fields of the Boii, a sharp difference of opinion arose. The Boii demanded that all should render assistance to those who were hard pressed. The Insubres declared that they would not leave their own country defenseless. Their forces were accordingly divided. The Boii went off to protect their country. The Insubre and Cenomani took up a position on the bank of the Mincius. On the same river, 2 miles lower down, Cornelius fixed his camp. From there he sent to make inquiries in Brixia, their capital, and in their villages, and from what he learnt, he was quite satisfied that it was not with the sanction of their elders that the younger men had taken up arms, nor had the National Council authorized any assistance being given to the revolted Insubrians. On learning this, he invited their chiefs to a conference, and tried to induce them to break with the Insubres, and either return home or go over to the Romans. He was unable to gain their consent to the latter proposal, but they gave him assurances that they would take no part in the fighting, unless occasion should arise, in which case they would assist the Romans. The Insubres were kept in ignorance of this compact, but they felt somewhat suspicious as to the intentions of their allies, and in forming their line they did not venture to entrust them with a position on either wing, lest they should abandon their ground through treachery and involve the whole army in disaster. They were accordingly stationed in the rear as a reserve. At the outset of the battle, the consul vowed a temple to Juno Sospita, in case the enemy were routed that day, and the shouts of the soldiers assured their commander that they would enable him to fulfill his vow. Then they charged, and the Insubres did not stand against the first shock. Some authors say that the Cenomani attacked them from behind, while the battle was going on, and that the twofold attack threw them into complete disorder, 35,000 men being killed, and 5,200 made prisoners, including the Carthaginian general Hamilcar, the prime instigator of the war. 130 standards were taken, and numerous wagons. Those of the Gauls who had followed the Insubres in their revolt surrendered to the Romans. Chapter 31. The consul Minucius had carried his plundering expeditions throughout the country of the Boii, but when he heard that they had deserted the Insubres and returned to defend their country, he kept within his camp, intending to meet them in a general engagement. The Boii would not have declined battle if the news of the defeat of the Insubrians had not broken their spirit. They abandoned their leader and their camp and dispersed to their villages, each man prepared to defend his own property. This made their antagonist change his plans, for as there was no longer any hope of forcing a decision in a single action, he resumed the plundering of their fields and burnt their villages and farms. It was at this time that Clastidium was burnt. The Ilvates were now the only Ligurian tribe which had not submitted, and he led the legions against them. They too, however, surrendered when they had learnt the defeat of the Insubrians, and also that the Boii were so discouraged that they would not venture to hazard an engagement. The dispatches from the two consuls announcing their successes reached Rome about the same time. The city praetor Marcus Sergius read them in the Senate, and was authorized by that body to read them in the assembly. A 4 days' thanksgiving was ordered. Chapter 32. Abortive negotiations with Philip. Winter had now set in, and Titus Quinctius, after the capture of Elatea, had quartered his troops in Phocis and Locris. Political dissensions broke out in Opus. The one party summoned the Aetolians, who were the nearer, to their aid. The other party called in the Romans. The Aetolians were the first to arrive on the scene, but the other party, the wealthier and more influential one, refused them admittance, and after dispatching a message to the Roman general, held the city pending his arrival. The citadel was garrisoned by Philip's troops, and neither the threats of the Opuntians nor the authoritative tone of the Roman commander availed to turn them out. The place would have been attacked at once, had not a herald arrived from the king, asking for a place and time to be appointed for an interview. After considerable hesitation, the request was granted. Quinctius's reluctance was not due to his not wishing to have the credit of bringing the war to a close by arms and by negotiations, for he did not yet know whether one of the new consuls might not be sent out as his successor, or whether he would be continued in his command, a decision which he had charged his friends and relations to do their utmost to secure. He thought, however, that a conference would suit his purpose, and leave him at liberty to turn it in favor of war if he remained in command, or of peace if he had to leave. They selected a spot on the shore of the Maliac Gulf, near Nicaea. The king proceeded thither from Demetrius in a war vessel, escorted by 5 swift barks. He was accompanied by some of the Macedonian magnates, and also by a distinguished Aetolian refugee named Seclidius. With the Roman commander were King Amenander, Dionysiodorus, one of Attilus's staff, Agesembrotus, commandant of the Rhodian fleet, Phaneus, the chief magistrate of the Aetolians, and 2 Achaeans, Aristaeus and Xenophon. Surrounded by this group of notables, the Roman general advanced to the edge of the beach, and on the king coming forward to the head of his ship, which was lying at anchor, he called out to him, "If you would step ashore, we should both address and hear one another more comfortably." The king refused to do this, on which Quinctius asked, "What on earth are you afraid of?" In a proud and kingly tone, Philip replied, "I fear no one but the immortal gods, but I do not trust all those I see about, and least of all the Aetolians." "That," answered Quinctius, "is a danger to which all who go into conference with an enemy are equally exposed, if, that is, no faith is kept." "Yes, Titus Quinctius," was Philip's rejoinder, "but the rewards of treachery, should any be mediated, are not the same for both sides. Philip and Phaneus are not equal in value. The Aetolians would not find it so difficult to substitute another magistrate, as the Macedonians would to replace their king." After this, no more was said. Chapter 33. The Roman commander thought it only right that the one who had asked for the conference should begin the conversation. The king considered that the discussion should be opened by the men who proposed terms of peace, not by the one who was to accept them. Thereupon the Roman observed that what he had to say would be quite simple and straightforward. He should merely state those conditions without which peace would be impossible. The king must withdraw his garrisons from all the cities in Greece. The prisoners and deserters must be handed back to the allies of Rome. Those places in Illyria which he had seized after the conclusion of peace in Epirus must be restored to Rome. The cities which he had taken forcible possession of after the death of Ptolemy Philopater must be given back to Ptolemy, the king of Egypt. These, he said, are my conditions and those of the people of Rome. But it is right and proper that the demands of our allies should also be heard. The representative of King Attalus demanded the restoration of the ships and prisoners that had been taken in the sea fight off Chios, and also that the Nicephorium and the Temple of Venus, which the king had plundered and desolated, should be restored to their former condition. The Rhodians demanded the cession of Perea, a district on the mainland opposite their island and formerly under their sway, and insisted upon the withdrawal of Philip's garrisons from Iessos, Bargiliae, and Euromus, as well as from Sestos and Abydos on the Hellespont, the restoration of Perinthus to the Byzantines, with the re-establishment of their old political relations, and the freedom of all the markets and ports in Asia. Aeneas, as representing the Aetolians, demanded, almost in the same terms as the Romans, the evacuation of Greece, and the restoration of the cities, which had formerly been under the rule of the Aetolians. He was followed by a leading Aetolian named Alexander, who was, for an Aetolian, an eloquent speaker. He had long remained silent, he said, not because he thought that the conference would lead to any result, but simply because he did not want to interrupt any of the speakers who represented his allies. Philip, he continued, is not straightforward in discussing terms of peace, nor has he shown true courage in the way he has conducted war. In negotiation he is deceitful and tricky. In war he does not encounter his enemy on fair ground, or fight a set battle. He keeps out of his adversary's way, plunders and burns his cities, and when vanquished, destroys what should be the prizes of the victors. The former kings of Macedonia did not behave in this way. They trusted to their battle line, and spared the cities as far as possible, that their dominions might be all the richer. What sort of policy is that, of destroying the very things which a man is fighting to secure, and leaving nothing for himself but the mere war? Last year Philip laid waste more cities in Thessaly, though they belonged to his allies, than any enemy that Thessaly ever had. Even from us Aetolians he has taken more cities, since he became our ally, than he did while he was our enemy. He seized Lysimachia after expelling the Aetolian garrison and its commandant. In the same way he completely destroyed Cius, a member of our league. By similar treachery he is now master of Thebes, Pythiae, Echinus, Larissa, and Pharsalus. Chapter 34. Stung by Alexander's speech, Philip moved his ship nearer to the land, in order that he might be better heard, and commenced a speech mainly directed against the Aetolians. He was, however, hotly interrupted at the outset by Aeneas, who exclaimed, "Matters are not to be settled by words. Either you must conquer in war, or you must obey those who are better than you." "That," replied Philip, "is obvious even to a blind man," a mocking allusion to Aeneas's defective vision. He was by nature more given to jesting than a king ought to be, and even in the midst of serious business did not sufficiently restrain his laughter. He went on to express his indignation at the Aetolians ordering him, just as if they were Romans, to evacuate Greece, when they could not tell within what boundaries Greece lies. Even in Aetolia itself, the Agraei, the Apodotai, and the Amphilochi, who form a considerable part of its population, are not included in Greece. Have they, he continued, any right to complain of my not leaving their allies alone, when they themselves keep up the ancient custom, as though it were a legal obligation, of allowing their younger men to bear arms against their own allies, the sanction of their government alone wanting? Thus it very frequently happens that opposing armies have contingents drawn from Aetolia on both sides. As to Cius, I did not actually storm it, but I lent assistance to Prusias, my ally and friend, in his attack on the place. Lysimachia I claimed from the Thracians, but as I had to give my whole attention to this war, and was unable to guard it, the Thracians still hold it. So much for the Aetolians. With regard to Attalus and the Rhodians, in strict justice I owe them nothing, for the war was started not by me, but by them. Still, to show my esteem for the Romans, I will restore Perea to the Rhodians, and the ships to Attalus, with all the prisoners that can be found. Touching the restoration of the Nicephorium and the Temple of Venus, what reply can I give to this demand further than to say that I will undertake the care and expense of replanting the only way in which woods and groves that have been cut down can be restored, since such demands it is the pleasure of kings to make and grant to each other. The close of his speech was a reply to the Achaeans. After enumerating the services rendered to that nation, first by Antigonus and then by himself, he ordered the decrees to be read, which they had passed in his favor, showering upon him all honors human and divine, and then confronted them with the one they had lately passed, in which they resolved to break with him. Whilst bitterly reproaching them for their faithlessness, he nevertheless promised to restore Argos to them. The position of Corinth he should discuss with the Roman general, and he should, at the same time, ask him whether he thought it fair that he should renounce all claim to the cities which he had himself captured and held by the rights of war, and even to those which he had inherited from his ancestors. End of section 47. Section 48 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 32, The Second Macedonian War, chapters 35 through 40. Chapter 35. The Achaeans and the Aetolians were preparing to reply, but as it was almost sunset, the conference was adjourned to the morrow. Philip returned to his anchorage, and the Romans and allies to their camps. Nicaea had been fixed upon for the next meeting, and Quinctius arrived there punctually on the following day. But there was no Philip anywhere, nor did any message arrive from him for several hours. At last, when they had given up all hope of his coming, his ships suddenly appeared. He explained that as such heavy and humiliating demands were made upon him, and he was at a loss how to act, he had spent the day in deliberation. It was generally believed that he had purposely delayed the proceedings till late in the day, in order that no time might be left for the Achaeans and Aetolians to make their reply. This suspicion was confirmed when he requested that, in order to avoid waste of time in recriminations and bring the matter to a final issue, the others might be allowed to withdraw, and he and the Roman general left to confer together. At first this was demurred to, as it would look as if the allies were shut out from the conference, but as he persisted in his demand, it was agreed to by all that the others should withdraw, and the Roman commander, accompanied by a military tribune, Appius Claudius, should go forward to the edge of the beach, whilst the king, attended by two of his suite, came ashore. There they conversed for some time in private. It is not known what report of the interview Philip gave to his people, but the statement which Quinctius made to the allies was to the effect that Philip was prepared to cede to the Romans the whole of the Illyrian coast, and deliver up the refugees and any prisoners there might be, to return to Attalus his ships and their captured crews, to restore to the Rhodians the district they call Perea, but he would not evacuate Iessos and Bargiliae. To the Aetolians he would restore Pharsalus and Larissa, but not Thebes. To the Achaeans he would cede not only Argos, but Corinth as well. Not one of the parties concerned was satisfied with these proposals, for they said that they were losing more than they were gaining, and unless Philip withdrew his garrisons from the whole of Greece, grounds of quarrel would never be wanting. Chapter 36. All the members of the council were loud in their protests and remonstrances, and the noise reached Philip, who was standing at some distance. He asked Quinctius to postpone the whole business till the next day. He was quite certain that either he would bring them over to his view, or fall in with theirs. The seashore at Thronium was fixed upon for the conference, and they assembled there at an early hour. Philip began by urging Quinctius and all who were present not to insist upon destroying all hopes of peace. He then asked for time to enable him to send ambassadors to the Roman Senate. He would either obtain peace on the terms he proposed, or accept whatever conditions the Senate offered. This suggestion met with no acceptance whatever. They said that his only object was to gain time to collect his forces. Quinctius observed that this might have been true if it had been summer, and the season suitable for a campaign, but as winter was now closing in, nothing would be lost by allowing him sufficient time to send his ambassadors. No agreement that he might have made with the king would be valid without the ratification of the Senate, and whilst the winter necessarily put a stop to military operations, it would be possible to find what conditions of peace the Senate would sanction. The rest of the negotiators fell in with this view, and a 2 months' armistice was arranged. The different states decided to send each one envoy to lay the facts before the Senate, so that they might not be misled by Philip's false statements. It was further agreed that before the armistice could come into force, the king's garrisons must be withdrawn from Phocis and Locris. To give greater importance to the mission, Quinctius sent in company with them Amminander, king of the Athemanians, Quintus Fabius, his sister-in-law's son, Quintus Fulvius, and Appius Claudius. Chapter 37. On their arrival in Rome, the delegates of the allies were received in audience before those from Philip. Their address to the Senate was mainly taken up with personal attacks on the king, but what weighed most with the Senate was their description of that part of the world, and the distribution of sea and land. From this they showed clearly that as long as Philip held Demetrius in Thessaly, Chalcis in Euboea, and Corinth in Achaia, Greece could not be free. Philip himself, with as much truth as insolence, called these the fetters of Greece. The king's envoys were then introduced, and had commenced a somewhat lengthy address, when they were interrupted by the pointed question, "Is he prepared to evacuate those 3 cities?" They replied that they were not mentioned in their instructions. On this they were dismissed, and the negotiations broken off, the question of peace or war being left entirely to Quinctius. As it was quite evident that the Senate were not averse from war, and as Quinctius himself was more anxious for victory than for peace, he refused any further interview with Philip, and said that he would not admit any envoys from him, unless they came to announce that he was withdrawing entirely from Greece. Chapter 38. Philip and Nabis. When Philip saw that matters must be decided on the battlefield, he called in his forces from all quarters. His main anxiety was about the cities in Achaia, which were so far away, and he was more uneasy about Argos than about Corinth. He thought the best course would be to place it in the hands of Nabis, the tyrant of Lacedaemon, as a deposit to be restored to him should he be victorious, or should he meet with reverses, to remain under the tyrant's rule. He wrote to Philocles, who was governor of Corinth and Argos, bidding him discuss the matter with Nabis. Philocles took a present with him, and as a further pledge of future friendship between the king and the tyrant, he informed Nabis that Philip wished to form a matrimonial alliance between his daughters and Nabis's sons. At first the tyrant refused to accept the city unless the Argives themselves, by a formal decree, summoned him to their assistance. When, however, he heard that at a crowded meeting of their assembly the Argives were pouring contempt and even execration on his name, he considered that he had got a sufficient justification for plundering them, and he told Philocles that he might deliver up the city whenever he chose. The tyrant was admitted into the place in the night without arousing any suspicion. At daybreak all the commanding positions were occupied and the gates closed. A few of the principal citizens had escaped at the beginning of the tumult, and their property was seized. Those who still remained had all their gold and silver taken away, and very heavy fines were imposed upon them. Those who paid up promptly were dismissed without insult or injury. Those who were suspected of concealing or withholding anything were flogged and tortured like slaves. A meeting of their assembly was then summoned, in which he promulgated 2 measures, one for the cancelling of debts, and another for the division of land, 2 firebrands with which the revolutionaries were to inflame the lower classes against the aristocracy. Chapter 39. When the city of the Argives was once in his power, the tyrant no longer troubled himself about the man who had made it over to him, or the conditions on which he had accepted it. He dispatched emissaries to Quinctius in Elatea, and to Attalus, who was wintering in Aegina, to inform them that he was master of Argos. They were also to intimate to Quinctius that if he would come to Argos, Nabis felt confident that a complete understanding would be arrived at. Quinctius's policy was to deprive Philip of all support, and he consented to visit Nabis, and at the same time send word to Attalus to meet him in Sicyon. Just at this time his brother Lucius happened to bring up 10 triremes from his winter quarters at Corcyra, and with these Quinctius sailed from Anticyra to Sicyon. Attalus was already there, and when they met, he remarked that the tyrant ought to go to the Roman commander, and not the Roman commander to the tyrant. Quinctius agreed with him, and declined to enter Argos. Not far from that city is a place called Mycenica, and this was decided upon as the scene of the conference. Quinctius went with his brother and a few military tribunes. Attalus was attended by his suite. Nicostratus, the chief magistrate of the Achaeans, was also present, with representatives of the allied states. They found Nabis waiting for them with the whole of his force. He marched almost to the middle of the space separating the 2 camps, fully armed and escorted by an armed bodyguard. Quinctius unarmed, and the king also unarmed, and accompanied by Nicostratus and one of his suite, came forward to meet him. Nabis began by apologizing for having come to the conference in arms and with an armed escort, though he saw that the king and the Roman commander were unarmed. He was not afraid, he said, of them, but of the refugees from Argos. Then they began to discuss the terms on which friendly relations might be established. The Romans made 2 demands. First, that Nabis should put a stop to hostilities against the Achaeans, and secondly, that he should furnish assistance against Philip. This he promised to furnish. Instead of a definite peace, an armistice was arranged with the Achaeans, to remain in force until the war with Philip was over. Chapter 40. Attalus then opened a discussion on the question of Argos, which he contended had been treacherously betrayed by Philocles, and was now forcibly retained by Nabis. Nabis replied that he had been invited by the Argives to go to their defense. Attalus insisted upon a meeting of the Argive assembly being summoned, in order that the truth might be ascertained. The tyrant raised no objection to this, but when the king declared that the troops ought to be withdrawn from the city, and the assembly left at liberty, without any Lacedaemonian being present, to state what the Argives really wanted, Nabis refused to withdraw his men. The discussion led to no result. A force of 600 Cretans was furnished by the tyrant to the Romans, and an armistice for 4 months arranged between Nicostratus, the Achaean president, and the tyrant of the Lacedaemonians, after which the conference broke up. From there Quinctius proceeded to Corinth, and marched up to the gate with the Cretan cohort, in order that Philocles, the commandant, might see that Nabis had broken with Philip. Philocles had an interview with the Roman general, who pressed him to change sides at once, and surrender the city, and in his reply he gave the impression of postponing rather than refusing compliance. From Corinth, Quinctius went on to Anticyra, and sent his brother to learn the attitude of the Acarnanians. From Argos, Attalus proceeded to Sicyon, and this city paid him still greater honor than they had done before, whilst he, on his part, determined not to pass by his allies and friends without some token of his generosity. He had previously secured for them, at considerable cost, some land which was consecrated to Apollo, and now he made them a gift of 10 talents of silver, and 1,000 medimni of corn. He then returned to his ships at Cenchreae. Nabis too went back to Lacedaemon, after leaving a strong garrison at Argos. He had despoiled the men, and now he sent his wife there to despoil the women. She invited the ladies of rank to her house, sometimes alone, sometimes in family parties, and in this way succeeded by blandishments and threats in getting from them not only their gold, but even their wardrobes and all their finery. End of Section 48. End of The History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy.